Hello? Hello? Testing? Hmm. You guys can hear me, but you can't hear my music, can you? Hold on. What's happening here? Hold up. Hello, everyone. My OBS is starting off rough this morning. Let's see what's going on with that, because if we can't hear sound, how are we going to hear the content today? Hold on here. Let me fix it. Let me fix it. Oh. Hmm. What is this happening? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm going to play test it. Oh, there it goes. You guys can hear it, yes? Wait, why did it work now? Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. I'm going to pause it ahead of time. All right. Hello, hello. So weird. Maybe it's because my stuff had a reset yesterday. Man, my computer's doing all these great resets, just right before stream, and I forget. Hello. Okay. Off to a rough start. We're off to a rough start today. Hi, everyone. Okay. 3 big stories today. I was going to do a podcast this week on RFK Jr.'s sentiments about autism, but I was like, you know what, girl, let's just talk about it on stream, make this a community effort because I think that's important. And plus, I had a really good podcast plan for Monday anyways, and I'd rather stick to it, honestly. Chad says, girl, you are fighting that mic. This mic was free, so I'm not going to argue with it, but man, it really tries me. Okay, shout out to the person that gifted me this mic. A friend of a friend was getting rid of a bunch of his tech stuff. He's like, do you want this? I was like, I do. I would like, I am the charity case. Please give it to me. It's a very nice mic. It's just the stand is not the greatest, and I got to work on that. Okay. With that said, today we have 3 big stories. And I want to cover them today because I think it'll be really good. I also want to point to a website I learned about. I was watching Francesca, the Bitchuation Room. Okay, hold on. Let's do a couple of things today. First, YouTube is changing. Content is changing. We are no longer kids in our bedrooms sharing our quirky personalities and foul language to meet friends on the internet. For a lot of us, we are now just the adults in the room. So there's a conversation to be had about the way we use language and reclaim slurs. And, a couple people were a little offended, which I totally get, at the idea that people are saying any form of slur, bitch, I shouldn't say it, B word, R word, whatever, in private, which is so valid, right? F word, right? So valid. And in public, and this was, this is one of Hassan's takes. I don't know if he still has this take, that it's like in public, don't say the word. Now, I don't know if he's saying don't say it or don't tell people you say it in private. It's a lie. Or if he's saying don't say it in either. Right? I don't know. But there's a whole part of political YouTube that uses the R word constantly. Like they'll have it on their thumbnails. They'll have it like, and I said on stream the other day that I don't say it on stream anymore. Sometimes I say it in my own life. And to be honest with you, like I don't have the connection to that word as being like super offensive. Though to be fair, I think everything is a construct, including gender and skin color and words. So I think there's something to be said about that. Chat says, I think people want you to lie. Well, actually, the comment I got was they said, I wish you had lied about that. And I was like, oh. And I don't know if this is my autism, but I'm like, I don't know what the social script is here. But I actually am convinced they want me to lie. I think they do want me to lie. And maybe I don't want to lie, but I actually do think people prefer it for a lie, which is so interesting. So I think politically, as we're having these conversations from I don't want to say a leadership position, because God, I'm not trying to be a leader. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be a tourist with an opinion. It's one of those things where I think as a public figure who's talking about serious topics, maybe there's a reason to be more professional with language. Like I like Francesca's channel. Sometimes I don't love her opinions or attitude. I think she's a little bit, there's something about her that isn't quite as progressive in my head as like my vibes, but okay, no problem. I can get along with her. But she calls herself the Bitchuation Room. And I'm like, the Bitchuation Room, girl? And then I'm using bitch on stream. And then when I use it, when I talk about misogynists, I'm kind of signaling misogynistic language. And then I feel bad when I say bitch on stream when we're talking about misogynists, because then it gives them the okay go to use the word in a way that they mean it in a bad way. And I know there's this big conversation with all reclaimed slurs or all slurs in general, who can use it, who can't use it. But at the end of the day, since we're in public and we're dealing with racists or bigots or misogynists or ableists, is there some consideration we should have as content creators when using the words ourselves? Like, I used to say a lot of slurs on the internet, like the F word and the R word and the B word, like because I felt like I was attached to those communities, the D word, right? I used to feel like I was really attached to those communities, and because I was a part of them, I was allowed to say them. But I stopped using them when I was interacting with a lot of bubbles that were pretty homophobic or pretty misogynistic. I was like, but then, right? There is like something, there's something to be said about language, because language is a construct and it changes, right? D word meaning the one for lesbians. So like the words are constructs. They're not real. We make them up to be real, to communicate things. That's why dog whistles are so dangerous, because they signal to people. It's why association can be dangerous. You're signaling to people who you're associated with. So like, we're not living in an era of the universe right now where everyone is actually trying to understand each other. We're living in an era where everyone is trying to get each other, and bigotry is becoming the status quo at a larger degree than it was before. I mean, it always has been, right? I don't know why we're pretending like it hasn't been the majority way of being, right? Because that plays into conservative narratives that the woke left has like owned the media for 20 years, when it's just not true. We're not the majority of people. We're not the majority of voters. We're not the majority. You know what I mean? So I think like when we're having these conversations, there's a little bit of like bubble issued where we're all in different perspectives of bubbles. Like when I'm home visiting my Catholic parents, I don't say the F word, fuck, because, my parents don't cuss. My parents don't use words like that. You know what I mean? They might use it like if my dad's with his guy friends or something, but like in front of their children, like that wasn't appropriate growing up. Right. But like, I'm going to say fuck with you guys, but maybe I shouldn't even say fuck, because when I say fuck, my AdSense goes away. So then it's like, okay, maybe we should go towards like really sterile language as content creators, unless we're like really cash content creators. Which I guess in my case, like I'm not a political content creator. Like I'm not trying to be Francesca or somebody. I'm not trying to be like the Young Turks, right? I'm not interested in making my life politics. I already did that and it wasn't good. But that doesn't mean I'm not an active voter or a participant when I see oppression happening. Example, on Francesca's show, she had a guest on who recommended a website called fivecalls.org. I'll go ahead and link it in chat. It's a website that allows you to read off a script. So if you're like me and you can get a little anxious on the phone, you can use this script to call your representatives and just, voice your opinion as a citizen. And I recommend it, right? But that's not me being involved in politics. That's not me pretending to be a political streamer. I'm not a political streamer. I'm not trying to be a leader. Like if I was trying to be a voice in the movement, that'd be different. I am trying to be a voice in the philosophy bubble. I am trying to be a voice that contributes to understanding each other better. I am trying to add my own contribution to those bubbles, but philosophy bubbles and political bubbles are not the same. They might have overlap, but we're not doing the same thing, right? So, check out this website. And even what I'm doing now has, to me, nothing to do with politics. To me, when I say check out this website, learn this script, it's really easy. Call your representatives and leave a message. Imagine your Karen mother is doing it, and do it to counter her call. Because Republican people with no, too much time on their hands, they're doing it. And these people represent us, so they need to hear from us, right? And so it's like I get really anxious on the phone. I'm just going to use the script. And look, they have great, here, let me pull it up actually so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Hold on, give me a second. So look, professionally and public, I'm happy to have conversations about language mitigation, but I already grew up in a conservative home. I already know what it's like to have people try to censor your language because they're offended. And we need to find the line between being offended and actually using harmful language. And I don't think we're there yet. And I know people think they're there yet because people think they're always right. But I don't know that we're there yet. But I will say that I also can be very cautious around people who use certain words in certain ways that make me think like, you know what I mean? Okay, so this is the website. It's called 5 Calls. Make your voice heard. 5 Calls is the easiest, most effective way for the U.S. constituents to make political impact. And look, it says, you know how Trump is trying to cut NPR funding and PBS funding? You can just call, you use the script. So like you click on this, okay? It tells you about it. It tells you, representatives or whoever else. I'm from Arizona. So it gives me the Arizona, like information, and then you go and you say, hi, my name is Brittany, I'm a constituent from Phoenix, I'm calling to demand, you know, da 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 da, and then you just leave the message, right? You put in your zip code, it tells you like, you know, how to make the call, where to make the call from, who's your representative. And so that's how you do it. Okay. So I am a US citizen. I vote for Arizona, state of Arizona. I'm from Cali, but I moved to Arizona and I was there for a few years. And then when I came to Europe, I'm still a registered Arizonian. I pay tax in Arizona. That's how I voted in this last election. I voted as an American overseas for the state of Arizona. So it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Check it out if you have a chance. Nope, no pressure. But if you would like, right? I think it'd be really good. Okay, let's see. Chat says the R word also came from people seeing what's DD, disabled something, people as less than. It became derogatory because people looked up and down, looked down on people with low IQ. I mean, yes, like without a doubt, the R word. Well, first, the R word did not originate as a slur or a bad word. It originated as a technical word. And now it's used as a negative. Every word for every group will be used as a negative. Like, I think that's the issue. I don't know if I want to have that conversation. Okay. I need us to be on the same page that all words start off as a form of communication and will change with culture to be something different. Right. So I think I'm stuck here. And this is where I get stuck with like the social scripts. And I'm trying to be compassionate because I want to update. I always think the youth have insight into updates that are going to, that we need to listen to. I think older people can get stuck in their ways, and I certainly don't want to do that. But I also need people to understand that fundamentally, these constructs are coming from the two bubble, right? So like 5 bubble, 2 bubble, but we're operating within 2 mechanisms. So if I'm here on the internet, I think I do have to be self-aware that like we're dealing with 2 bubbles and language matters. And maybe it doesn't matter what I'm doing in the privacy of my home, even though some people will think it does, right? I'm not convinced like it matters to them because it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's not that I want to lie, but I do think people would prefer that I lie. At least that's what they've expressed to me. They've expressed it's better that you lie, which is very interesting. I can't help but feel that's like a fault in human evolution to desire deception over truth. Why can't we just face the truth? And it's because we can't face the fault of the species that is human. Like we can't face the nuance of existence. Well, it's like when you talk to, I get it though. Like I'm really compassionate to the idea that you're worried that we're all saying a joke and the joke might be turned on you. It feels like we all are so unsure of who's safe that we'd rather cite on caution, which I do think is appropriate in most social situations. In most social situations, I do think that's really fair for us to be cautious and want to do the best for everybody in the room. It's also okay to be exhausted by that social script and to spend less time socializing. It doesn't make you a bad person for not having any emotional attachment to certain language while other people do, and respecting those people's attachment to it. I have no stigma against the word fuck, but I don't use it around different people because it's like if my mom would say to me, oh, Betsy, doesn't that just make your souls cry? Doesn't that make you so disgusted? Like, doesn't it turn your belly? And I'm like, no. And then one time I was with my siblings and I was like, oh, and I was like this to my little brother. My mom's like, oh, how could you do that to your own brother? And I was like, she's having like a physical reaction to this word the same way you would to any other word. But other people aren't having that relationship. I don't have that relationship with basically any word or language because I don't. But you know what I do have is a hesitation around who's using it. It's who's using the word and how they're using it that makes me go, oh, than, anything else. You know what I mean? So like my mom literally has like a physical, that's how I think people feel about the R word, which is valid. If you're having that reaction, if my mom's having that reaction, I think it's a valid reaction. I just don't think I have to necessarily agree with it. But I think that that's fair, Pat says, I'm sorry, but this seems so backwards. Like we're trying to start from a place where slurs aren't slurs and working our way back to the point where they aren't. Well, where does reclaimed slurs come into your vocabulary, though? Are Black people not allowed to say the N-word? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about? Like, are queer people not allowed to use the word queer? I have been told by queer communities not to use the Q word. But, like, what are we talking about here? Like, reclaimed words exist for a reason. Chat says you don't reclaim the R word. Why not? I don't get it. Why not? I don't see the reason why that would be any different from bitch or F word or R word or N word. Like, why not? Why would R word be different? I don't know what the difference is. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, like, just saying you're stupid or you're dumb is different. You said you aren't in that community. I don't think you have to be in the community to use the word, but I also don't know what you define as being in the community. You said I've been working with people in that community, so you know 8 billion people on the planet, you know every single one. Look, words don't matter. They only matter within context, right? So like you have to understand that, right? Like everyone can make that decision, but like I don't like the idea of like Chet says I know more than you. Do you also know that you're a person floating on a rock in space and everything is made up? That's the problem is like, look, you can have that right. And if I'm around people that are offended by that word, I wouldn't use it. Right? But like, I'm not really like in this vibe of, I don't know, bro. I don't know if I believe. I'm open to it, but I don't know. I don't know if I believe it. I don't know if I believe it for most things. Like, I don't like the idea that we can't use language, but I think it's okay to be cautious about who's using it. I think that's important. And in this day and age, we should be more than cautious about who's using certain language because it tells us where they're coming from, right? And I agree with you. You have a right to be concerned, right? Let's see. Discord says, little late, but slurs are so interesting. I used to use the R slur a lot, but I recently stopped because overused slur seems sort of juvenile to me. That's true. Excluding particular context, the N-word is also an interesting one. I'm Black, but I really don't use the soft A N-word 99% of the time. Not because I think it's wrong, but because I didn't grow up culturally with that. So using it feels uncultural, and I do feel like other Black people who use it casually or commonly are in a different bubble for me. Valid. Even though slurs are just words, I do think language that you use does particularly tell me what category of person I'd prefer. If you lied, you gotta gaslight me, JK. Them saying you aren't part of the community is weird because autistic people have historically been called that slur. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if autistic people are considered the R word in all bubbles, right? Here's what I'll say. I agree that we should work to eradicate language from our vocabulary that bigots have claimed as their own and use it against minority communities. I agree with that. I'm on the same page. I'm not convinced, that it's the language, but I am convinced that the language matters when socializing. So if like you say it in a forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it matter? No. But since language is a social mechanism, then I do think we should be concerned with how we're using language. But I don't believe in objective morality, first and foremost. I need you to be that like abundantly clear about that if you're new to my audience. I do not believe in objective morality. I think we're animals on a planet evolved over millions of years. Okay, so I do not believe anything is objective. I think it's objective based off of the situation you're in. And as long as we recognize that, then I'm on board. I think what I don't like is the arrogance of thinking it's objective. It's not objective. But if we agree it's subjective, I'm 100% on board. I will pledge today to eradicate the R word from my vocabulary for the subjective presence that we're existing in. But if you tell me it's objective, I can't, because it's not. It's literally not. But I'm on board. Let's go. It's not a part of my values to be afraid of language. It is a part of my values, though, to be a good community member. So in public and in professional settings, obviously I'm down. I'm down to limit my language. I've done it my whole life being raised with Catholics. I'm down. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think I'm good with that. I just think like I exist in a bubble where people call each other stupid all the time. I don't know what you think that is. When you say Trump is an idiot, what do you think you're doing? Why would you? That's what I'm saying. It's all the same to me. Maybe this is my autistic brain. Calling someone stupid, idiot, or dumb is calling someone the R word. It's the same word. It's the same exact word. And so I don't believe people when they tell me and I'll tell you Trump isn't stupid. But you keep calling him stupid because you cannot believe he is smart enough to be there. But he's obviously smart enough to be there. So it's hard for me to believe that you're so offended over this one word that's culturally subjective when you literally use the same language against Trump every day. Like, I don't know if I believe people, but that's fine. If you want to play a subjective social game, I'm down. You know? Absolutely. You know? Discord said, is there singular truth, but we can't observe it because we only have access to our subjective? I mean, most likely, but we don't know that. I think so. There's probably an objective truth to the universe, but it is outside of our limited perception based off of our feelings and values. It would exist in the same way that it would exist whether we were here or not, in a sense. Like, things obviously are true, even though truth is subjective and malleable, right? Yeah. That says if you wouldn't call a 5-year-old something, maybe it's considered poor form. Yeah, but like are you telling me if I'm with my girlfriends, I'm like, hey bitch, how you bitch? Like I can't call my girlfriend bitch now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna call a 5-year-old bitch. It just feels like a weird, I'm an adult. I don't have to act like a child or be around kids. Like, what are we talking about here? There are a lot of things I wouldn't talk to a kid about that I would talk to an adult about. Like, you know what I mean? Hey ho, hey skank, hey bitch. Like, I don't know, girl. I don't know if I believe any of that. Also, life is cultural and we share language. Look, the whole point of the universe is we should be sharing things, not hoarding things. So we also have to come to terms with that. Either language is meant to be shared or it's not meant to be shared. But sure, I can understand in certain social situations a desire to refrain from using certain language as around certain people, right? That says, I don't know, there might be a difference between slurs and insults. That's why there's a different, but R word wasn't a slur until we decided to make it one. Yes? R word was just the technical medical term for people in that category. Slurs weren't slurs until we decided to make them slurs. A group of humans used them against another group of humans, and now they changed or they became slurs, and then we decided to reclaim them or not reclaim them, right? Chet says, I wouldn't call a 5-year-old an idiot either. True. You also shouldn't call kids stupid. I wouldn't call a kid stupid. That's rude. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's wrong. So like, or are we supposed to be making the R word a slur? Is that the issue? I just feel like bullying is bullying no matter what. So if you go up to a disabled person and you're like, fuck off, you're an idiot, like that's kind of insensitive. If you call them the R word, that's insensitive because are you blaming their disability? Or if you say that against anyone, are you calling them that I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't get it. Like, I don't get what we're really upset about, but I accept that you're offended and I think that's valid. You know what I mean? I think that's super valid, right? And all words have different meanings and different origins, right? I think it is valid to have a standard. I am never going to take that away from you. And I'm never going to argue that you should use a word you're not comfortable using. You know what I mean? That says, besides the N-word was always used for whites to use against blacks, which is why it's the king of slurs and you will get fired if you use it, unlike the R-word. I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, I actually don't know the history if the N-word ever had a different origination anywhere globally. But yeah, I only know it in the context of American history, which is also the problem. I don't know the historical context of words globally. I only know the American lens for the most part. So I don't know. I just know that from my understanding of my international times and bubbles, the N-word doesn't have like a lot of emotional context for people because of course they don't experience it, right? Pat says, Brittany, my son's medical history says retardation and it's still used in medical items as well. Do you want, I mean, I think it's okay to stop that if it's not a word we want to use anymore, right? We want to update the topic. I think that's good. Or the words, I think that's good too. Right? I'm okay with that. Let's see. I think the hard R, which is the N-word, right? Correct me, right? Discord says, I think the N-word, hard R, started out as a slur. Okay, yeah, noted. I'm not, guys, I don't mean, sorry, don't hold my feet to the fire here, girls. Like, I'm gonna misspeak when I talk. I didn't literally mean every slur originated as some other word and got twisted. I don't know that. I couldn't even account for every slur in the book. I'm just having a conversation, right? Don't be autistic, okay? Like, don't take me to, like, don't hold my feet to the fire. But yeah, like we're here on a philosophy channel to have conversation because I don't know, girl. But yeah, I think some words probably would have started out bad, right? But we should do whatever it takes to bring us together rather than tear us apart. And I think it's always going to change every generation because we're always changing. And that's okay. I just think we need to be I don't think we need to be comfortable with people using slurs. I think we need to be ready to not engage with people we're uncomfortable with. You know, definitely. Like I I definitely pay attention to people's whistles, like people who use the word bitch, people who use certain language. I should stop using them. People who use certain words in front of me, I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know about this. You know what? I feel very uncomfortable. But I think in this day and age too, and this is universal, we're always looking for ways to like dehumanize one another, which is why we're going to talk about J.K. Rowling and RFK Jr. today. We're always looking for ways to dismiss people's lived experience, right? And I'm so tired. Aren't you tired? I'm so fucking tired. You know what I mean? Can we just like, I just want to be able to look somebody in the eye and trust that they're coming from a genuinely good place, who's trying to be better and deconstruct. And I'm willing to do that. I'm telling you right now, I'm willing to do it. I am willing to look at myself and ask myself, you know, do I really need to use that word? And I don't use it very often, to be honest. Like, I really don't. And I've tried to eradicate a lot of language from my vocabulary, even in private. It's taken me a second because I'm so used to it. And I also, not to talk about autism, but honestly, my friend told me the other day, I was sending her a voice note and she goes, "Oh my God, Brittany, I can tell who you've been listening to because you sound just like them." My mom, since I was a kid, would tell me, "Brittany, I can tell who you've been hanging out with today because you mimic them." I think this is my autism. I mimic people. Guys, it's embarrassing. I mimic people's tonalities, accents, their tics. I will start doing people's mannerisms and I have to tell myself, stop it. But my brain goes, I have to do it until it feels good. I don't know why that is. I think it's just the autism at play here. And I'm not making an excuse, but man, it makes me really compassionate for people. It makes me really I think it could be echolalia. Chat says it's echolalia. It could be, but I don't know if it's exactly echolalia. I don't know. But I do it. I talk like that person. You can always tell who I've been watching. Like my partner can always tell like what community of people I've been engaging with or whose content I've been watching. And I used to do this when I was writing. I would write like the people I was just reading. And it can be very uncomfortable. Like it can absolutely make people feel like, are you mocking me? Or are you, what did someone say the other day? Oh, was Brittany using AAVE? I'm going to be so real. I watch a lot of Black TikTok. I watch a lot of Black YouTube. I watch a lot of Black content creators. And I'm not going to play. I do pick up language. And I probably am using AAV. Please forgive me. But also, like, I love learning new languages. I'm very bad at it. Dobardan. You know, I'm very bad at it. But you know what I mean? I do watch a lot. I mean, I think I do. Like, and I wonder, like, oh, shit. Like, I do. And that's why I'm leaving the debate bro bubble. Because when I was in the debate bro bubble, I would mimic them. I would talk like them. And I realized like, oh, I hate these people. I don't want to talk to them. And so that's why I'm trying to leave the debate bro bubble. Because even Hassan does it. Hassan plays into that shitty language everybody uses. And it's inherently like misogynistic. And it's like, it's bad. You know, I don't like it. So I'm trying to move away from it. But yeah. I don't mind. Like, I think I take it as less harmful to mimic like Black communities in general or gay communities or whoever I'm watching at the time. News, when I watch the news so much, I start to be like, do you think this is true? Or do you think that, like, start to sound like I'm fucking NPR host over here? You know what I mean? But I don't want to mimic bad people. And I think the debate bro bubble is bad. I think the debate bro bubble is just bad. And I don't want to mimic them. I don't want to be tempted to mimic them. I don't want to have to play their game. You know what I mean? I'd rather just stick to, at least if I'm mimicking people or like copying their behavior, I hope it's a community I'm happy about. You know, chat, don't make fun of my limited Croatian just because y'all think it's so easy. Okay, go watch Croatian TikToks about how hard it is to even read Croatian, girl. And I want to see you not sweat. That shit is hard, bro, okay? Chat says, our Discord said, I use some slurs, mostly the queer ones. I've been called the R slur because I'm neurodivergent, but I don't use it because it doesn't feel right or productive. I also don't usually, I think, use the N-word. Don't use it casually because I'm not used to it. Generally, if I wouldn't call myself the slur, then I don't use the slur. And then obviously I don't use it if people don't want to be called it. Yeah, valid. I think like all of it is valid. You have the right to feel concerned about language. You have the right to use words or not use words. I think it's okay to be cautious around people, especially now with everything going on, that they might not have your best intentions in mind when using language. I think that's really valid, you know? And I just want to validate you guys and let you know that, you know, I definitely want to work on my professionalism. I definitely want to get better by the time I reach 40. Hey, give me a chance though, girls. I'm still like 4 years away. You know what I'm saying? I'm still 4 years away. But yeah, like I don't want to be in my 40s. using silly gamer language on stream. You know, like that's not who I want to be. It's just going to take me a bit to filter it out and get there. Yeah, I think we'll get there. But with that said, at least I'm not doing skibbity toilet because I don't even know what that means. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what that means. And that's how you know I do not hang out with children. Also, my nieces and nephews aren't on the internet. Do you know my nieces and nephews aren't on the internet? So they're not being raised. They're basically being raised as 90s kids. It's really interesting. Like they're not going to know a skibbity toilet either. They're not going to know any of these words. Like I don't have anyone in my life to keep up with what the youth is doing, but I trust the youth to do something good, hopefully. You know? Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm glad we talked about that. Feels good. Hope you guys enjoyed that little tidbit. I think we should be cautious moving forward with how people talk and paying attention to the details and giving people a chance to change their language. But also, sometimes it's okay to change in private. You don't need to voice it. I won't lie to you, but maybe I won't answer some questions sometimes because I don't want to be in a position to lie. Unless it's for my survival, of course, but I don't want to have to do that. And I understand why other streamers recommend doing it, and I understand why the audience asks me to do it. I'm just going to refrain from answering questions, if that's helpful. Yeah, because I'm never going to ask you to be perfect, right? Okay, now with that said, let's do this. Let me move some stuff. Da 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 da. Hello? My chair's a little wonky. Okay. So, okay. We have 2 stories today I want to go over. So here I was minding my business on TikTok, and this TikTok came out. I found the video on YouTube as well about J.K. Rowling and whether or not we owe her an apology. And I was like, absolutely not. But I'll hear you out. Let's see. Okay, I'll hear you out. What is this about? Which I had an idea what it was already about, but okay.
Is J.K. Rowling now owed an apology?
By a lot of people, yes. I'm a big fan of J.K. Rowling. She is one of those women who's been incredibly brave, but she also did something really special, which is she supported other women. This was something that was so helpful, making sure that those who did not have a voice got support. I was a minister. When people attacked me, I could shake it off, but I also made sure that I helped those people who were losing their jobs and being hounded out and having their reputations damaged because of this.
Okay, so just to clarify, religious people get to believe in invisible gods, but you're not allowed to believe in gender, okay? So I'm already going to call BS. This is Channel 4 News. As you guys might have heard, basically, well, things are getting pretty rough for trans people around the world, and the UK Supreme Court just made it official by law that women are women because of biology and men are men because of biology, which totally erases intersex and trans people from the conversation. So we should be, very cautious moving forward. Right now we are in a moment of absolute fascism where people are targeting you for being trans, for being autistic, for being so many things. We're going to talk about RFK Jr. later in the stream. This isn't a joke. We are like in code red. Now, this is a philosophy channel, and I need you to stay sane and focused as the world melts around us. And this is what's important, right? Like, we are dealing with people who think they're doing the right thing, and this is the most dangerous threat to humanity. People who think they're doing good. When you think you're right, and you are telling 8 billion people that you have the answer for them universally, you are running the risk of being a fascist, because only fascists think they have the answer for everybody, and everybody must be like them. So be very careful, okay, that you yourself do not fall into this category of person who thinks you have the answer for how 8 billion people should act, believe, or exist on this planet. Because that's basically where fascism gets you. It gets you to a place where you think your ego, or you rely on your ego to make you believe that you know the answer for everybody. Okay, so let's watch this video about everything happening in the UK to remind people humans are going to human. And it's our job as individuals to make sure that we check ourselves and to make sure that we're not making prescriptions for 8 billion people. So I don't make a prescription on my channel. I don't want to tell you how to live your life. I want to trust that you'll know what to do. But if you find that you're unhappy I can give you some tools and hopefully finding your place in the universe. But it's up to you at the end of the day how you live your life.
The unanimous decision of this court is that the terms woman and sex in the Equality Act 2010 refer to a biological woman and biological sex.
A pivotal moment in a landmark case. Joy and relief from campaigners in Edinburgh. And outside the Supreme Court in London too. They've won their battle over the legal definition of what a woman.
Now, obviously, I'm a woman. My pronouns are she, her, man. And I'm often mistaken for a trans woman, which I'm not sure if this is a compliment or not. I have a feeling they're trying to make fun of me. But also, joke's on you. I am a man, but joke's on you, they're not. It's very hard to keep up with bigotry because you don't know how to counteract their bigotry without, what is gender really? Gender is all things. Their chromosomes, their spiritual, their identity, your thoughts, your experiences. Like, gender is so much more. And the world is living in this limited bubble universally because humans are limited because of their biology. We are limited. We're limited in how we think and how we pursue and how we're curious. And we're dealing with the tools we've been given through millions of years of evolution to hopefully make a difference. Maybe. Or maybe this is all a simulation and all of us should really just go home and watch Netflix and masturbate. I'm not sure. But it's probably not that. We're probably just people on a planet. And these people on a planet are using their free will or whatever they have accessible in terms of free will, because I don't think everybody has the same level of free will, okay, to basically be bigoted. And so the conversation around do we owe J.K. Rowling an apology is rooted in this idea that now she should feel vindicated. But that's not how that works. When the bad guys win, should they feel vindicated? No. That's not how that works. You're not good because the court sided with you. You're not right because society sided with you. The question is, what does right mean in a subjective universe? And why do people, with all of the power and free will they claim to have, choose it or choose to use it to be bigoted? What's that about? Right? Like, what is that about? And of course, like sitting on where we are right now in terms of the patriarchy and misogyny, you would think that all these women would choose wisely who and how they were spending their time, like who they were spending their time with and how they were spending their time, right? You would think that they would pick to support trans women, trans men, trans people, non-binary people. You would think they would choose to pick femme people, AFAB people. You would think they would choose to pick women because remember that transphobia hurts women, hurts cis women, right? Now, Chad is saying some people were saying don't engage in any Harry Potter related things as a way to boycott J.K. Rowling, or maybe we shouldn't be engaged. I'll be honest with you. I've been put off Harry Potter because of J.K. Rowling. Loved Harry Potter, saw the movies, read the books, waited in line at Barnes & Noble to read my books. Loved Harry Potter. Okay, I remember sitting with my bestie in her mom's family room and crying our hearts out, book 7. And she's like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, Dumbledore. And she's like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, you don't know. You don't get it. You don't get it. Okay, I get it. But ever since J.K. Rowling came out as a TERF, and I held out for this white woman, I really did. I was like, she's not going to do it. She can't do it. I love her origin story. I love her story. Like, I love J.K. Rowling's story. As an abused woman who wrote this book, I wanted to be a writer when I was young. I really admired her, right? Well, that ended a few years ago when it became abundantly clear, right, that she was going to turn her back on a group of women she just didn't want to accept. Okay, fine. But remember, and this is why I'm frustrated, I think, with religious people. I got a comment on my video that was like, I think intending to be very sweet, but religious people really are in their own bubbles. I had this person write, oh, Brittany, like I'm Catholic and all my family is very pro-gay and pro-women. And I'm sorry you've dealt with like bad Catholic people. And I was like, oh, yeah, you can say that all you want, but you're still engaging in a religion whose Pope has already stated his bigotry is his point. Don't fall for Pope Francis. He's already stated he's not pro-gay marriage. He's already talked about abortion being a no-no. He might play it pretty and branded different, but ultimately he's not on your side, progressives. So this idea that he's some secret progressive pope, no ma'am, he hid predators as much as the last pope. No ma'am, okay? So it's one of those things where if you belong to this patriarchal religion or any patriarchal religion where women are never allowed to take a position of leadership. And when they do take a position of leadership, it's, again, you're worshiping a man. Like, again, I think religious people, I want you to exist in the world. I just can't. I am happy to live in a world where you exist. I am not going to be happy to live in a world where you think you have the objective truth because you're having a relationship with something outside of yourself. Remember that gender is internal. Gender is a relationship you're having with your own brain. Very different than somebody saying, I have a relationship to a God that exists outside of me, that I'm going to worship a man outside of me. Very different. You know, this is a very different thing. Okay. That says, Brittany, do you think you would have a different view on religion if you weren't raised Catholic? I probably wouldn't be so lenient about it. I probably would be less compassionate about it. Yeah. Most people I know who weren't raised religious do not like religion. They think it's they're much meaner to religious people than I am. Yeah. Like most of my friends who weren't raised with a religion, they are not nice to religious people. Like they do not have nice things to say about it. I think I'm very fucking nice to religious people because I exist in a world where I think they have the right to exist, but I think they're wrong. But I think they have the right to believe what they want to believe. I just don't think they have the right to push that on everybody else. And by the way, trans people, it's different. They're having an internal, internal relationship. But let me make this so clear to religious people. I am happy to have your nativity set or your religious set at some Christmas party or whatever your religion celebrates. But you got to match that energy with pronouns. That's the dilemma. The dilemma is that religious people expect all of us to make some sort of compromise for their beliefs, even if we don't believe it, but they're not willing to make any compromise for trans people. We don't have to agree that the other one is right, but we should agree to live in a society where we get along. And I think that's kind of the point. We should learn to live, learn to get along. But it's the fact that they weren't doing it that is very frustrating to me. It's the fact that they aren't willing. They want all of the secular people, all of the atheists, all of everyone else to move their whole life around their religious ceremonies, their things, but they won't do it for us. We don't have a problem with you. I'm happy to see religious stuff around the world. I just want you to also be okay that you're not the only way to exist, but they can't because their religion tells them they are the right way. Muslim, Christian, and listen to the way that Christians and Catholics talk about Islam. They think all Muslims are some terrorists because they have to destroy in the name of their God, right? They look at other religions remember Love is Blind? Remember Devin? Devin, according to Virginia, thinks Christianity is the number one religion, which means he's anti-Islam. And her cousins were Muslim. And she was like, I don't believe that. And that's the problem. The problem is religious people who exist in the world fundamentally believe they are right. Now, this is why I left militant atheism. The reason I left atheism after I left religion was because they were so focused on eradicating religion. I don't need to eradicate religion. Okay, I'm good. And you know what? I've had some atheists in my audience say, Brittany, I really like you, but you are too lenient on religious people. And they've left. So you might think I'm really harsh against religion if you're religious. But if you're a hardcore atheist, you think I'm too lenient. I don't need to debunk your reality. I don't need to spend my life debunking your reality. I need you to mind your business. That's what I want to get to. I don't want to dedicate my life to proving religion is wrong. I don't have time for that, girl. I'm trying to figure out what's right. I'm trying to figure out what could be true. But the fact that they spend their life debunking trans existence, girl, just let it be. But they can't because they think they're put here on a planet by a magical God who gave them some sort of, assignment. And they have to fulfill that assignment before they die. We're dealing different bubbles. And again, the road to hell is paved in good intentions. So make sure when you enter into the, social situation that you're working on doing less bad and not more good. Because this group of women right here, they think they're doing a lot of good. This group of women right here, they really think they're fighting for women's rights because they're too blinded to see how transphobia is going to hurt all of us.
Woman is.
We counsel against reading this judgment as a triumph of one or more groups in our society at the expense of another. It is not.
But it is a significant defeat for the Scottish Government, who argued transgender people with a gender recognition certificate should have the same sex-based protections as biological women, a ruling which could place greater restrictions on trans people in Scotland, England and Wales.
It means that women's spaces are finally secure. We can restore that in our public sector organisations. So all hospital wards, all changing rooms, they will all be women only.
I can't be any more delighted to use the tears. It's brilliant news. Lesbians can actually have places of their own.
Okay, see, lesbians can finally have places of their own. Pretty sure you had that before. Now, I want to say this. I ideal Britney world, so everybody put your, your hope hats on because this is never going to happen. Okay. Ideal Britney world, we are just looking for what's true and not what we need it to be. So if you're a person who's having a biological relationship with reality, we get somebody who agrees we're tackling this from a biological reality. Or, hey, we're tackling this from a subjective reality. Or, hey, we're always having a biological reality. It's like this conversation around is it biological, isn't it biological, is the same conversation about are we nature or are we above nature? We're both at the same time. You can't take away the fact that we are living nature. Would you take away the living nature from a dog? No, you would say they move off instinct. They don't have a consciousness, even though it's abundantly clear that certain animals have more access to consciousness just like human animals do. And it's so obvious they're not on autopilot. It's like so obvious to me that not all animals are on autopilot. Some humans feel like they're on autopilot. Some animals, like non-human animals, feel like they're on autopilot. But nobody is truly an NPC. Nobody is some, blob of a person. Everybody has an individual consciousness and personality and uniqueness about them, right? And that uniqueness can be put into categories. And we are similar in this uniqueness. That doesn't make us less unique. It just makes us relatable to other people through this journey. Look, I want queer people to have safe queer spaces. I want lesbians to have lesbian spaces. I want us to have a space where we're all inclusive and it makes sense for us to feel good. But if we're uncomfortable, we need to deconstruct. And then we need to ask ourselves, after I've deconstructed, am I still uncomfortable? Why am I still uncomfortable? Let's talk about it. Because look, honestly, through my deconstruction journey, I have gone and taken every time I've been uncomfortable with something and asked myself, why am I so uncomfortable? And then I've realized for me, for Britney, everything's a construct. And I'm not uncomfortable with anything. I'm uncomfortable with the threat of violence in terms of you being so blindsided by your views that you'd be willing to hurt somebody because you're not reasonable. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid you're going to be violent against somebody who wishes no harm upon you. I'm not afraid of your skin color or your gender or your language. I'm afraid of your possibility of violent action. And I know in some ways these people feel like that's what they're afraid of too, but you're not. You're not just afraid of that. You're afraid to see trans people existing because God forbid they simply just breathe air because that's enough for them to feel threatened. It is not enough for me to see you existing to feel threatened. You are simply just another person. Same way I feel about bears. I am not threatened by a bear existing. I'm threatened at the possibility that bear might attack me. But genuinely, how many people go on hikes every day? How many people camp out in bear country all the time? We're obviously not that afraid of bears. We're just afraid of bears enough in the same way we're afraid of humans enough. You know how many people literally do this all the time? I went camping out in bear country. Why would I do that? Because I'm just afraid of bears as I am of humans. It's the same amount of risk to me. Because at the end of the day, we're always put in positions where we're possibly under threat of another life, another animal life being threatened by us and coming for us, right? So I want to exist in a world where we're looking for the truth. And we're not sitting here and thinking, oh, well, I'm going to make up something that sounds like science to make myself feel comfortable. You're allowed to believe anything you want, but I want to know things too. And we do not know as much as we think we know. And we'll talk about RFK Jr. later in the stream about autism. Be very careful when you meet people who think they know. We know a lot of things, but we don't know everything. And we need to be curious and open-minded about that.
The noise around gender identity in Scotland has been deafening in the wake of Nicola Sturgeon's attempts to push forward reforms before she stepped down as First Minister.
Do you think this ruling puts this fierce debate in Scotland to bed?
No, because the people that were arguing the other way feel as passionately as we do.
And this probably feels really good to be in a community of people where everyone feels so connected, right? But you know, just because you're in a group all yelling together doesn't mean you're fighting for justice. Okay. Chat says, Brittany, did you hear about the trans women that raped 2 women in Scotland? That shit started to hit the fan from then onwards. Now all trans have to suffer. No, I hadn't heard that. But if we're gonna hold trans people to that standard, then men about to be prisoned, bro. That's the thing. Men are the greatest threat to people, men and women alike. Non-binary people, like men, are the largest threatening category of people. And I still don't think we should look at every man like he's a threat. Because I fight my bigotry. I fight my prejudice. I deconstruct my desire to be a misandrist sometimes. But I know for a fact I don't believe it inherently. I don't think any of us are born bad. I think all of us are born, and then it is what it is. Okay? We're limited. A lot of genetics play a role. Environments play a role. But like, this is the bullshit of humanity, right? This is the bullshit. Chez says, I support misandry. I will block you. I don't want any of that chat. Like, none of that chatter. You know, don't have that attitude in my chat, bro. Misandry is bad. All bigotry is bad. It's not helpful. Misandry means you think men are inherently born bad. That is not true. Or less than. It doesn't make any logical sense. I don't want that world. You are not helping. Women who think men are born bad, it doesn't help. Misandry is, yes, it is. Don't say no, it doesn't. That's exactly what it means, girl. That's exactly what it means. Misandry is not helpful. We joke about misandry. In the same way, men will be like, don't make me a misogynist. But truthfully, this is not funny. Okay? This isn't what we mean. This isn't what we want, right? Okay? We want to live in a world where people deconstruct. Don't say no, it literally doesn't. You can't just make up definitions. Bye. Look, when we think about a group of people, misandry is still centering men. Now that's the tea, girls. That's the tea, girls. Misandry is a reaction to misogyny. Yeah, I want to be cautious because I don't know if y'all hang out in misandrist lesbian bubbles, but they hate men. Or misandrist, like feminist bubbles, women who become lesbian because they hate men so much. Be very careful to think misandry is simply just a reaction to misogyny, because it isn't. If you are so wounded and so fucked up from your trauma that you become a misandrist, you're still at fault. Your bigotry isn't allowed. That's why people justify racism. People say, I'm allowed to be racist. This group of people keep stealing from me or hurting me or attacking me. So no, don't play into that. Don't say, oh, well, it's reactionary. Lots of things can be reactionary. Doesn't mean they're right. Okay? Absolutely not. We have to be very careful. We have to deconstruct language. Okay? Thank you. Chelsea says the definition is dislike or contempt or ingrained prejudice against men. Thank you. What else? Okay, thank you. Keyword ingrained prejudice. Okay, we have to think about this. We have to raise our kids to be better and more thoughtful and kinder, right? We have to think about it. And it's hard, but this is a part of that. Misandry is probably playing a role in a lot of transphobia. No doubt. No doubt.
At these London celebrations, though, a note of dissent.
Trans rights are human rights, for now!
The Equality Act still gives transgender people protection against discrimination, but there is concern in the community.
Hold on. Chat says, genuinely good faith. Isn't misandry just the same as racism against white people, aka doesn't exist? So there's systematic racism, misogyny, and misandry, and there's not. So individuals can be racist against white people, right? Systems at the moment aren't systematically against white people because white people are being uplifted by the racist system. It's different. These are two different categories, guys. So like individually, people can be misandrist, right? And I guarantee you a lot of TERFs are misandrist. That's why they hate trans women. Like I guarantee you, right? And then there's like systematic, we're not dealing with systematic misandry, right? Men will say that. Men will be like, oh my God, the system's against men. The system hates men. We are very much still living in a patriarchy that upholds misogyny. Don't even try to cry to me right now, okay, girls? And when white people say like, it's the hardest thing to be a white man. Okay, girl, please. We are still in white nationalist government systematic oppression time. Okay, please. Thank you. So like, obviously individual to individual can be anything. Systems though, still upholding the white man, still upholding patriarchy, still upholding misogyny.
Community about what comes next.
I'm absolutely gutted by today's ruling. I think it.
Oh, great question. Do TERFs hate trans men as well? No. They actually think they're women, so they want them to come into their spaces to detransition. TERFs mostly want you to detransition. That's their problem. No, I watch not a lot, but I was researching for this topic today, and I found TERF TikTok, and they were saying that they don't hate trans men. They feel bad for them because they've been tricked into being men. Discord said some TERFs hate men. Obviously, guys, hold on. Pause. We're making huge generalizations here for billions of people. Obviously, some TERFs will hate trans men. There are different categories for everything we say. Okay, so pause. Moving into this conversation, we're going to have to make some generalizations because we're not dealing with our small little progressive bubble. We're dealing with a whole ass government. We're dealing with the population that's more, quote, normal and average and common. Okay, so yes, there are going to be people who identify with certain factions of belief. Okay, it's like, but generally speaking, when people say, don't Muslims believe everyone should be a suicide bomber? We're going to say, no, Muslims don't believe that. We're not going to say, yes, actually, some Muslims do believe that. Well, they're not. Okay, obviously, some Christians also believe we should kill black people. We're not going to say Christians generally think we should kill black people, right? So we have to be very careful with language today because we're not dealing with just us. We're dealing with the world. And the world, that's what they want to know. They want anything to hold on to when you talk. Oh, so some Muslims do believe in suicide bombs. So you're saying Muslims believe in suicide bombers. And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Oh, so you do think that's, you know what I'm saying, girls? That's the problem with these people in language. So, okay, we have to be very cautious when we're talking about the world. But I will say, for nuance sake, obviously, there's so many categories of different nuances. There are so many people all over the world who believe different things. Generally speaking, though, okay, generally speaking, Muslims do not believe in suicide bombing. And most TERFs are not going to look at trans men as men because they don't believe in trans people. Okay? They might hate them for thinking they should be men. But I don't know. From my little research, it feels like the majority of TERFs feel more compassionate towards trans men as being tricked. But I don't know if that's true either. Maybe I did the wrong research. So I'm open to that as well. Maybe I did the wrong research. Okay.
Undoes 20 years of understanding that if a transgender person with a gender recognition certificate has obtained that GRC, that they are, for almost all legal intents and purposes, their acquired gender. And it feels like the UK is an increasingly scary place to be openly trans, and I think that this ruling is only going to make that worse.
I just mind that the right honourable gentleman struggled to define what a woman was.
For years, it has been an
And then everyone laughs, like, how hard is it to know what a man or a woman is? Well, how hard is it to know that God isn't real? But here we are. You know, but I don't know that. Maybe God isn't real. Maybe men and women don't exist. But we know that there's some variations in our biological experience that create different variations of relationship too. This reminds me of when I turned 21 and I came out as queer, as gay. And my dad goes, please, Betsy, please just go get a blood test to see if there's a gay gene. I was like, Dad, there is no gay gene. He's like, please go get a test. And I went to, funny enough, our Christian family doctor. And I was like, bro, just take some fucking blood test and get it over with. And he was like, Brittany, there is no gay gene. I was like, I know that. You know that. You know that as a Christian doctor, there's no gay gene. Can you just take my blood? And my dad thinks I have high testosterone or some shit. And then he goes, this is so, and the doctor was like rolling his eyes like, there is no, I'm not going to, okay. So he took my blood. It came out normal. My dad goes, must be the liberal media. And I was like, to this day, my parents are still anti-gay. By the way, wait until I start talking about autism, because to this day, I still haven't told my parents. Because they create an environment that makes it impossible for people to actually share their truth, which makes it impossible for people to really do the right science, which makes it impossible for us to actually know what's real or not real. If you're too afraid to share your experience, then we're too afraid to research the experience. And so then we're too afraid to find out what's true or not true about the human experience. If you make it scary for trans people to come out, we're never going to know why we have this beautiful relationship with gender and why does it seem to be fluid, right? If you don't let people who are autistic come out and tell their stories and you don't understand that people are born this way, then we're not going to be able to have real conversations about being parents and having kids and all these other things. We don't live in a world where we invite people to tell their truth. Now, we also have to be open to the fact that a lot of it is going to be out of pain. A lot of us express what we think is true in the moment out of fear and out of trauma. I've been there. You've been there. It happens. It doesn't make it less real, but it might not be where you want to stay. I think in the moment when you feel traumatized, let's say you're a woman who's been harassed by men your whole life and you're just so fucking sick of it and you want to become a misandrist, you're not wrong for being afraid of men. But I think you're missing an opportunity to be truly joyful in the universe by limiting your belief through fear. And I think there's a much better way to exist in the world, and that is not through fear. Fear is the root of all evil in a philosophical sense, right? And I just want us to get, for those of us who are willing to do it, a little closer to joy and a lot further from fear. Because fear is also the root of all evil because it encourages people to use good intentions badly in order to keep that fear at bay. I'm afraid men will assault women in bathroom stalls, so I must be afraid of trans women. Without taking into consideration that a man doesn't need to dress up as a woman, whatever that means, in order to rape you in a bathroom stall. That's not a requirement. Never was, never will be. And if you realize that, if you really accept that a man doesn't have to dress up in anything to rape you, then this conversation about trans women just doesn't seem very reasonable. And also, if you meet enough gender fluid people, enough men who wear dresses who aren't trans women, like that are just actually men who wear dresses, okay? And I'm trying to speak a little bit to the TERFs here, so my language might sound a little transphobic. I'm just trying to, if they're listening, to get them to understand. You might realize, like, oh, clothing being gendered, kind of a missed opportunity for all of us. What if clothing wasn't gendered, but we came to work looking professional? What if we found a way to look amazing in dresses that didn't feel like we were just kids playing dress up, but actually felt like we were adults expressing ourselves? Cis people suffer from transphobia and from, being afraid of this like fluidity within our own nature. Like humans are so adaptable and fluid and beautiful and amazing. It just feels like a real shame that we're limiting ourselves, But here we are. We do it. We really do. Generally speaking, humans are very good at limiting themselves, and we should deconstruct that. Why am I so good at limiting myself from my potential?
Comfortable issue for Keir Starmer and his party. The government welcomes today's ruling.
I think what it does do is give clarity to women and service providers. And obviously, more widely, single-sex spaces are protected in the law and they will remain protected under this government.
Speaking on a podcast this afternoon, Scotland's First Minister accepted the outcome.
Do you think that on behalf of the Scottish Government you owe women an apology?
We've acted in good faith on this question. We've tried to navigate our way through two pieces of legislation, and during which, of course, our position has been supported twice by courts in Scotland in this particular case. So the debate has been around very uncertain areas of definition, and the Supreme Court has concluded on that, and that's an end to the matter.
But politically and practically, the full ramifications of.
I also just want to say something that I think is going to be hard for humans to accept, but I think this is true, and this is my contribution. I think even if the whole world today, every single person on this planet was not transphobic, was not racist, was not bigoted, would be in about 1,000 years. I think humans are animals on a planet. We will not stay the same. We will go in and out of bigotry and in and out of liberation, in and out of bigotry. Look at us right now. We're back to Nazis. Hey, not that they ever left, but we're back in. We thought we fought that. We thought we figured that one out. And then humans are like, you know what we should do again? Nazis. And I'm like, okay. So remember, this is why you have to remain aware of humans as a nature. Because as much as we'd like to think, well, just raise my kids better. Okay, your kids could be a Nazi. Because it's not about just raising your kids better, is it? It is about facing ourselves as a humanity. And that's the difference. Chat says I'm a bit more optimistic. I'd say 150 years. Great. The point is that I think my channel wants to reassure you, the individual, that you were never meant to save the world. You were only meant to learn how to be joyful in it. That the world is ugly and full of billions of people who do move through fear and hatred. You don't have to be one of them, but they will convince you to be hateful because they really think this is what joy is. If this was joy, girl, the world wouldn't be the way it was. So again, I'm not sitting here. This way I don't like politics, because politics has the audacity and the narcissism to think it could save the world from itself. You can't save humans from humans. You can only radically accept like it is what it is. And then what do you do with that? We can't even get there. We can't even accept that like some basic understanding of people being even animals on a planet. It was the same conversation I was having with the vegans. God bless them. Right? Where they're like, it's not a journey. You shouldn't have to go on a journey to stop eating animals. And it's like, girl, you know? Pet says, not gonna lie, loving humanity is so hard. Not that we shouldn't try, of course. I think, yeah, I think it can be really difficult. Right? Like, it can be very difficult. I think, I think that's why I'm pretty confident we're just animals on a planet. Because I really think we're too limited to have been something more than that. But that's like a lot. That's kind of a lot. Like if we really are just animals evolved over millions of years, this is kind of fucking crazy. Like this is pretty fucking cool. But I think there's some part of our brains that wants to think there's more. Because we're almost like kind of too cool to just be what we think of as evolved animals. But also like, are we? Do we really think there's a God out there who like particularly like specifically made every single one of us and knew us before we were born and knows all of our hearts in and out? A real God, a real floating man in the sky or whatever version of God is in your bubble, you know? And that he made us? Or is that just like a really great story we tell ourselves? Like the really great story that one day people won't be racist or people won't be homophobic or people will be perfect. I feel like it's just another story we tell ourselves. And so the question is, when you go home today, what is the story you're going to tell yourself about the role you play on this planet? Because I think it all comes down to that. These women, they're the heroes in their story. And J.K. Rowling is their savior.
Of this ruling will need to be assessed long after the singing stops.
Well, we can talk now to the gender-critical activist Maya Forstater, who won a legal battle after being let go by her employer after she stated in social media messages that transgender women are men. And Samantha Kane is a transgender barrister who joins us from the Highlands of Scotland. Maya Forstater first, is this a victory for common sense or is it a licence to vilify trans people?
It is a victory for common sense and it's a victory for women's rights. Calling someone a man or a woman is not vilifying them, it's just describing them accurately. And you need to be able to describe people accurately in order to keep them safe and in order to protect other people's rights. So even talking about it in terms of vilification is wrong. Everybody is born male or female and that cannot change. And
that's just not true though. Like that alone, stop, not true. Next question. Right? Like, that's not true. We know that's not true. We know that's literally not true. Like, that, you know what I mean? Like, why are we even talking? Okay, well, that's not true. Next.
And that doesn't mean that they have to live their life according to gender stereotypes, but it does mean that they have to respect other people's rights and privacy.
Samantha Kane, the court has just given biological women back their basic rights.
Yes. Well, if I may jump into here, the issue here is that the ruling of today has already misinterpreted. It's not really for a court, with all respect to the Supreme Court, of course, is to define what's a man or what's a woman. They merely interpreted a very narrow aspect of the Equality Act. And in my view, this definition being taken out of context and indeed inflamed transphobia and other suffering of an already marginalized group in society.
Right. Well, let me get you to answer that, Maya, that this has inflamed transphobia and a marginalised group is now more fearful than it was.
I don't think this has inflamed transphobia at all. The Equality Act protects people against discrimination and harassment. It protects everyone based...
Look, I don't want to live in a world where you can harass religious coworkers and disrespect them because you don't believe in their religion. I don't want to live in a world where you can harass your trans coworkers because you don't believe in trans people. They like to pretend that they want to protect people, then protect everybody. But you don't want to protect everybody. You want to discriminate against certain people. And that's the problem. That's the problem, okay? Chat, you're wrong. Chat says, no, Brittany, she said male and female, not men and women. I know. You just don't know better. Male and female are not distinct in biology. They're categorizations created through construct. Not everyone is born male and female. I did not say man and woman because I know what I'm talking about. I said male and female. And look, I'm not a scientist, but I'm just a person, but I'm a person who knows just enough to know she's wrong. And that's the point. I'm not even the smartest person in the room. Why do I know even better? Because I was curious and I wanted to know. I listened to the scientists, okay? The scientists without bigotry in mind. Listen, if you listen to a bigoted scientist, he's going to tell you bigoted things, okay? And that's the problem. We need to listen to people that are curious, open-minded, and want the facts, not people that are looking at facts to, qualify their bad statements. The same thing about the IQ debate. Why are we arguing about IQ? Who fucking cares what your IQ does? Or IQ is? What does it even matter? Never in my life have I ever cared about IQ. To be fair, I wasn't raised in a bubble that ever talked about it either. Right? Like, who fucking cares what your IQ is, bro? Can you fucking, what does that mean? Until, what was it, 2014 YouTube? When was Stephen Molyneux or whatever his name is, Stephen Molyneux? When was he like all about the IQ conversation? IQ conversations come from white nationalism, right? It's like people thinking they're actually born better because they're a certain race. Like, what are we talking about, guys? What are we talking about?
Based on their sex, their age, disability, race, and what's called gender reassignment, so being trans. So everyone is still protected against discrimination and harassment at work, using a service, renting a flat, at university, at school, and so on. This is not about transphobia, it's about protecting women's rights, which means you have to know what a woman is. And one thing the Supreme Court said very clearly was that there's very little in common between the group of women, people who are female, born with female bodies, who can dress as they like, and they're not necessarily feminine archetypes, and men who wish to be feminine archetypes. It's an experience in life that a woman just can't have of being a man who wishes he was a woman.
Hold on. Are we doing it again? Discord said male and female are categories in biology, but it's a spectrum. Do you guys think I meant that male and female don't exist biologically? Do you guys think that's what I said? I just want to clarify language here. Like, do you think that's what it sounded like I said? I'm just, for my own sake, I'm trying to get through to people when we're having a conversation. Like, what am I talking about? Because that's not what I meant. Okay, Discord said yes. No. Okay. How do I explain this? Let me use it. Is abortion killing a baby? Yes or no? Is abortion killing a baby? Yes or no? It's like, does a baby exist in conception or 10 weeks later? When does the baby exist? It's like same with biology. It's like, we're not limiting it down. It's not limited down to this one thing. We're saying it's everything and all of it. It's not just, you know what I mean? It's not just this one simplified idea that like gender is only male and female, or male and female is only biological. We're all biological. So it's like, what we're trying to figure out is there other options? Are there other ways to look at it? Yes, I'm trying to encompass everything. I'm trying to say, why are we limiting ourselves in the conversation? The limitation is a move. It's a tactic to not even, offer the opportunity that there could be a different answer based off of the bubble we've created. So she's saying, when she says that, she's signaling to people that you can't exist outside of this construct. And I'm saying, this construct doesn't just exist within this framework. Okay? So I'm saying there are more options, and I'm countering her argument. I'm saying she is saying this is the only reality. And I'm saying reality is larger than this construct you've created. And she's saying, no, it's not. And I'm saying, yes, it is. So that's what I'm saying. Okay? Just so to be clear.
So different groups.
Samantha.
Yeah, can I come in here? I'm afraid that's quite an unfair generalization. I mean, some of us, the pioneers in sex assignments, when we underwent that many, many decades ago.
Wait, chat saying it sounds like you're saying it's a construct. It is a construct. It is a construct based off of what's in front of us. It is a construct based off of a construct to me is naming and labeling and creating categories based off perception, right? So things exist in nature, but when we put a label on it and we put it in a category, we're now constructing our perception and our view of it. Everything exists outside of our perception and our constructs, but we don't even have the ability to know what it could be without us observing it. And since we have to observe it with our limited and biased and prejudiced brains, it means we have to create a construct around the thing that exists outside of our perception, right? That's the issue. The issue is that we think, oh, once we've perceived XXXY, and therefore this is the only thing we're talking about. This is never the only thing we're talking about. We don't even know what this is. We're still discovering. The audacity to think we figured out everything there is to be a person is what I'm saying cannot possibly be true. It cannot possibly be true. Okay? It just cannot possibly be true.
We forgot that we were men. I tried to become a man all my life. I couldn't. I literally couldn't. It is not a choice. We were born like this. There's a medical procedure to go through. There is female hormones every transgender takes, which actually feminize every single cell of their body. So even the biology eventually changed. I'll give you one example for your information. I had an intimate relationship with a medical doctor in my youth who never realized I was transgender female. And that's to give you an example. So how you expect me and people like me to go into some male changing room? And I mean, this is a ridiculous, really.
Maya, let me get you.
And keep in mind, guys, I'm not even exaggerating. The same people, the same Christian Catholics I grew up with are just as afraid of women in hijabs and burqas as they are of trans women. Do not get it twisted. This is all bigotry. At the end of the day, Muslim women that are anti-trans women, they're just adhering to a patriarchal religion. Okay? You can be religious if you want, but let's be so fucking for real that when it came down to it, y'all will not turn on each other. And that's the point, is if you rule your life through bigotry and prejudice, where is that going to get any of us? How is that helping any of us? How is that helping any of us? You're all so afraid of each other. Stop being afraid of each other. I have been to gender-neutral bathrooms. I have peed next to a man. I was good with it, bro. I've been in so many bathrooms with all kinds of genders, never felt weird about it. I do not feel weird about it because everyone there is on the same page. That's the dilemma. That's what people are forgetting. I have a lived experience of using bathrooms with all kinds of people in it. You walk into a bathroom, you're like, oh, hey guys, what's up? And everyone talks for a little while and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go pee. And then you pee and you're still talking while you're in the stall because everybody be talking when they're peeing. Okay, you know, you can do what Europe does, like in Croatia, all the bathroom stalls go all the way to the floor. Now listen to me when I say this. Are some men and some women, the ones you're afraid of, born into bigotry and taught that women are second class to them? I guarantee you that sexual violence happens in every category and group of people, but it's probably less prevalent in communities of people that are sex positive, educated, liberal, and generally more accepting of gender expression. Not because predators don't exist in these communities, but because there is a heightened incentive to being predatory in communities that don't even see you as predatory. In my bubble, in the sex positive bubble I was in, the queer bubble in Seattle, you couldn't just go up to a person and touch them. That's sexual harassment. But in a conservative bubble, you can go up to people and touch them, and they don't count that as sexual harassment, right? So of course, it's going to be more prevalent in those bubbles that you'd have a higher propensity for sexual violence because they don't even count it as sexual violence. And so they get to do horrible things to you and still feel like the good person at the end of the day. And that's the point. The point is, this isn't just about trans people. This is about what you justify as classy behavior and what we need to recontextualize as appropriate in social contexts. Like, this is what we're talking about here. We're not talking about being afraid of men. We're talking about being afraid of the way that you've raised men to be, the way that they've justified their behavior, the way they feel entitled to people's bodies, the way they feel like, oh, the only way to hit on a woman is to force her into a position where she has to say yes. Like, what are you doing? And for all the parents out there that are like, I raised my sons right. Listen, with peace and love, you did not. You think you did, but you didn't. And you need to own up to that. Parents need to start with themselves. Y'all did not raise these gentlemen you think you raised. I'm not saying they're evil, but I'm saying that they are engaging in behavior they are justifying to themselves, so you get to go on pretending you raised them perfectly.
To answer that.
I'm not for words. Very often I'm not.
Samantha, let Maya answer your point.
So a gender recognition certificate, in order for somebody to get one, they don't have to have surgery. They don't have to take hormones. All they need to have is a diagnosis. And you can get a diagnosis now for a few £100s on the internet. So, and obviously people who are running public services or people who are using services, for example, if a woman wants a female doctor, she should be able to have a female doctor.
Sure.
And if a man...
Sure, I guess. Somebody on TikTok made this TikTok. She cracked me up. She said, any man who becomes a OGBYN, OBGYN, an OBGYN, any man who becomes an OBGYN is basically like a predator. And then she took it back. She goes, I take it back. I take it back. I was like, she goes, I didn't think of the possibility that women who have been sexually abused by other women might want a male doctor. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, that's so funny. Isn't that funny? Like, we think we know what the answer is. Like, all women will want female doctors. You don't know that. Honestly, as a queer person, I would just prefer a queer doctor, regardless of gender, period. If I could have a preference, I always usually have women doctors, but my actual preference is just queer doctors. That's my preference. I don't care about your gender. I would just prefer you to be queer or very scientific. If I had a man who was like super scientific and super into the literature and very curious and open-minded, I would have him as well. I just want a good doctor. Damn. Actually, now that I say this out loud, I just want a good fucking doctor. Jesus fucking Christ. Give me a professional, curious, open-minded, good fucking doctor. Okay? Can we just have that? That's what I want. I want a good fucking doctor. Okay? Thank you. Hold on. Chad asked a really good question. If these bigots are led by their fear, then what is the antidote to it? Making the world more safe for them as well? Well, first, I think you're always responsible for starting with yourself. Like, first and foremost, we have to start with ourselves. Because one is leading by example, and two, we're the problem. We are the problem. We always have to start with ourselves, right? So I think that's first. The anecdote, the way to help people who rule their life by fear, I think the best way is to convey that choices are always better than non-choices. But people don't see, this is why pro-lifers see pro-lifers as giving more choices than pro-choicers do. So the thing is, you have to convince people to give you more choices, but then that's going to be difficult. So I don't think you can actually do this. I don't think you can trick people, convince people, force people, bully people. I think you can simply wait for them to be curious enough to change their mind. I just got through that episode of BoJack where there's a joke that says, how many psychiatrists, what's the joke? How many psychiatrists does it take for the patient to screw in the light bulb? What was the joke? And it's like, basically the patient has to want to do it. Like a psychiatrist can't help you unless you want to get better. Like you can't be less bigoted unless you want to see yourself as bigoted first to be less bigoted, right? Like you can't deconstruct unless you're ready. And then the question is, and this is the part that my level system is trying to contribute to humanity, is like you can deconstruct past the two bubble, but then what if you deconstruct past the universe? Right? What does the universe say about your constructs? What does the universe say about your binary? What does the universe say about your limited, hold on, Chad says, how many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? Only one, but the light bulb has to want to change. That one. Thank you, Chad. Yes. How many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? Only one, but the light bulb has to want to change. Exactly. And I don't think people want to change. My parents have been the same people for like 65 years. Not 65, maybe 55. My parents have, that's why I'm saying to you, no matter what Trump does, the chances of my parents taking it back will be so fucking, like, guys, I will have a heart attack. It would be so shocking to me. It would be so shocking to me if my parents called me one day and said, we made a mistake, we shouldn't have voted for him. I'd be like, I believe in Jesus because hell just froze over. You know what I mean? Like, I would be shook to my core. This idea that my parents could have multiple neurodivergent kids, ADHD and autism, could have queer kids in the family, could have kids who left the church was never enough for my parents not to be Republican Trump voters. You can't bully people, force people. You can't even love people into being better. You can simply wait to see if they change. This is a part of radical acceptance. You cannot expect people to be anything other than what they are. And the ones who are curious, the ones who are open to changing, they're already doing the work. And so they might need you to make a YouTube video in which you say something and they go, oh, fuck, yeah. That's what I love about artists. That's what I love about creatives. Is I love watching YouTubers and podcasters and reading books that make me go, oh, fuck, this just sated my curiosity. And now I'm going to go on to the next thing I'm curious about. A naturally curious person, that person has the chance for change. But curiosity isn't just trying new flavors of ice cream, guys. It's about fundamentally changing your perception on reality. You know? That's the thing. It's about fundamentally, literally being willing to change your whole perspective on things. Now, people will say, would you be open to being religious if God was real? I would be open to it, but I can't guarantee a shift. If God came to me right now and said, hey, girl, I'm real, I'd be like, okay, what does this mean? And he'd be like, well, do you want to follow me or not? I'd be like, I don't know, probably not. But, like, I'll consider it, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess. But, like, okay. Like, I just don't think it guarantees an automatic, well, God's real, so you must be religious. I don't know about that. You know, I don't know about that. But they'll do that. They're like, well, what if we prove that being gay is bad? Okay, in what way? Well, you know what I mean? Like, in what way? Like, how would you prove that? Oh, we can prove that being trans is bad. Okay, in what way? You know, chat, what are you offering me here? Yeah, like, what's on the table? Like, what's on the table here? Or, like, what about, like, oh, you know, we want to cure autism. What does that mean? You mean not having kids? Okay, well, I don't think people should be having kids anyways. So, like, I mean, I think people should do what they want. But, like, okay. Like, the only way to avoid having an autistic kid is not having a kid, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. The only absolute sure way to avoid having a pedophile child is not having a kid. I don't know what to tell you. The only sure way of not giving birth to a murderous kid is to not have a kid. I don't know what to tell you. Like, at the end of the day, the only way to avoid having a child you don't see as desirable is to not have a child. But this idea that, like, oh, if we just inject people or not inject people with the right amount of whatever, they won't be trans or gay or autistic or something else. Like, I don't know. I do think some humans are born on the planet with some biological proclivity probably towards violence. They're probably more likely to be a serial killer. What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? See how these conservatives and pro-lifers are all about what's natural, but they're all making, like, womb babies too? Like these little, what are these called? What do they call it when they make, like, little custom babies? You know, Diet Water, thank you for joining the memberships. I appreciate you. Inject people. They don't like vaccines. Well, that was kind of the joke there. They don't like vaccines, but they all want to change. Designer babies. They don't like vaccines, but they want to make designer babies. You know what I mean? That's what's kind of funny, you know? Like, I don't know why you all are so weird on everything being so natural, but you don't accept that autism is natural. You know? Just get over it.
Anne wishes he was a woman and wants to be in that situation. The woman can't ask, what surgery have you had, and doesn't want to know. You know, the last thing you want to do is talk about somebody's intimate details. So, unfortunately, when you have...
And I know people are going to say, well, cancer's natural. It is. Not everything that's natural is good for us, but also people have the right to keep their cancer. Not that autism is like cancer, but you know what I mean? Like, everyone has the right to be who they want. You also, congratulations, you get to decide as a person that you would rather not exist because you're a disability. That's another thing I want to give you freedom to think. That you can feel like life is so hard because of how you were born, whatever your status is, and you might think this might not be worth it. You're allowed to think that. I hope you realize it is worth living, but you're allowed to have that thought. You're allowed to think, man, life is pretty fucking hard for me. You're allowed to have that thought because life is pretty fucking hard. But it does get easier and better because you get better. But if you're waiting for the world to get better, girl, that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. And that's what I want to caution you away from. Do not wait for the world to get better to make your life good.
Rules. They have to be clear.
Samantha, let me just ask you, after today's ruling, will you continue to call yourself a trans woman or a woman?
I'm not a trans woman, I'm a woman. As simple as that. We don't have...
What does the ruling mean? What, the ruling has to force people to say they're not women or trans women? Isn't, like, what? We can't talk about compelled speech. I don't want to say your pronouns. You can't compel me to use your pronouns. Where's Jordan Peterson now against compelled speech? Why should she have to say she's trans? She should be able just to say she's a woman. And also, if anyone asks, We're all trans. Joke's on you. Joke's on you.
The hierarchy of women. All women are equal, and really, this is an issue where it is just really by some, with respect, either hate group or somebody trying to actually incite hatred. Because
Maya, let me just put that back to Maya. Do you accept and respect Samantha's definition of herself there?
People can use whatever words they like to describe themselves. Some people call themselves non-binary. But the point is, when you're interacting with other people, with the state, as an employer, as a service provider, or sharing spaces, then the fact that Samantha wants to call himself a woman...
Hey, what the fuck? Rude. See, she can't come to the hangout. She can't come to the barbecue. She can't come to the get-together. You can't hang out with us, girl. You're rude. You're rude. So uncalled for. What the fuck? You can't come. You can't hang out with us. It's like if you're hanging out with a nun and you refuse to call her sister. You can't come hang out with us. You can't. You can't hang out with us. Fuck off. It's rude. I don't want you to hang out. You can't hang out with us.
Non-binary or any of 56 genders is something I can respect as a form of self-expression.
Not enough to actually like adhere to that. I wonder how many religious people she calls by title. What about presidents and everything else? Y'all act like titles aren't made up, words aren't made up.
But not as a reason to come into a women's space or play in a women's sport or be in a women's rape crisis centre.
Well, you just referred to Samantha as a man there. Do you not accept that what Lord Hodge said today is that trans people are still protected from discrimination and harassment under the Equality Act, and therefore you describing Samantha as a man there could be viewed as discriminatory or harassing?
No, it's not. What Lord Hodge said was the Equality Act protects trans people from harassment and discrimination. So that means...
That's harassment. I think it is. I think you're being really fucked up. I do. I think what world... this goes back to that pro-life Savannah lady. In what world do you think you're going to poke people and be rude to people and you're not going to get some retaliation? Like, why are we rude to people and we're like, I can't believe somebody was rude to me? What do you mean? Why? People are usually nice to you if you're nice to them unless they're having a bad fucking mood, okay? Why you gotta be an asshole? Why you gotta mispronoun people? Or like, even if you're being an edgy atheist, like, why are you disrespecting people in religious garb? Leave them alone, bro. Okay? Like, leave them alone.
It means things like you shouldn't be fired at work, you shouldn't be paid less than another person, you shouldn't be refused a booking at a restaurant or refused to be able to rent a flat, for example. But it doesn't mean that other people have to pretend that you are the sex that you're not, or to refer to you in the way that you want to be referred to as.
Let me get a response from Samantha to that. Samantha.
What is the danger of this group that is really mostly marginalized and mostly frightened and so on the general public or indeed women? I mean, what is the fear here from me and other people like me? What's so frightening about that?
I mean, I haven't talked about fear, but I mean, for example, men do the majority of crime, the majority of violent crime, 98% of sex crimes. And that's one of the reasons why we have...
See, that's the problem. Cis men are not having the same relationship with life as trans women. They don't get it. It's not the same experience. It is a completely different experience. It's not the same. And until they understand it's not the same, in the same way that a bisexual man is not having the same experience as a cis man or a straight man, because they might be both cis, but it's not, straight man, it's not the same. Like, it's like you think it's the same, but it's literally an internally completely different processing. Because every time a cis man is raised in cis culture and reinforced into cis patriarchy, a trans woman is internalizing all of those messages very differently. Because we all are. The same way I was raised in a very like homophobic home, but as a queer kid who knew she was gay at like 8 years old, I internalized all those homophobic messages very differently than my other siblings who are not gay. Like, they don't think it though. They don't understand that as children, we are internalizing those comments different. Now, of course, I knew I was queer as a young kid versus some people might not know that, and that's a valid journey as well. But for those of us who knew when we were kids that we were trans or gay or non-binary, we internalize life's lessons very differently. So not all trans women will have had that exact experience of knowing they were trans as children, but the ones of them who did, They're having a very different experience. And then on top of that, every man has a different experience from another man. Every woman's having a different experience than another woman. None of us are monolithic in our experience. Yes, we can categorize ourselves. Oh my God, I can't talk. I can put you in a category of other women and other people who are like you, but every single woman on this planet will ultimately have a different relationship. That's why when you talk like this woman and I have had a completely different relationship with being women our whole life. We are not the same type of women. We are not in the same category. I do not like her. She feels like a threat to my safety. This person is a threat to my safety. I don't like her. She feels dangerous to me. I wish her the best, and I wish her nothing but safety and health, and I wish her nothing but peace. But I would never invite her over to my house. She feels like a threat. And the fact that she has the audacity to think that I would feel more attached to her than a trans woman's experience, no way, dude. No way.
Have single-sex spaces and services. Why we have men's prisons and women's prisons. It's to protect women. And men who identify as transgender, who identify as trans women, are a vulnerable group. They're a vulnerable group of men, and they can be kept safe in men's prisons, for example.
Right, Maya Forstater, I know many people would disagree with what you've just said, but thank you very much, and to Samantha Kane as well. Thank you both very much for coming on the programme.
The Supreme Court's unanimous decision that the terms woman and sex in the Equality Act refer to a biological woman and biological sex. The Tory leader Kemi Badenoch was quick to react.
Sex has always meant biological sex, and what we have seen is a lot of people misinterpret.
Chat says, Brittany, who would you choose between both this woman or the bear? The transphobe or a bear? I'm choosing the bear. The bear is more likely to leave me alone. Period. Guys, just a reminder, we literally go camping in bear country. I don't know why y'all are acting like we don't. Okay?
The law. They've had guidelines from all sorts of organisations that actually do not follow the law. So I really welcome this judgment.
Well, the judgment has been welcomed by many, but has dismayed trans rights campaigners. So where does this leave their movement? Kieran Moodley has been taking a look.
This was the fight for LGBTQ rights. Police officers clubbing marches in 1970, just a year after the Stonewall riot in New York. Even though trans people were part of the early movement, they have often struggled for acceptance alongside their allies. The long march to equality took decades, and in America it seemed to culminate in the 2015 Supreme Court ruling that legalized same-sex marriage.
This decision affirms what millions of Americans already believe in their hearts. When all Americans are treated as equal, we are all more free.
But were transgender people equal? Later that year, this advert ran in Texas.
Any man at any time could enter a woman's bathroom simply by claiming to be a woman that day.
Claiming trans people were predators taking advantage of women in bathrooms.
This is not over!
And so began a new, loud chapter of the culture war, with the trans community saying they were being scapegoated, while opponents claimed women's rights were at risk. The Obama administration stood with transgender people.
We see you. We stand with you, and we will do everything we can to protect you going forward. And please know that history is on your side.
I love your question. But history didn't see Donald Trump coming along. He banned trans people from serving in the military, and soon Republican states began to row back LGBTQ rights more broadly. It was around this time in the UK that the author J.K. Rowling entered the fray, saying that trans women were not women, and that making it easier for people to transition would infringe on women's rights and female-only spaces. In the UK last year, the Cass Review found that children questioning their gender identity were let down by a lack of research.
Like, you know what's crazy? Again, it's so interesting. And this is like a larger conversation, right? Just zoom out, zoom out. When we talk about free will and whether or not people have it, the reason I say it's limited and you have to engage in that free will, you have to enact it, you have to wake it up, is because I do think people are moving off of fear, which is sort of, you know how they accuse animals of not having a consciousness and they think they're just moving off instinct? What do you think you're doing, girl? You're a human animal. I do think human animals and non-human animals have some relationships with moving off instinct. I feel it in myself. I can identify, usually, sometimes it takes me a second, when I am engaging in like instinctual, like reactive energy, and when I'm like being in the most present, and I engage in as much introspection as I can, extrospection in the moment to engage my most present, but I also examine and reflect and accept that I am a biological creature who sometimes, regardless of how much I introspect, can't change the way my body is having this physiological reaction, right? So I do think J.K. Rowling is moving in fear, and I think she's so stunted and trapped by that fear that it has led her to feeling justified within her bigotry, which is the case for billions of people, right? So I think I think when we're having these conversations for myself, I have to remember that I am dealing with billions of people who have completely different ideas about our creation, our origination, what it means to be a person. I mean, there are literally people who think we like transcend nature, which I don't even know what that means. Does a beaver transcend nature when it builds a dam? Does a bird transcend nature when they take your shiny little things from your balconies and put them into their nests? Do animals transcend nature? Like just because they fucking learn some sign language and shit? Like, what does that mean? Like, are we transcending nature? Or are we simply nature transcended? Which is very different. So when we talk about engaging in free will, it also takes a level of deconstruction. And this includes every person on this planet, minorities included, because the trouble I see with people is forgetting that minorities fall into bigotry bubbles, right? We know transphobia is very prevalent in brown communities. We know this to be true, brown and black communities. Coming from an Assyrian background myself, religious communities, high in bigotry. So again, we need to remember that even though they're bigoted, it doesn't mean we have to be. That every person on this planet deserves housing and dignity, and we shouldn't be torturing people or acting cruel to people. But I understand why you might have that animal, evolutionary, reactive feeling where you want to seek revenge, but what good is revenge? And then to say you have free will, to say you're dignified, to say you're introspective, well, then where does revenge fall into that category? Right? I don't want you to seek revenge. I don't want you to hurt people. I don't want you to be excited that Trump voters are getting picked up by the fucking government. You should be horrified that the person they put their trust in betrayed them, and horrified that they weren't willing to see it, and horrified that they still might not believe it after they're arrested. You should be horrified that we live on a planet of people who engage in their own self-destruction, and we can do nothing but sit here and watch and be a part of it. You should feel humbled by how little power you have over other people. And then hopefully empowered by how much power you have over yourself. If you're willing to actually see that you have so much power within yourself. Don't wait for the world to be less bigoted. Work on yourself, because at the end of the day, girl, it's you or 8 billion people. You might as well work on the you.
That coincided with Elon Musk speaking about his own child who transitioned, saying it was all part of an ideology.
They call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
all right, so the reason it's called dead naming is because...
Wait, Chad says, not sure if having higher intellectual capacity grants free will. Free will implies operating outside of cause and effect. I agree with you that IQ and intellect is not is not the yes or no factor in terms of engaging in free will. You can be average as fuck, and you can either be incredibly introspective or incredibly not introspective. Like, it's not about IQ.
your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead. Killed.
This idea, my trans child is dead because they're trans now. Shout out to Vivian. Like, oh, my trans child doesn't exist, or my child doesn't exist, they're dead. Nobody killed them but you, sis. Nobody killed them. You killed your own child, and then you're like, the world killed my child. Your child is alive. She's making TikToks. She's literally making TikToks right now, waving her blonde hair around, looking cool as fuck. Like, she's literally alive. She's literally alive, you self-perpetuating victim. Look at these people, these cry bullies. Look at these people who make victims out of their life. Why are you making yourself a victim? Your kid is literally alive. She's literally alive, bro.
By the woke mind virus.
Kamala supports
the woke mind virus.
Transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Trans people are now constantly being targeted by the Republican machine, which Musk was funding during last year's presidential election.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will...
Trump's second...
Melania, let me kiss you, Melania. Why are you wearing that hat, Melania? Trump, don't kiss me, Trump. Trump, stop it. I'm going to wear this hat all the time. Trump, get away from me. Donald, stop it. Go talk to Elon. I don't want to talk to Elon. I want to talk to you.
In inauguration, the issue was front and center.
I do like her fashion, though.
There are only two genders, male and female.
The populist rise has been seen everywhere. Just last week, Hungary's parliament said the government could now ban public events held by the LGBTQ community. But backlash begets backlash, with Democrats in America saying they will fight back.
Trans people are people first. Their identity and sexual orientation has never and will never make them any lesser, no matter what any president or billionaire wants to say.
What a nice picture this is, huh, Governor?
The first showdown is coming after President Trump signed an executive order to ban transgender athletes from women's sports. The state of Maine said it would not comply. Today, the White House sued Maine's education department.
The Department of Justice will not sit by
when women are discriminated against in sports. This is about sports.
How y'all gonna talk about discrimination against women and y'all believe in Jesus Christ? I don't get it. I mean, I do get it because I was Catholic, so I understand the thought process, right? You're like, oh my God, we have like, Esther and Mother Mary. And it's like, okay. But also, you literally are second-class citizens, ultimately, bros. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be so serious right now.
This is also about these young women's personal safety.
As the fight for trans equality goes on in America, does today's UK Supreme Court decision mark a line in the sand? Or will it make some wonder why the trans community, such a tiny, marginalised people, has become the focus of so much anger?
You know why? Because it's exactly like their war on autism. So guys, this is why these two stories, we're talking about them back to back today. Focus. They are going to turn autism into the next trans. Okay? They are focusing on the smallest group of people in this fucking world, right? And they're going to make it the biggest issue you've ever seen while they distract us from everything else like housing, food prices, people getting snatched up from IKEA parking lots. Like, let me tell you this. The reason this is working is because your average mom and pop Joe Schmo, their bigotry is more important than the fact that they can't pay rent. And this brings me back to my favorite thing about U.S. history is that white people wanted welfare until they found out black people would benefit. This is exactly what's happening now. They want universal health care, but not for trans people and not for abortions. They want autistic people to be cured, but they don't focus on cancer. Like, at the end of the day, they want the benefits. They just don't want you to get the benefits as well. Right? They want the benefits in a way that feels digestible to them. And this populist bullshit is going to end up being the new thing for a very long time. So get ready and buckle down. I understand why some people I know do not want to come out as autistic or don't want to get diagnosed officially on their paperwork. I get it. Because right now, they're the next target. Right? Autistic and trans people, that's going to be the focus because it's a thing that keeps people angry in their bigotry. And it makes them feel like that's the reason alone I'm voting for Trump. I'm maintaining the status quo. Bro. Okay, so let's get ready. Let's get focused. Let's stay loving and introspective and wish good on people. Okay, that's the thing. We have to wish goodness on people because I don't want you to become ugly like they're ugly, right? Sorry, I was reading chat. I was distracted.
Anger and division.
Well, I'm joined now by Aunt Lexa, who plays Abby Montgomery in the hit Netflix series Sex Education, and
Yo, this eyeshadow, though.
Charlie Craggs, who's an activist and author of To My Trans Sisters. Aunt, first of all, how has this left you feeling tonight?
I would describe it as heartbreak. I feel heartbroken. Like, getting myself out of bed this morning was hard after receiving this news this morning, and the only thing keeping me afloat is that I have received so many messages of support and solidarity from people within my community and outside of it.
And heartbroken, why? I mean, is it about your place in society?
I am first and foremost a woman. That doesn't feel like some political stance. It just feels like who I am. And it has always felt like who I am. So not being recognised within law, especially a law that is designed to protect us, and that was why it was there, just feels terrifying. Not even about today, but the precedent that it's setting for not just the UK, but across the world. It just has left me feeling unprotected.
Charlie, I mean, you do lots of things, but you are more of an activist, I suppose, than Aunt. So where do you place this historically in terms of your struggle?
I mean, historically, we've been through so much, so I'm not worried about all that our community is going to be able to get through this. I'm more worried about the community of the women campaigning for this law change, of what they're going to do with their time now, because so much of their time has been spent campaigning for this win for them. But what have they actually won?
So you don't feel set back?
Honestly, no. I'm more bored than anything. I think they've been campaigning for the last 5 or so years under the guise of, as JK is always saying, it's not transphobic, it's just about protecting women from predatory men who, as you can see in that video just played now, it's all about how predatory men could lie about being trans and put on a dress and go into a bathroom. So really, they've always said like...
So really, we're just afraid of liars. But see, they think transness is a lie. In the same way, like, look, we all hold... This is why sometimes people have... I read about myself on Reddit yesterday. I was on Reddit because I was like curious if people were talking about me. You know, I Googled. And somebody was like, oh, Brittany's such a centrist. And I was like, sometimes when you try to be nuanced, it sounds like centrism. But let it be clear, I don't trust a centrist, okay? Because, like, I am not a centrist. But when you try to be nuanced, it can sound like centrism. But keep in mind, centrism is the lack of nuance, okay? So one of the things I'm going to say now, that might sound like a centrist take, okay? Even people that are anti-religious can sound the way anti-religious people sound about trans people. No. Pro-religious people said about trans people. Because the way we imagine what people's relationship is with their God or their gender, we imagine it like not multifaceted, right? So like example is like, we talked about this in chat the other day when people said, religious people, when they say they're talking to God, they hear God's voice, they mean it literally. No one in my whole life literally thought they were hearing God's voice. It was never taught to me that way. In the same way that I hear from everyone else, God inspires you through your own thoughts, right? God's never talking to you. If God is talking to you and you're hearing God's voice, you have to go to therapy, because the only people who might believe that are like very small, maybe culty, weird people. But like generally speaking, that's not real, right? But if you're not in that bubble and you think religious people are hearing voices, that might feel exactly like transphobes thinking that you are playing dress up instead of actually having an internal processor that says like you're a woman. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to communicate? And this is not me trying to both sides it. This is me trying to explain that human part of our brain that thinks we know what people are going through. Oh, we think we get it. Oh yeah, I get it. It's kind of like this, but you don't get it, bro. You don't actually understand that process. You don't understand that belief. Like when people say pro-lifers really don't care about kids, hyperbolically, that's true. But I would say most of us don't probably care about kids. I would say most people pretend to care about children, but most of us don't actually care about other people's kids. Like we care about maybe our kids. And even then, I think if we ran a poll, it would not be good. If I'm going to be honest with you, if an objective like judge, like an objective God almost could prove to us how many of us hit a threshold of acceptability in terms of raising kids, I think most of us would probably be put as like pretty bad people. Like, I think this idea that we're like good and doing perfect, I think we give ourselves too much credit, but I think we have to give ourselves that much credit. Otherwise we'll go crazy because we might lose hope. But like, don't lose hope. Just like be less bad today, girls. You know, I don't need to lose hope because I think humanity is like a struggling species. You know? That says I think most people are even bad pet owners. Honestly, true. I agree with that. You know how many people I know love them when they're puppies, but throw them like away when they're adult dogs? Yeah. Like I think I worked at a vet right out of high school for a while. And I just kept thinking, man, people are kind of bad with animals. Like people are kind of bad at doing stuff, but they don't know better. But I don't want you to get overwhelmed with that. I just want you to I want you to process like this is a universal experience. So I always ask myself, okay, in what way am I acting like that person? In what way am I not being open-minded enough? In what way do I need to change? And I can't change overnight. But I'm going to try to change in a way that I think is more that is better in the moment. It might not be permanent. It might change later in the future. But in what way? And a lot of people aren't doing that, right? Like I tell you right now, my mom will try. She hasn't done it in a while, so we're on good terms right now. She used to send me a bunch of RFK Jr. stuff. And I was like, stop sending me this man's stuff. Stop sending me Republican videos. And she was like, okay. And then I was like, look, I can't even send you videos from my side because you won't watch them. She goes, well, it's offensive to my religion. I go, I know. And that's kind of the point. The point is that when you send me your videos, I'm happy to watch them if you can watch what I send you. But since you won't even watch them, right? What's the point? Because you're not actually going to be interested. She goes, well, it's offensive to me. Right. Exactly. Versus it's not offensive to me to learn. I'm not afraid of watching a documentary about bigoted people. I'm not offended about learning about bad people. But the hope is the more I learn about people, maybe the more good I'll see in people. Right? And so I think we have to remember that we live in a world full of different people with different perceptions. And they either, again, like Ethan Klein, they either get to a point where they deconstruct enough to change a little bit, but they eventually do stop. Everybody stops. And the question is, when are you going to stop? Hopefully, I'll stop when I'm dead. My goal is to stop deconstructing when I die, unless there is an afterlife, and then maybe I could be a spirit that haunts the earth and keeps taking notes. Does that be kind of dope? You know, I've always wanted to just die and have it go black, but if I could die and be a ghost with no strings attached, and I could just fly around the earth and be like, what are humans doing now? Ooh, interesting. And like I would love that, girl vibes. You know, so when we're dealing with people, we have to also deal with ourselves. I think sometimes we just forget that, and I want to remind you. Everything you dislike about a person, understand if it's any part of you that you dislike about yourself, right?
Like, this isn't transphobia. It's not about trans women. It's about predatory men. But in banning us from women's spaces and forcing us to use men's spaces with those predatory men, I don't see how this is a...
Also, we do have to get to the point where most of us are outspoken and say we're happy to use the bathroom, or we're happy to be in a space with trans women or non-binary people, or get men for the most part. Listen, I've been in nudist communities for so long that I would also be happy to take showers around men, as long as they're men who aren't predators, as long as they're not men who are rapists. I don't care what your gender is. I'm happy to like be comfortable around you. I'm also okay with the idea. I used to go to this women's spa in Seattle, and I'm okay with that too. I think having spaces for all kinds of people is okay. I just think we have to be, more thoughtful about the way we have spaces and why we exclude people and don't exclude people. And I think if you're excluding people because of bigotry, don't pretend it's about protecting women. Like that gym lady who opened up a gym and said it's only for biological women. Like, how would you what gym do you go to where they confirm your biology? Do you know what I mean? How is she going to even enforce that at a gym? I just want to work out, girl. Leave me alone. How does that make sense? How does it make sense to be like, oh yeah, I need to check your fucking, like, how do you even do that? You know what the irony of it is too? It requires the trans person to be honest about being trans. So you put the obligation on them to tell the truth. And what? You're going to like, what are they, you know what I mean? And the truth for them is that they are women. They're just trans, or they are men, but they're trans. But like, if you're, you know what I mean? I don't even understand how people like do the math in terms of reinforcing these things.
Anyone, and I don't see how these people can sleep with a conscience knowing they're sending trans women into bathrooms with predatory men who are going to harass them.
Will this change your daily life at all?
I think it won't really change my daily life at all, because, I mean, what are you going to do? Put me in prison? Okay, put me in a men's one, please. But I think it's going to affect a lot more people's than just trans people's lives, and that's actually what I'm looking.
Do you think she's coping a bit, like she's putting on like a brave face so people don't see that she's afraid? Because I do feel like she's downplaying it in a way that conservatives are going to say, see, you're not that afraid of us. What does it matter what we do to you? You're not even that afraid. Or is she trying to be like, I literally don't care? Or is she like, I feels a little like, hey, this is a serious subject and you're downplaying it a little bit too much. I know you're trying to come off cool, but you're also now downplaying it. And people are now going to feel more emboldened. But it feels like no matter what she does, people are going to feel emboldened to discriminate against her. So also I'm happy for her, but it does feel like a little bit of a cope.
Looking forward to, because I think when people realize that it's going to be butch lesbians being asked why they're in women's bathrooms, because that's already happening. I have many friends who have been stopped in bathrooms who are just cisgender, born women, lesbians.
Yeah, Chet says I think she's trying to be strong. I do too. I think she's trying to be strong. Yeah.
Women, there was a viral post recently going around about a woman who was going through chemo who was affronted in a bathroom and asked why she was in there, and they assumed she was trans because she was bald. We see women from different cultures who are built differently to like the kind of Western ideal of femininity being constantly policed over their gender. We see it in the Olympics. Exactly. Every time there's Olympics, there's a female athlete who is policed over, are they really a woman? These are it's going to hurt lesbians, it's going to hurt women going through things like chemo, it's going to hurt women from different cultures.
And I do feel the same way a little bit about, it depends. Like, the thing is like, I want to make it abundantly clear, I don't want the world to be a world about Britney. I am not fascistic enough to think that I know what's good for everybody. I really do think you have to be fascistically minded to think you know what's good for people. And I would never want the world to be more like me, because I don't think that's what real life is. Real life isn't wanting the world to be more like you. Real life is accepting that the world is not like you and how to make peace with that. And I think that's where people really fuck up. All people, progressives fuck up on this too. They want to make a prescription. They want people to be more like them. That's just too narcissistic for me. It's just too big in the ego. I'm sorry. I meditate way too often to think that I want the world to be more like me. And I do find that the people who say that, generally speaking, aren't the most introspective. They are introspective, definitely, but they aren't like, they don't go beyond, because they think somehow that if the world was more like them, the world would be better. If the world was more like you, it would just be manufactured. It just wouldn't be real. It wouldn't be real life. It'd be a fantasy land where the world just like looks like it doesn't make sense. I accept that this is where we are and this is where we've come. And the idea is not to make people more like me. The idea is to make make people more introspective. Because I think the more introspective you are, the calmer and less violent you are. But it doesn't mean you're going to have to be like me to be introspective.
It's going to hurt a lot more than trans people. And if anything, I look forward to that, because then we can all rally together and prove that this was just absolute nonsense and it's not protecting anyone.
And will this...
Chat says, if you could snap your finger and make everyone a 5, would you? I feel like that's different than same. Absolutely not. I don't want to control you. I do not wish for you to be different. I wish for you to be joyful. I do not wish for the world to be 5. I wish for the world to be joyful. I have this zero interest in the world being 5 because I don't think that's what's good for people. I don't think everyone's meant to go on the same journey. I don't wish for the world to be anything other than what it is. I want the world to be what it is. And I want to accept it for what it is. And then I want to navigate it for the short time I'm on Earth. And then I want to peace out and say, good luck, girls. I'm out. I did it.
Does this change your life at all on a day-to-day basis?
I second Charlie in that it doesn't necessarily change my life in terms of the protection I was already receiving, because transphobia has existed for a very long time. But it breaks my heart to wake up every day thinking that when I grew up in rural Devon and I didn't see queer people surrounded me in the adults and in the community, I felt so isolated, and the only thing I associated with transness was fear and danger, and like having our identities constantly questioned just makes me so entirely worried for the young trans people who already feel alone.
And do you think this makes it easier to question your existence?
Yeah, and
because
just
there's a legal
feel...
legitimacy.
Wait, Chat's talking about, Chat says, I don't want the world to be like me personally, but I think there are some values I hold that if everyone also held, it would lead to a more cohesive system. Well, I think that's part of the dilemma. Yeah, if people shared my values, we'd live in a more cohesive world. But I think they can't get there by force. And I think when we dream of forcing people into that position, we've not accepted that humans are human, that they're biological creatures on a planet, right? So what I'm trying to say when I convey this, and I think you guys know this, is I'm trying to say that I accept that people are on a journey and that most people die bigoted and living in prejudice. I also accept that they don't have to. I also accept that we shouldn't bully people into a position. Like I was on I did a collaboration with a YouTuber one time, and he said in his mind, and I don't like his politics, he said in his mind, the best thing to do is like bully and shame people into being the right kind of person. He said that really worked on him. Did it though? Because I still find him to be pretty fucking centrist. So did it work? Like, what's work mean? What does it even mean? You know what I mean? Like, did it work? You know, does it really work to bully and shame people into just pretending to be on the right side of history? I'm not interested. But I'm not a political channel. See, this is what politics is. Politics is whatever it takes to get people to vote your way, even if they have to be coerced or tricked. And I'm in the philosophy game. I'm just here to contribute a little bit to the introspection bubble and peace out and die. Because I think that's what's actually missing in the universe, is people are not sitting with themselves. They're not meditating. They're not thinking about ways to be more kind. They're only thinking about ways to be more right. And so engaging in tactics that bully and shame people into agreeing with you, like what good is that for anyone? It's only good for politics. It is useless for everything else. You know? I just don't think it's helpful. So that's where my thinking's coming from, right?
Yeah, and it's when it's a headline and
because obviously, like, I would love it if most of the world was like more introspective and meditated and really thought about things. But even if they did, we'd all come to different conclusions anyways. Because like we're literally all so diverse. Like I think people really take for granted how diverse and similar the world is.
And it's, you see these women who are proclaimed feminists celebrating that we are being not protected by law. How is that going to make a young trans woman feel who's already terrified and confused?
So just briefly, I mean, for both of you, what is the goal for you both now in terms of, you know, the trans rights movement? Should it be legal recognition, or have you hit a brick wall on that and that's gone?
I think...
Chat says, I think we should discourage bigoted behaviors and encourage acceptance. As social creatures, our main tools are socializing and avoiding socializing. I agree, and I hope to do that on my channel. Like, obviously, my hope is to influence people into a more loving direction and a more stand up for yourself direction and a more realistic, grounded direction. Girl, be loving, but stand up for yourself. Don't be so loving that you let someone stab you. You know what I'm saying? But also don't be a bully and stab first. Let's all be, you know what I mean? But also you got to accept that things have consequences. So it's all about all of it. But I think that is what I'm trying to do. And I think that's what you're trying to do. And I think that's what we should be trying to do. We should be preaching acceptance. But we should also recognize that we can't force people into accepting. We can only inspire them and hope it comes true, but also accept when it doesn't. Like sometimes I'll hear from people who say, well, Brittany, don't you still have hope that your parents will change their mind one day? I don't hope that my parents change their mind. I accept that they haven't, and I'm willing to also accept if they do, but I don't hope that my parents change their mind. I hope that I continue to live with grace and love and compassion in the face of bigoted people, even if they gave birth to me. I don't have a hope for them. I have a hope for me. Because I think holding on to the illusion and the hope that one day they'll change stunts me from accepting that they won't and haven't. And even if they will, then they're not going to be the people they are today. The people they are today won't change. The people they are in 10 years, they might, but I don't know those people yet. They don't exist yet, you know?
Being recognized as a woman legally is really important.
You still want that?
I still want that because I think it means that then we can start looking at the things that intersect how we are affected as women and as trans women, because there is a difference.
And Charlie?
I don't care too much about being recognised as a woman because I just don't want to be recognised at all. I just want to be left alone. And I think that's what we all want after this war against our tiny community where we are less than 1% of the population. And it's been a constant on.
And can I just say something? I'm actually convinced that neurodivergent people, gay people, trans people are not just 1%. I think they're like a big percent. I think a lot of people are trans and don't know it, are autistic and don't know it, are gay and don't know it, or won't admit it. You know how many Republicans have said to me, oh, we all have fantasies about the same sex. It doesn't mean we engage in it. And I was like, gay. You're a homosexual. You just don't identify that way. You're a homosexual. You just don't identify that way. You know what I mean? Like, that's the irony. It's like, no, we aren't all having gay fucking thoughts about gay fucking people. And so if you are, you're gay, bro. That's what gay is. You know what I mean? You're one of the gays. Welcome. But they don't identify that way, so they think gay people don't exist. You know what I'm saying? I am convinced there are a lot of people. Kinsey Scale say, what?
Onslaught against us, and we just want to be left alone.
Well, Charlie Craggs and Lexa, thank you both very much indeed for joining us tonight.
Okay, that's the end of that video. Love it. Thank you. I'm going to link it in the chat. So all of this to say, all of us are trapped on this planet together and we're all figuring it out, and almost none of us have any answers. We just have partial answers. So let's make sure this group project succeeds as a whole instead of fails as a whole by sharing the answers with one another and figuring out what's actually good math and what's actually bad math. Because right now, some of y'all be using bad math, and 2 + 2 does not equal 6. Okay, so do we owe an apology to J.K. Rowling? Absolutely not. J.K. Rowling does owe an apology, though, to the whole trans community and to women everywhere for letting her bigotry and fear override her compassion and love. Because, girl, ma'am, absolutely not. Okay? Absolutely not. Let's get into the crux of the next topic, which is it's a lot, girls. So get ready. It's a lot, okay? It's a lot. Get ready. Remember when the debate bros said Britney singing on stream must be her BPD? Like they've never met a gay theater kid before. That's what I'm saying. We're living in a world where people literally see me sing on stream and go, that must be her borderline. Girl. Okay? Girl. What are you talking about? Okay. Let's do this. Emotionally ready, emotionally ready. If you guys did not see, RFK Jr. came out with a statement on autism. And as a late diagnosed autistic woman who just got diagnosed in November, certainly pays her taxes. Let's talk about ableism, the language he uses, and how he isn't just focused on everybody with autism. Otherwise, Elon would definitely be a target. He's focused on people who are higher needs, and he's making it sound like people who are higher needs are less than. And remember that this is all one step closer to the next step, which is the goal, which is in relation to absolute eugenics. Okay, 100%. And more than that, a right to discriminate against people. And third, a distraction. This is a distraction. And they want to focus on trans people and autistic people because, God forbid, we actually focus on the larger picture here, which is housing and education and health. The fact that we're waging wars, the fact that we're supporting a genocide. There's so many things we could be focusing on. But sure, let's focus on the autists and the trans. And also, just as a reminder, in case you haven't seen anything from this speech, he says by September, he will know what caused autism. Just put that into your brain from anyone interested in science and tell me, how are you going to know? How can you predict? Okay? How are you going to predict by September you're going to know what causes autism? How is that in any way scientific to guarantee something like that? Right? All right, here we go.
I'm going to go over some of the key numbers from the
How's that volume?
ADDM report. Overall, the autism is increasing in prevalence at an alarming rate. The study tests 8-year-olds who were born in 2014. And by the way, these studies are 2 years later than they should be. And one of the things that we're going to do as we move this function to the Administration for a Healthy America, to the chronic disease division, the new chronic disease division, is we are going to have updated real-time.
Okay, first of all, Chad said listening to you on the way to the dentist. Just want to add that I love you and your community. Love that. But Chad also said, me in September, autism is caused by autism. Thank you. That's so funny. I wish, oh man, that's funny. Also, girls, let's try not to, I think he sounds like that because somebody said he had throat cancer. I think that's true. We had cancer, right? So, okay, let's not, I know he sounds funny. I know it's very funny to make fun of how people sound, but it's also a little, you know what I'm saying? It's a little uncouth given the topic, okay? So just,
data so that people can look at this, so Americans can understand what is happening with chronic disease in this country in real time and not have to wait 2 years to react. We don't wait 2 years to react to a measles epidemic.
So he's equating autism to the measles. Does anybody in the class know the difference? Anybody want to raise their hand and know the difference? Anybody know the difference? Autism isn't a disease. Actually, we really should think about reworking the constructs around words. Like borderline personality disorder, they're looking to actually rename it. They're looking to rename it in autism spectrum disorder. Like, is there a disease in there? What do you call it a disease? That's like saying, like, what are we talking about diseases for? You know what I'm saying? So the issue we're going to have here is he's already starting off with a premise that autism didn't exist before unless it was like purely environmental. Autism can be a mix of things if you believe in epigenetics. We know environments impact our genetics. We know that's true. We also know that people have been autistic throughout history. Actually, if you're a philosophy nerd, there is some reason to believe that a lot of people actually who are into philosophy are probably just people on the spectrum with a special interest because, and let's be so real, my level's not autism in the best way possible. Now, remember, when I came out autistic, some of the Debate Pro bubble was like, oh, so your levels is just autism. Don't say it like that. Don't say, oh, it's just autism. You should be saying, cool. I love that her autistic brain created a whole fucking philosophy system that she's still working on and probably will be working on until she dies to help contribute to philosophical thought. You're welcome. Don't try to take away autistic successes or our contribution to the world because you think, oh, it came from autism. So, see, the issue is you think if it comes from autism, it must be bad or wrong. And yet, when I talk to conservatives about Elon Musk, the first thing they say to me is, oh, I wish I had his kind of autism. You mean the kind of autism that makes you a bad dad? the kind of autism that makes you a cheater, the kind of autism that makes you expose yourself. I don't think that's autism. I think that just might be his attitude. I think that might be his values. I think that might be his misogyny at play. Oh, the kind of autism, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I want his kind of autism. The kind of autism that makes him put his name to everything else that other people invent to take credit for it. That's not autism, girl. That's narcissism. Okay? That's not autism, girl. Autism isn't a monolithic experience. You met one autistic person, you met one autistic person. And look, the reason I still haven't come out to my parents as autistic, because one, they would never acknowledge any of the hardship I had in my childhood. They barely do it now. And two, they would never want to take responsibility for the fact that they never believed in these things. Even ADHD and other things that my other siblings have been diagnosed with, they don't want to acknowledge it because ultimately they don't think these things are real for their kids unless they show up and exhibit themselves in ways similar to lower or higher needs autistics or higher needs ADHDers or higher needs XYZ, right? They love disabled people when they can use them as a way to say, I can't believe you're aborting your Down syndrome baby. We love all disabled babies. Okay, yes, I understand that. But also, at the end of the day, anyone should have the right to have an abortion regardless of why. And anyone should love a baby who exists in the world regardless of disability. These two things can be true at once. You can have an abortion for any reason, whether you like it or not, because it's medical. Like, you have to be able to have the right to use your body how you want. And at the same point, people who are disabled don't need to be loved any less. And nobody needs to contribute to a society the same way. Now, I'm going to get into this in a bit. You get ready, girls. I have a very spicy take today. You get ready. We're going to get to it in a second. Let's let him talk a little bit more.
And we should not, or any kind of infectious disease, we should.
Oh, and I agree with you. Chat says without autism, science would have progressed much slower. You just know half those researchers autistic. You just know these girls with a hyper focus and a special interest out here discovering the cure for cancer right now, and you have their autism to thank. You're welcome.
Have to do that for diabetes or autism. The ASD prevalence rate in 8-year-olds is now 1 in 31. Shocking.
Yeah. Oh, what happens when millennials actually get their kids diagnosed? None of our boomer parents want to get us diagnosed, so our millennial butts had to do it ourselves. Oh, and who knew? The thing we were struggling with as kids, the thing we tried to explain to you, you ignored. And all of a sudden, we're all diagnosed. I saw the most beautiful TikTok in the whole world. Wait for it, girl. Let me pull it up really fast. Hold on. It's going to make you cry. Oh, God, I hope I saved it. I think I did save it for today. Oh, my God. Grab a tissue, girl. Grab a tissue. It's good, Happy. Hold on. Do I have it? Please tell me I have it. Okay, first of all, this one's hilarious. I have got to show you this. I'm gagged. Okay, hold on. This is... In this same speech, he made the point that autistic people will never be able to pay their tax, which is being memed on, of course. Here's Sabode from Love on the Spectrum, who's one of my favorites.
Autism Awareness Month, and it's the tax filing month. I did file my tax returns already. Thank you.
I did file my taxes already. Thank you. Not that autistic people have to file taxes to be validated. You don't. Nobody who doesn't pay tax is invalid. Okay. Hold on. Where is this video? Oh my God. Oh, here it is. Oh my God. Are you ready, girl? Let's bring out your tissues. I love this video. I love this video. Okay. Here is a dad. This is when your son has been asking everyone if they're autistic, so he has someone to relate to, then finds out he really is just like his daddy.
Say autism is genetic. Well, guess who has autism?
No, you don't.
Level 1 Asperger's.
So do I.
You know how...
So he used the word Asperger's, which is outdated, but a lot of conservative bubbles still use it. But it's just autism, guys. Asperger's autism. It's just the naming. We name it differently because it's related to the Nazi. And so we try not to give Nazis any credit here. But that's what's beautiful about older generations going to get a diagnosis, is you're going to realize it is there. You just don't want to admit it. Even Microsoft, Bill Gates said had he been diagnosed as a kid, he would have been definitely diagnosed autistic, right? So when we have these conversations around why is it so prevalent now? Because none of y'all wanted to get diagnosed, girl. I guarantee you, my parents are autistic. My dad, definitely autistic. It makes so much sense. My mom, ADHD, without a doubt. I like, there's no way. Maybe ADHD, but I'm telling you, if I told you about the details of my life growing up with my parents, it's like I'm having flashbacks of like, oh, my life makes so much sense now. And why a lot of my siblings have been diagnosed or are thinking about getting diagnosed. Like, it's genetic. And not to mention, a lot of Middle Eastern people be marrying their cousins, so it's kind of like the same bloodline. You know what I mean? We're all kind of sharing DNA here, pretty close. I'm just saying. Okay.
There's an extreme risk for boys. Overall, the risk for boys of getting an autism diagnosis in this country is now 1 in 20.
So the way he phrases it, it's a risk to get a diagnosis instead of a liberation to find answers. And don't worry, if any conservative parents come across my post, I will go over why your fears are valid and wanting to know why your kids are suffering so much. But I also want you to be ready to hear the actual answer, which might be the fact that you just had them in the first place and you weren't ready to accept that this is genetic. You know, I think I did see a lot of conservative parents that were like, why is my kid suffering? Why did they come out autistic? And they want to believe it's not their genetics, but I don't know what to tell you. This is what it means to be a human animal on a planet evolved over millions of years. Some of us are going to pass down genes that feel less than desirable because you feel like your kid is suffering, which is so valid. And at the end of the day, there was nothing you could have done because you simply had a baby, and that baby simply had an experience. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't get them the wrong vaccine. You didn't feed them the wrong food. You didn't do anything wrong. You simply made a baby. There's nothing really wrong with that. You know?
And is high in California, which has the best data collection. So it probably also reflects the national trend, 1 in 12.5 boys.
Is he going to mention women? Because boys always get diagnosed more and women fall through the cracks.
This is part of an unrelenting.
I heard the average age for a boy getting diagnosed is between 5 and 8, and the average age for a girl getting diagnosed is between the ages of 30 and 37. I don't know how true those numbers are, but yeah. I'm 35. So there you go.
Upward trend. The prevalence 2 years ago was 1 in 36. Since the first ADDM report in 1990, which was 1992 births, autism has increased by a factor of 4.8. That's 480%, I believe. The first ADDM.
And look, I think the first guy to ever be diagnosed with autism, I think he just died recently, right? So it's not like the diagnosis was available, but it doesn't mean that it didn't exist. Just because we didn't have the construct in the words to call it X thing didn't mean that X experience wasn't happening. Like, it doesn't mean that because gay marriage didn't happen until 2008 in the United States, there were no gay people, right?
The survey was 22 years ago when prevalence was 1 in 150 children. In all the core states, the trend is consistently upward, and most cases now are severe. So,
Discord said, I don't know, I don't understand why autism is such a boogeyman. It's a distraction. It's not. It's just that people deal with it. Look, growing up in the 90s and 2000s as a millennial, autistic kids were usually kids in classrooms who were very high needs, who were honestly stereotyped as like the kids who hit their teachers with chairs, or the teachers were such saints for dealing with these kids. And like, it's stressful. You see parents have to put their autistic kids in homes because the kids literally physically outgrow them. These are the kids that he is targeting and saying aren't worthy of existing. This is a complicated and honestly very personal conversation to be having, because sometimes we in our position say, oh, if we were like that, we wouldn't want it. Right? And so when we have these conversations, we have to remember we're not them. We don't get to decide if these kids get to exist. Like, they're already here. We don't get to decide that. And even though you might say to yourself, like sometimes I'll say, if I get Alzheimer's, I'm going to go for legally assisted death because I don't want to exist with Alzheimer's, right? And somebody else might say, but Brittany, your life is precious. And even though you have Alzheimer's, you're still valid. And then the problem is, like, people twist our words and they say, oh, well, if you think you shouldn't have to exist with Alzheimer's, do you think this person shouldn't exist if they're low IQ? And it's like, what are you talking about? These are not the same conversations. Like, these are not the same conversations. You guys have got to be better with your language. These are two completely different scenarios. I had a man once say to me, because I was posed a hypothetical. This was a complete hypothetical. And they said, would you rather be killed or raped? And I've been assaulted before. And I said, killed. And they were like, wow, do you think people who've been raped should kill themselves? And I said, what? Why'd you say that? And they were like, because that's what you just said. That's not what I just said. And see how people twist your words? That is not what I said. And just like that pro-lifer who's like, oh, so you want to kill kids in foster care? No, that's not what she said, dude. And even if she doubles down in it, you're just pissing her off. We are not saying that. Every scenario is different. So be careful, guys, right? When we have these conversations, that we're not also just throwing out words like eugenics, eugenics. Not everything is eugenics. But sometimes it is, okay? Not every time, but sometimes it is. So remember, this is a part of a distraction, but it is also a part of their goal to make it, to target another marginalized and very in need group. You know, the irony is instead of trying to cure autism, you could start with housing and medication and classes and resources. Like, you don't have to start with curing autism, because what the fuck does that mean? You could just start with the basics. See how they will do anything but house you? They will do anything but educate you. They will do anything but feed you. They will do anything before actually trying to help you. And this is the problem. Just help people. Give parents support. Send in aids. Give people vacations. Jesus Christ. But no, you're trying to figure out how to make it so these kids don't ever exist in the world again. Bro, get your priorities straight.
About 25% of the kids who are diagnosed with autism are nonverbal, non-toilet trained, and have other stereotypical features, head banging, tactile and light sensitivities, stimming, toe walking, etc. One of the things that I think that we need to move away from today is this ideology that the autism diagnosis, that the autism prevalence increases, the relentless increases, are simply artifacts of better diagnoses, better recognition, or changing diagnostic criteria. If you look at Table 3 of the ADDM report, it's clear that the rates are real, that they are increasing in the last 10 years, which is the beginning with the first one. Year by year, there is a steady, relentless increase. I want to, because this epidemic denial has become.
They're calling it an autism epidemic. An epidemic of autism. Guys, we're COVID. They're like, these people like COVID, except COVID's not real and we're not getting the jab. You had a real epidemic and you wouldn't get a fucking vaccine. And now you're making one up. What the fuck? Pick and choose, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? They are literally COVID deniers. They are literally vaccine deniers. They had a real, like... And now they're coming for the autists. Well, there go all boy streamers. There go all the gaming streamers. There goes Asmongold. He's out. They're going to cure Asmon. All the autistic boys. There we go. We're all out.
Become a feature in the mainstream media, and it's based on an industry canard. And obviously, there are people who don't want us to look at environmental exposures.
Look, the scientists are more than happy to look at environmental exposure because we believe in environmental changes in genetics. We're just not going to pin it all on environmental as if you could just skip this cereal or skip this vaccine or skip living in the desert and all of a sudden you're not going to have autistic kids. The problem is he is not open to the idea that science is already looking at environmental factors. It's just not they're not looking at environmental factors alone. And he's saying we're only looking at environmental factors, and that's the problem. He is the one literally limiting. See how they do it? See how they claim to be doing something new and out of pocket and as if no one's ever doing it? Science is already doing it. We're already doing it. I say we, but I'm trying to say on the side of the science, you know what I mean? They're already doing it. They're the ones who are limiting science. And then they play this game like they're not.
And so I want to just read you some of a little...
Stop. Chat says they're going to have Republicans lining up for the autism vax booster shots every year. I could see it.
Excerpts from some of the older studies. The baseline for autism in this country was established with the largest epidemiological study in history. A study of all 900,000 children in the state of Wisconsin. children under the age of 12, they found 0.7 children had autism in every 10,000. That's less than 1 in 10,000.
Okay. And?
Today we're at 1 in 31. That study.
See, I guess the difference is like when progressives are like, oh my God, they're diagnosing autism more. This is so great. People are going to get resources and help. And Republicans are like, oh my God, they're diagnosing somebody, like so many people with autism. This is horrible. And I'm like, yeah, because what? Like, I'm thinking about how many people are going to get resources, hopefully, and know more about themselves. Because my diagnosis gave me insight into myself. It made me realize all of those moments of my life that just like were going wrong for me makes so much sense now. And now they can go right for me because I'm doing my best to deal with this new diagnosis, right? I'm thinking about the positives. They're just seeing the negatives. Same thing with trans people and gay people. I'm like, oh my God, that's so beautiful. So many more people are learning to like about themselves, like learning who they are. And he's sitting here like, this is horrible. And I'm like, oh, we are not having the same reaction to this.
Also confirmed the 4-to-1 male to female ratio. There were at that time just over 60 children in Wisconsin with autism.
Okay, here's a test question, kids. Are you going to pass the test or not? Should RFK Jr. not be allowed to do this job simply because he can't talk in a way that is like audible? And it's difficult to answer him. Should they have picked somebody else for his job because of the way he talks? I'm waiting. How many of you are saying no, but you wanted to say yes? Chat says, yes, he's awful. Ooh. It would be ableistic. It's exactly the reason why some people are like, oh, I don't want this person on a show. They can't talk in a way that's like, you know, audible in a way that's good. Or we can't have a deaf person signing. We need somebody who speaks. Da, 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 da. You know, Chet says, I just wish I could understand everything he's saying. I understand him perfectly. So then the question is why, like, I think he talks like his mouth is full of saliva, which is kind of, you know, a state of being people can be in, which kind of gives me a weird sensory issue. But in general, like I can understand him. I just think he talks slowly and he's at 1.2. But that's okay. You know, if you can't understand him, that's okay. But it was a test. I was just testing you guys about your ableism, you know? I was just testing to see if you were consistent. Good job, class. We passed.
And today it's around 20,000. In 1987, there was another exhaustive study, a peer-reviewed study in North Dakota, set out to count every child in the state with a pervasive developmental disorder, including autism. That study meticulously combed through every record, every diagnosis, and he even conducted an
Look, the issue with science is that it's incredibly flawed because it's run by people. And so we're going to have problems. It's like, you know, remember when they used to pull out all of our teeth thinking that would be the solution? Like, we do lots of really shitty things to people. We experiment on people's bodies. I mean, there was so much unethical experimentation on Black female slaves, like, so without any anesthesia or anything. Like, the amount of harm humans have caused in the name of science, absolutely abhorrent, just disgusting, right? Worse than that is we're not willing to see that there's going to be flaws in our conclusions. That's why science is a construct. There is an objectivity to it that exists outside of human perception, but what is the use of it existing outside of human perception if we're not willing to engage in what that could look like? The truth is that BPD, as an example, is a construct of symptoms. Autism is a construct of symptoms that we're trying to figure out. PTSD and all these other things, it's like I never got my brain scanned for anything I was diagnosed with. Everything I was diagnosed with happened through talk therapy or interviews and tests. I've never had my brain scanned for these things. You know, they didn't take my blood to diagnose me with BPD or autism. They gave me a verbal test. I was given a test. I was given multiple tests, but I was given tests. I was talking to somebody. I was talking to a person, and that person gave me a diagnosis. It's just a categorization, right? Now, in the future, we might have some sort of scannable understanding of how to figure it out in people's brains, and then maybe we come back with a different diagnosis, right? But that's the thing about our life is a guessing game mixed in with some things we know to be true because we've tested it time and time again and the results stayed the same. You know? That says, what do you mean by the objectivity of science beyond being beyond human perception? It means it doesn't need humans to be present or to perceive it for it to exist. So anything that exists without the need for us to exist to perceive it is what I would call some form of objective. Like it's not prevalent, it's not predicated on us, right? Like some people believe nothing exists without God, but I think everything exists without God. There are things that exist outside of God, right? But some people believe nothing exists outside of God. Nothing exists. Some people believe nothing exists outside of our perception. Some people think that reality is simply out of our own perception. And when we die, the world dies. I don't think the world dies when I die. I think when I die, you guys will stay around. But some people think when you die, everything actually dies. I don't think that's true.
Person assessments of the entire population of 180,000 children under 18. The autism rate they found was 3.3 per 10,000. So that's in line with the 1 in 10,000 that was found in Wisconsin 17 years earlier. For context, today, the last number of 1 in 36 is 83 times higher. In 1987, out of every 1 million kids, 330 were diagnosed with autism. Today, there are 27,777 for every million. If you accept the epidemic deniers narrative,
If you accept the epidemic deniers narrative, these are the same people who are anti-vax, the same people that are COVID deniers. And they're saying we are denying that autism is an epidemic. Isn't that, I am fascinated. The fact that we exist on the same planet and have come to such different conclusions about what it means to exist. Isn't that kind of amazing? Like, wow, we had so many ways to both exist on the planet, and like, this is where you've come to. There is a part of me that wants to call my parents and say, did you see that thing on RFK said about autism? And I want to be like, how do you feel about that, knowing your kid's autistic? And they're like, my kid, who's autistic? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. I told some of my siblings about being autistic, and they were like, oh man. And we started laughing, and I was like, hey bro. And they're like, you know, though, like, kind of makes sense. And I was like, no, kind of does make sense. And then some of them were like, but if you're autistic, am I autistic? I was like, maybe. Like, that's the thing, is like, it wouldn't matter. My parents know their kids are gay. It still didn't matter to them. Knowing your kids are autistic is not going to matter to them because they've decided it doesn't matter. But you know what's ironic about the situation? Tanner and Connor? She's brunette. I love brunettes. Connor, is that his name? And then there's Tanner, Connor. Anyways, their parents voted for Trump, allegedly, because they were following Trump on social media. How do they feel when they see this? Like, how do they feel when they see this speech? You know, Philip DeFranco made a great coverage of this story, and he was really hard. He was going in on RFK because it's really difficult as millennial parents or millennial older kids to see people make the same fucking mistakes they made during our childhood by misunderstanding the science and putting kids in a bad position while saying they advocate for children. RFK Jr. and all these conservatives keep talking about how they want to advocate for kids while repeating the same mistakes that their kids said, hey, this was a mistake, don't do this. I have told my parents time and time again, I love you so much, this was a mistake in your parenting. And they're like, no. I'm like, okay. Like, this is why I say you might be angry that people without kids are commenting on your parenting, but who better to comment on your parenting than people that were raised by parents? You think we just decided not to have kids for no reason? Or do you think maybe we were kids once And we see you making the same goddamn mistakes our parents did. And you have the audacity to complain that we're pointing it out to you while claiming you're better than the boomers. Please, girl, please.
You have to believe that researchers in North Dakota miss 98.8% of the children with autism.
You know, I would love to go back in time and ask white people if black people are considered the same as white people and if they're able to do the same things white people can accomplish. Or would they reference some study about how, no, oh, we studied slaves. Actually, it's been proven they can't do as much as a white man. Thanks, bro. I really trust your science. We know science is racist. Science is bigoted. Science is misogynistic. We know science is run by people who are shitty. Your science is shitty, bro. We're going to question it. We're going to question why you're putting a whole group of people lumped into a category that doesn't represent the diverse experience. Now I've got questions. Like, no, we can't trust your science, dude. You're lumping all autistic people into a bubble. Now, some autistic content creators were deeply concerned that autistic reactions to RFK Jr. saying that, you know, autistic people don't pay tax is to prove that we're paying tax. But you being able to pay tax is not what validates your presence on the planet. Which is why I don't even buy into the idea that your partner should be working even if they're able. Because, like, no one's obligated to work if your household doesn't demand it. This idea that your partner is only valid, my partner doesn't work, so obviously it's a little personal, that your partner is a bad partner if they don't work comes from this notion that, like, if you're not contributing to the tax, to the IRS and its fund, you're not a participant in society. And that's not true. That is capitalism, baby. And he's going to use that argumentation here. That the sad thing about autism is you won't be able to pay tax. What does that have to do with anything? And that's where that notion comes from. If you want to avoid a broke boy, a dusty, as Sprinkle would say, if you want to avoid a guy who will take advantage of you, don't avoid a man who doesn't have a job. Avoid a man who takes advantage of you. Because the issue is not that they work or don't work. The issue is that they're going to take advantage of you. And that comes in all shapes and sizes and all genders.
That thousands of profoundly disabled children were somehow invisible to doctors, teachers, parents, and even their own study.
He's saying autistic people can't mask enough to be missed by the system. That's what he's saying. He's saying, if you believe the epidemic deniers, so us, then you believe these autistic kids were able to fool everybody around them. Were we fooling everybody around us? Or were we internalizing our role that we were supposed to play and we did our best to make it work and cried alone in the bathroom and self-harmed? Because no one wanted to believe we needed help because you're just exaggerating. You don't need help. You're fine. Your life's not that hard. But when I say my life is hard, you say, no, it's not. Okay. I guess I'll mask harder and I'll take care of myself and I'll look independent and I'll look like I'm getting everything accomplished even though I'm literally dying under the stress. But okay. Because you won't accept it when people say I need help. When I was younger, people told my parents to get me diagnosed, at least with ADHD. And what do they say? My kids are perfect the way they are, which is a beautiful sentiment. But it's a sentiment that also made it so we did kind of fly under the radar. Because when we did need help, you blamed it on everything but the possibility that we might be autistic or ADHD. And it's not that we needed to be different people. We just needed different resources.
The same researchers who followed the original cohort for 12 years to double check their number, they went back in 2000 and found that they had missed exactly one child. So doctors and therapists in the past were not stupid. They weren't missing all these cases. The epidemic is real. Between 1959 and 1965, researchers from 14 hospitals associated with major universities.
And by the way, to correlate this to Black American communities, because I know a lot of people are talking about how Black communities are also heavily ignored in terms of autism and ADHD. I do not follow anyone on TikTok, but I keep track of like certain people on TikTok when they come on my feed. Like a lot of Black families are advocating now. They're saying, hey, like our communities are also impacted. Look, communities that are marginalized and subjected to isolation have less access to science and discovery and also less access to education and deconstruction in funny ways. So like Black communities in America sometimes get the rap of being more homophobic and transphobic than white communities, but don't get it twisted. It's not black or white. It's conservative or liberal. So black communities that have more access to liberal communities might have a higher chance of being less homophobic and transphobic, in my opinion, and more open to autism diagnoses, versus conservative and black communities might be less interested in those diagnoses. But conservative people, I've noticed, are very into embracing their disabled children as long as they are visually disabled, meaning that if your kid is not visually disabled and you can't infantilize them and see how precious they are and beautiful and God's angel, then they are not disabled or in any way worth a diagnosis, which is why we fall through the cracks, because you can't make us innocent or pure in your mind. I never grew up with parents who talked bad about disabled people, but I did grow up with parents who denied ADHD and autism in anybody that didn't look pure and physically or visually disabled. Because again, that's why, and then they'll say, oh, like you're playing up that wound, and that's why people will almost like play up their symptoms because they need help. But then people can kind of get the vibe that you're playing it up. But then if you don't play it up, they're like, you don't have any problems. And I've seen this from other content creators. Like I will see men with ADHD on stream say other ADHDers are just lazy, they get things done, but if you listen to them more in detail, they're suffering too. They just won't examine the suffering as what it is, a symptom of their ADHD. So instead they say, oh, I'm just being lazy today. Dude, nobody's lazy. Human beings are animals on a planet, they struggle. Resting is not being lazy. Struggling and having executive dysfunction is a real phenomenon. And honestly, as I got older and it was getting more difficult to mask, my executive dysfunction is what led me to getting a diagnosis. It's insane. Like sometimes I will be crippled for up to like 48 hours, 72 hours. Like sometimes I am like, and I look at me hustling all the time. Y'all probably don't even realize it because girl, I keep it behind the scenes, but I'm verbally telling you right now, the executive dysfunction is crazy. The way my brain works and I do it anyways, it does not come without a cost. There is a cost to me showing up and I do it anyways, but it is not without a cost. And that's the thing, that cost isn't validated by people like him. It might be validated by my community because you guys get it, but it's not going to be validated by people like him. It's not going to be validated by the other people in my life because they say, oh, but you showed up. So what's the problem? They don't see the cost. They don't see the cost. Now they might say, well, if there's such a cost, why don't you want to cure autism? It's not about curing. I feel like that's the wrong answer, right? I feel like that's the wrong way to think about it. The question is, I think it's hard to have this conversation too, because like, it's already hard to have it with people that are bigoted. And then it's already hard to have it with people that like aren't actually listening to you. It's not about curing the autism. It's about understanding the autism. You know, it's about understanding it. I think sometimes people go to cure because they think, oh, that's it. But curing something doesn't change the fact that we still don't understand it. I'm just interested in understanding it. I'm not that interested in curing it at the moment. I'm interested in understanding it. And then we can talk about whether, quote, curing it is the answer, which obviously autism is more of a how you're born processing thing. I don't think it's something we have to cure. I think it's something we have to have a better relationship with. Like, I don't think being trans is the illness. I think being binary is sort of the limiter. Like, someone asked me that, do I think being trans is the illness? I don't think so. But for these people, being trans is the illness. But for me, that's not how my brain works. I don't think of transness as the illness. And so I think that's the dilemma we're going to run into. Is like, yeah, that's not how my brain works. Well, probably because I'm autistic a bit. Like, it's hard to see it as that way. But I will say, would I love to live in a world where I wasn't disabled in some way or didn't have executive dysfunction? Yes. But, and here's my spicy take. Are you ready for my spicy take? I'm not convinced that allistic people or neurotypical people aren't also experiencing like executive dysfunction and overlap with autistic symptoms. But because they're not autistic, they get to frame their struggle as not a disability, but as something they just have to get through in life and not something to be fixed, but something to pride themselves in overcoming. But when you're autistic and you have the label, well, now it's something bad. If I was holistic and I created the levels, my philosophy system, oh, it's like Brittany's trying to do something interesting, but now that it's coming from an autistic brain, oh, it's just her disability. It's like her mental disability, right? So what I'm trying to make it clear to people is not that we're all on a spectrum, because that's also a misunderstanding when people say like, oh, we're all a little autistic. Actually not true. But also, I do think more people are autistic than not. Not literally, but I think it's probably more than we think it is. And I think more people are probably trans than we think, and more people are gay than we think, and more people are a lot of things than we think. But we'll never know if people don't feel safe expressing that and figuring it out. We'll never know what is really happening in the universe if people aren't safe enough to have those conversations. And so I don't know what the truth is. We don't know because we keep putting things in place to deny us knowing. RFK Jr. is doing it in front of our eyes. In front of our eyes, he is saying, we don't want to know. We're not going to know. And we refuse to move our hands out of our face. And I'm like, but there's so much more to the world. And he's like, no. That's why I hate conspiracy theorists, because you all pretend to think you are thinking outside the box and you're discovering something new. Well, literally, your box is literally this big, bro. You've already come to a conclusion based off bad science or bad data, and you're making it sound like you're curious and open-minded. You're not curious and open-minded. That's not what you're doing. I don't like conspiracy theorists. I don't like people who limit their way of thinking because they think they know better than everyone else. It's not about, no, we first have to acknowledge we don't know better, and we're trying to figure it out. And then we can talk about what actually is. I just want to know what is. What is? And then what does it mean? You know, what could it mean? God, there's so much about life I wish I knew. But I'm just not the only, like, I need a team of people to get together and share this information. We don't do it alone. We can't do it alone. You know? We can't do it alone, and it just sucks to be put in a position where it feels like we have to do it alone. You know? So weird. I don't, you know, what it is. Humans are going to human. They're going to put limitations on themselves because it feels safe. I love a box or a bubble as much as anybody else. I just want to make sure I'm the one putting myself there. I don't want other people to put me there. I want to put myself there because it makes sense for who I am. And right now, he's trying to put us all in a box that, like, even the people who might qualify under his description, they don't deserve to be put in that box. You're limiting them. You don't get to put people in a box just because you don't understand something.
Undertook the National Collaborative Perinatal Project, tracking 30,000 children from birth to age 8. This was no half-baked survey-based analysis. The study conducted 9 separate screenings covering neurology, psychology, speech, language, hearing, and visual function. Every developmental quirk, anomaly, and disorder was logged with painstaking detail. Autism, a condition characterized by profound impairments in social communication and behavior, would have stood out like a neon sign.
So now he's talking about profound autism, which is interesting.
There were 14 cases. That's 4.7 per 10,000. So we know what the historic numbers are, and we know what the numbers are today. And it's time for everybody to stop attributing this to this ideology of epidemic denial.
Ideology of epidemic denial. Now he's saying we're the conspiracy theorists, even though we're explaining something that absolutely happened in our life. And that's why I say, like, you're not listening to the people with the experience. And this is what I say when I say, I wonder if Tanner and Connor's parents are going to come out against Trump, because this is Trump's guy saying that Connor and Tanner are an epidemic, saying that their parents there must have been an environmental factor, saying that we need to cure them, right?
In 2009, the California State Legislature charged the Mind Institute at UC Davis with because this myth was already becoming pervasive, the myth of epidemic denial was already becoming pervasive in the mainstream media. The California legislature directed...
You know what's ironic? So now, keep in mind, guys, we already know how hard it is to get autistic representation that's valid. We already know Autism Speaks does a very bad job at advocating for autistic people by insinuating that vaccines can cause autism, right? We're not fans of the puzzle piece here, okay? We do the infinity sign here, girl. But like, we already know how hard it is to get this narrative pushed into the media. It is a new narrative, and he's acting like it's some big conspiracy that's widely known and agreed upon, when that is not true. We are living in Trump's America, and he is acting like our minority experience is the majority. And this is their tactic. They do this to all of us. Oh, being a white man is the hardest thing to be in America right now. What? And they do that. They convince their constituents that it's true. And those men remain angry. And then they become, quote, more religious. We're going to cover that in the next video today. Okay. Or more conservative, or more bigoted, or more closed-minded, because they're like, yeah, the system's against me. White men are discriminated against. Because they won't see reality. They won't actually see what's happening. They won't look at the numbers. These men are running around as if every woman is the CEO of every company in America, when that is literally not even true. And anytime a woman even gets any credit of being in a company, it's, oh, because of her husband's money or some man she knew who gave her that part. It's like, now he's doing it now. He's literally trying to gaslight us into thinking you're the mainstream, you're the conspiracy theorists, you're the deniers, you're the science deniers. Girl.
The Mind Institute at UC Davis to answer the question. And Irva Hertz-Pichotto is a...
And I do want to say this to conservative parents, or parents who feel like, parents who are genuinely dealing with children, that they are terrified. Did you hear about the mom who killed her son and killed herself? He was in his 40s because she knew nobody would take care of him after she died. I can see a human being pushed into a corner feeling like that's my only option. And that's because of the world we created, where that felt like her only option. Because the truth is, that man probably would have ended up homeless. Because we do not exist in a world where parents of disabled children have resources. They're forced to give births, right? These pro-lifers are like, you have to have a baby, even if it's disabled. But then when you have the disabled baby, they don't give you the resources. And then they expect you to die and just leave that kid to fend on their own. And look, disabled or not disabled, it's difficult when you leave a kid you have raised in the world, when you know that they're not prepared. Disabled or not disabled. This comes down to the fact that most people are just fucking having babies, and they're not thinking about the kids they're raising, disabled or not disabled. But see how they're picking on the disabled people? They're targeting our communities as if to say, you're the problem. We are literally the minority. You're acting like we caused this system to be the way it is, when the system has never been in favor of us, has never supported us in the way that we've been asking. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? So I understand from those parents' perspective, they just want to see their kids be, quote, normal and do normal things. And instead their kids have to be in facilities where some stranger has to take care of them every day because they can't take care of their own kid. I hear you. That's awful. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in a world where you have to put your kid in a facility because you can't maintain your relationship with that kid because of their disability. But that's not our only option. That is literally not our only option. We could create so many better solutions. And instead, we're spending time thinking about fucking curing autism when that's not even going to be a thing, instead of thinking about how to house and take care of people and give people the right resources, to do preventative care if necessary, not against autistic babies, but against any baby. Having a baby in 2025 is crazy. You all dangerous in a fun way. Like, you all adventurous. Having a baby in 2025, God bless you. God bless you, girl. We're about to go to World War III, but I sure have a baby, I guess. You know what I mean? Good for you.
Highly esteemed, revered scientist, neurology, and epidemiologist came back with a definitive answer. The epidemic is real. Only a very, very small portion of it can be changed to can be charged to better recognition or better diagnostic criteria. I want to say a couple of other things. There are many, many other studies that affirm this. And instead of listening to this canard of epidemic denial, all you have to do is start reading a little science, because the answer is very clear. And this is catastrophic for our country. There's a recent study by Blaxell et al. And a team of other researchers said that the cause...
Do you love how he said, if you just read a little science, you'll see? We must be reading the different sciences. Because, I heard a joke on the Daily Report that was like, 9 out of 10 doctors say this is great for you. He's the 10th doctor. You know, there's like 9 out of 10 doctors that are like, and then there's that one guy who's the outlier. He's a part of the outlier group, but he thinks he's like figuring it out. Republicans and science deniers see one fucking story about the underdog going against the grain, and they think that's me, baby.
Of treating autism in this country by 2035, so within 10 years, will be $1 trillion a year. This is added to already astronomical healthcare costs. And then there's an individual injury. These are kids that this is a preventable disease. We know
This is a preventable disease. Autism is not a disease. It's not a disease. It's not a disease. It's not a disease. It's not a disease.
environmental exposure. It has to be. Genes do not cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability. You need an environmental toxin.
Do you see what I say? When I say these people in this bubble with this perception, they're never, it's going to be very hard to admit they're wrong. It's going to be very fucking hard. I want to see. I am curious. I'm so curious who will change. Because, you know, maybe I am holding my breath a little bit. I want to see if the Love on the Spectrum parents come out who voted for Trump and they say something about this. A disease? Dude.
And Irva Hertz-Pichota pointed out that because of this.
Hold on, chat. I want to be a little controversial with you. You said it's not a disease, and also there's no reason to prevent it. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. I think it's really difficult for us to be honest and say that disability feels like a good thing when it literally is the reason a lot of us cry into our pillows at night. So let's just keep in mind that for a lot of people, it's not about it being a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's more of a neutral thing. And I think there are ways to make it good or bad. But I've talked to enough autistic people that feel if you could take away the disability part of autism, they would. And I think it's really unfair to our communities to sit here and pretend like it's not something that some of us wish sometimes that it wasn't quite an issue, right? But yes, chat says it's not a moral failure. Exactly. It's not a moral failure. It's not you're not a bad person for being autistic. You're not a bad person for having autistic kids, you know? But I would say that, you know, and this kind of moves into other disabled communities, right? Like this was a big controversy within the deaf community. Should you want your kids to be hearing or non-hearing? And all of that controversy, like if you could fix your kids' hearing, would you? I think it's not as black and white as people think it is, and there's so much nuance to have in these conversations. But I think it depends on your goals in life, right? I think these things are very different. Just the same thing with transgenderism and gender dysphoria, right? No, these are totally different things. Like these things are so different. Like they're similar but different. No, it's not the same. Like wanting your kids not to be trans or wanting your kids not to be gay is not the same thing. Like then wanting, like this is not the same thing. Okay, you're not morally wrong for being disabled. There's nothing morally wrong with being disabled. Okay, Chess says it's harder to be queer too, but would you change that? It's not harder to be queer physically, guys. Being gay doesn't make it harder for me to see or walk or sleep. Being gay doesn't physically ruin my fucking life. That's totally fucking different and so disingenuous for people to compare them. Being gay doesn't keep me from swallowing my food. Like, what are you talking about? Being gay doesn't give me executive dysfunction. They're so fucking different. Be so fucking for real right now. Now, I know you're afraid to have these conversations because you're afraid bigots will use it to say exactly why we need to cure autism. And I'm saying we need to have conversations about these things. Chat says they would say gender dysphoria can be debilitating. Not all trans people have gender dysphoria. Just keep that in mind. Not all trans people have gender dysphoria. Okay? Just keep that in mind. So when you say, is gender dysphoria debilitating to some people who have it, but trans people do not all experience it, right? So I just want you to be very realistic to get us to answers we want to have, okay? Ultimately, you are not morally wrong for simply existing. But it's not wrong also if you're autistic and thinking maybe my life would be better if I wasn't. Maybe some things would be easier. And maybe some ways your life would be better. But in some ways, it doesn't change the fact that, like, you're not wrong for being autistic. And you're not wrong for having those thoughts. You're okay to wish that some things were easier in life. It's okay to lose a limb from cancer and wish you had your leg back. It's okay to lose your eyesight and wish you could see again. It's okay to be born blind and wish you could have seen something. It's okay. You're okay. You're not a bad person for having these thoughts. But you are a bad person if you look at people with these situations and think they're less than you. You are not less because you wish you had something more. Okay?
This mythology, that the amount of money and resources put into studying genetic causes, which is a dead end, has been historically 10 to 20 times the amount spent by NIH and other agencies to study environmental factors, to study exposures.
Hold on. Chad said, if you were given if every provision was given to you, would you still be disabled? Yes. Yeah. Disability isn't a black and white monolithic experience. It's diverse. Disability is diverse. You're doing that thing that human brains do where you think all disability looks the same. It doesn't. It doesn't. Putting ramps on your sidewalks doesn't make you less disabled. It just makes it easier for you to get around. What are we talking about here? What are you talking about? And I know why you say this, because you think it sounds good out loud, but it's not. It's not good logic. It's not good logic. Ramps do not take away your disabilities. That's not how it works. And when you think like that, that's why Republicans will say, you're choosing to be disabled. Why aren't you working to not be disabled? Why aren't you doing something to not be disabled? Not everyone cures their disability. That is exactly what Republicans are getting at. That if you could cure your disability, do it. Chad says, then what is disability? Oh, maybe you don't know. Disability is a spectrum of limitation caused, how do I say this, from internal or external forces that exhibit in different ways. Like you could have it physically, mentally, like it depends on how you view disability, but disability is an experience that occurs because of something. And that something, even when eradicated, doesn't necessarily stop the disability, because you can't always eradicate the disability, right? And everyone always kind of ends up disabled anyway, because by the time we get old, we can't walk, we can't move up and down the stairs, we can't take a bath by ourselves, which in many ways means we're all going to be disabled, right? Chad says disability is society putting a barrier on you because of something about you. You know what bubble this is? Wait, I know this bubble. There is a bubble of people that think disability only exists because of the limitations of society. But I think those people are, it's like the people who think because schizophrenia exhibits non-violently in other countries, it's not a big deal that people are schizophrenic. There's a group of people who think because American schizophrenia exhibits in violence, it's the culture, but in other bubbles it exhibits non-violently, and sometimes those people are known as shamans. Like, oh, then they're less sick or less malfunctioning. And so you have to think about that, right? Yeah, Chad says you can be on an island and become disabled. You can be alone on an island and be disabled. Exactly. Like you can be alone in the world and be disabled. Society doesn't change the disability. Right? Like, I don't need people for my disability to exist. So just FYI, right? That's the problem. Now, you're right that some parts of society count people as less than because they think you'll never be anything because of the label you have, which is different. RFK Jr. does this in this speech. He makes it sound like autistic people are never going to, quote, contribute to society because of autism, but that's not true. You know? That's definitely a thing, right? That's saying, I'm not saying it's not a big deal. I'm saying that it's the responsibility of society to help everyone have the same access to everything. Oh, Yeah, I think a civilized society would want to help make it easy for all of us to kind of attain dreams and participate and contribute to society, right? Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Study external factors, and that's where we're going to find the answer. This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families.
Uh-oh.
More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are
What does that mean? Our greatest resource, which is children. Sounds like slave labor to me. Our greatest resource, which is our children? Well, if you cared about your children so much, I don't know why you pretend they're dead, Elon Musk. The same people that are like, oh, the greatest thing that ever happened to me was my kid, but I'm going to disown them once they're trans or gay. And I'm not going to believe them when they say they're autistic. I don't know if you really think it's your greatest resource. And also, resource for what? What does that mean?
They're children who should not be suffering like this. These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed.
These are kids who some of them were fully functional and then regressed. So the conspiracy theories that they were born perfectly healthy and got autism. They caught it like a flu. Interesting that you're worried about catching autism but not COVID. Isn't that interesting? And there are some conservative states that want to bring back slave labor for children. So you better get ready, girls. They're trying to make it sound like, your kids are being responsible, getting jobs, working in factories, paying taxes. Look at the way they get us again. Remember that children in this country had no representation and were used, and we gave them agency and said, you can't put kids to work. And now conservatives are like, yeah, you know what we should do? Put kids to work. Yep. You get ready. This is happening,
Because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will...
Hold on. Chat, I don't understand your bubble or where you're coming from. You said I don't have a problem with saying that being trans, autistic, and gay and women are disabilities, but they're not disabilities. You just, autism aside, being gay is not a disability. Being a woman is not a disability. What bubble are you from? How old are you? Where are you from? I've never heard somebody make an argument that being a woman is a disability. You mean a disadvantage? Are we having a language barrier? Do you mean a disadvantage or do you mean a disability? Because a disadvantage and a disability are different. Because you know what I mean? I don't even know what that means. I've never heard this argument ever.
Never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date.
The number of children who are autistic who fall into this category are probably like 10. Like, how many actually fall into this category? I don't believe him. Even the highest needs autistic people, how many of them actually fall into this category? I do not believe it's a lot at all. And in that case, that's really unique. But that is not the experience I see anecdotally. It's not the experience I see from documentaries. What is he talking about? Even the highest needs autistic person is this. It can't be a very large percentage of them.
Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children.
He said, we are doing this to our children. Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, what is he talking about? What is he talking about? Why are you saying this out loud, my dude? Now, okay, I will say this. I really do think this is going to sound, I do think conservatives are pulling together to convince us back into that mode of thinking because they notice that people are sick of working, right? So we're all tired of working. We would work, but we're not making enough money to feed ourselves or clothe ourselves or house ourselves, right? So what they're doing is they're using autistic kids as a motivation to say, at least you can work. These autistic kids, they can't even work. And the only way to prove you're a good citizen is to provide taxes to the government, which plays into my other thought that your able-bodied partner should not be obligated to work. I do not think it is our obligation to work. It is simply our obligation to contribute. And contribution looks different in different ways. You do not have to pay taxes to contribute. What happened to stay-at-home moms? Stay-at-home moms, are they paying tax? I mean, I guess their partners are paying tax and it's a unified household if they're married. you know? And I feel like sometimes conservatives are trying to create a narrative that convinces people back into that sort of hustle culture bubble, which is your greatest contribution to society is your hard labor, the hard labor in which we are not even going to pay the right amount. You don't listen. I think people would love to work if you would give them enough money to pay their bills. I do not know one person who would give a fuck about working at any job you could name if as long as they were paid handsomely or like within reason. That's why I think in an ideal, perfect world, you would give dignity to every job and people would love it. They'd grow up and be like, oh, I would make a great janitor. I'd make a great doctor. I'd make a great, whatever your strength is, and pay them a reasonable amount and people would be happy. People get stressed when they can't pay their bills. And right now, you are not letting people pay their bills. And instead of focusing on literally a majority of people who also have autistic kids or are autistic, you are focusing on specifically one of the smallest groups of people who would be benefited from working on housing and healthcare. Like, that's the irony. Is like, you want to help autistic kids? Give them housing and healthcare. What are you talking about? But they don't want to do that. They will do anything but help you.
And we need to put an end to it. And I think I'm going to have Walter Zaharodny, who is the most senior researcher for this project for ADDM, and has been doing this for many years, to come up and say a little.
Okay, this guy's going to talk for a bit, and then RFK is going to talk again.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm here as a long-term autism researcher and a clinical psychologist. I get to wear two hats, one with patients and families, trying to help them get to a diagnosis and to interventions and treatments, but also for the last 20 plus years as the director of the New Jersey Autism Study, which is a CDC-sponsored autism surveillance system.
And this is, I'm sorry, before they go into this, autistic advocates did say he's not talking about Elon Musk, he's not talking about me, he's not talking about you. He is targeting the most vulnerable in our community as people who shouldn't basically exist. And that's the scary part. He's guising it, he's twisting it to be a form of care. But instead of caring for these families the way they need by support, he's saying, how do we make it so your kid basically doesn't exist? And that's the scary part, right? So I just want to make it abundantly clear. He's not talking about, low needs autistics that are able to pay their rent. He's talking about the people who need love and care and support from their communities, and the communities don't want to supply it. So he's saying, how can we get rid of them? And I'm not a fan of that. Okay, I'm not a fan of that energy. Especially from a group of people that claim to be so pro-life. Like, I'm confused now. We're not talking about fetuses in the womb, girl. We're talking about babies that are here. So now I have a question. You know what I mean? What is that? What does it mean?
Monitored autism in New Jersey in concert with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention since 2000. When we began our endeavor with CDC, we expected to do maybe 2 or 3 baseline studies to establish how many children have autism, because it was not expected that autism prevalence would increase. Other childhood disabilities, neurologic disorders do not increase or change over time. But somehow, for some reason, with autism, everything was different. Autism went from being a very unusual, rare disability which affected, as the secretary.
Keep in mind, I can't remember what year it was, but we went from 1 billion, 2 billion people to 8 billion people overnight. Not literally, but do you know what I'm saying? The numbers are going to be crazy. The population boomed at a particular point in history. Literally, we multiplied by bunnies. Okay, so I'm trying to think okay. Are you accounting for that? Because I would be accounting for that, girl. I feel like we should take that into consideration.
Terry said 1 child in maybe 10,000 to being known in every community, every school district, every center that cares for children with disabilities. Autism is real. It's a true disability. It's not a personality quirky issue. Everything has changed for the individual with autism, and while there's a wide range of expression, it does change the family, and it does inevitably change the community and the society in which we find it.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Is that not the scariest fucking shit you've ever heard? What does that mean? Yo, what does that mean, bro? That is some scary shit, bro. Oh yeah, having autistic kids, it changes all of society. Girl, that is gross, bro. Talk about anti-pro-life. What a ridiculous sentence. What a ridiculous sentiment.
Autism prevalence has increased very dramatically. It's increased in New Jersey.
And also, I agree that autism isn't just a personality quirk. I agree that autism has disordered thinking in some capacity, right? Now, everyone experiences, I'm sure, some form of disordered thinking at some time in their life. But the question is like how it manifests and why, right? So like, this is the thing about autism, is that it's like, it's a very specific experience. And it's specific to the individual, not to the autism, but it is specific to the autism, if that makes sense. There's a way that the language is used where I don't like this narrative that he's saying like, this is such a horrible thing that's happening. It's going to impact not just the kid, not just the family, not just the neighborhood, not just the community, but the world. It's like, okay, now we're talking about different things. What are you talking about? Because notice he's not talking about Elon. And you have to remember this. He's not talking about Elon. He's not talking about Elon. And this is the fear. This was the issue people had with Abby's mom. When Abby's mom was like, we need to have different words for people like Elon and people like Abby. Well, good luck, girl, because you just put Abby in the category that he wants to eradicate. Congratulations, girlie. You might want to change your language now. Because he just made it known that he doesn't want Abby in the universe. Because that's what he just said. And that's the bullshit of it. That's the bullshit of it. That's the danger of it. They want to erase Abby. They want to erase David. They want to erase Connor. They want to take away Tanner. They want to take away everyone from Love on the Spectrum. Well, maybe except for Danny, because she's too fucking rich. Self-sufficient, okay? But like, that's the bullshit. Is they want to watch Love on the Spectrum and be like, yeah, all of them, we got to get rid of them. Abby makes her mom's life worse. Abby makes society worse. That's what he just said. And Abby's mom ran into making the same mistake that a lot of people make, which is agreeing that autism makes people's life worse. Autism impacts people's life in some ways good, in some ways bad. Just like any other lived experience, the disability part, bad part. The non-disability part, cool. Okay? Disability part kind of sucks. Oh well, the other part's kind of cool. Sometimes I do think my brain works better than other people's brains because I'm like, my brain does really cool things. It's when it malfunctions that I'm like, hey, executive dysfunction, stop it. But otherwise, the way I come up with philosophy stuff, the way I categorize people, the way I humanize people, I think that's all because of my autism. I think my autism has given me a great positive thing. But just like with any other disability, it's not the disability that defines you. The disability part isn't what defines you. And it's not even what defines autism. But it is kind of what we think and what we thought we used to define autism by. We used to think savants and Elon were like, oh my God, they're like, you know, but he's not even a savant, girl. Elon's not even that smart. Elon is a guy who puts his names on other people's work and takes credit for it. This man's not a genius, girl. He's not a genius. He's just a dude who came from privilege and had nannies and he just put his name on shit. He's not even Sabode from season 1 of Love on the Spectrum who memorizes days and knows calendar dates and knows the days of the week for all of you, like humanity. That's a fucking savant, bro. I'm like, holy shit. Like, I wish I had that brain, but no, I got stuck with the brain that cares about philosophy stuff. Nobody cares about philosophy. Do you know what I mean? Sabode at least fucking has the savant numbered game. Cool. Elon doesn't even have that. Elon's like, You know, Elon's has the socially awkward, bad at slipping into girls' DMs autism.
Jersey, where we have excellent resources and access to services, and it's increased in all the states in the network. It's increased not only by the CDC, ATOM network, active surveillance activities, but it's increased according to federal IDEA statistics and information from a multitude of surveys. It is a true increase. There is better awareness of autism, but better awareness of autism cannot be driving disability like autism to increase by 300% in 20 years. That's what we saw in New Jersey. That's what the CDC report of yesterday indicates. And that's what, in my opinion, future reports from epidemiologists will show. The data provided in yesterday's report strongly suggests that not only is this a high point of autism prevalence, but in the future, rates can only be higher. Autism deserves to be treated as a real public health phenomenon, and I would say is an urgent public health crisis.
Oh, this is such dangerous rhetoric. I don't like it. I don't like anything about this conversation. I am uncomfortable. We should be uncomfortable. I better see those Love on the Spectrum parents coming out full force. I better see fucking Abby with a new song. Fucking, I'm not an epidemic. I just love Africa. I better get a banger out of this, Abby. Okay, I better get a #1 hit, baby.
It's not just that we're more astute or perceptive. It's not like 2 or 3 children out of for every one with autism has remained invisible. Autism is striking, and the consequences are lifelong. So I would urge everyone to consider the likelihood that autism, whether you call it an epidemic, a tsunami, or a surge of autism, is a real thing that we don't understand, and it must be triggered or caused by environmental or risk factors. We need to address this question seriously because, in my opinion, for the last 20 years, we've collected data but not made real progress in understanding what causes autism or how to effectively prevent it or treat it effectively. So I urge you to read the report very carefully. I urge you to do something that nobody does and go into the many supplemental tables and see that autism is a true phenomenon and that we need a correct perception, not a perception that allows us to just provide services without understanding the root causes or the
Wait, what was that?
Provide service allows us to, that we need a correct perception, not a perception that allows us to just provide services without understanding the root causes or the true factors at play. So
it's like a guise of like wanting to help the communities, but it also sounds like a double-edged sword of like we don't want to help everybody and we're only willing to help the people that are so visibly and obviously like quote disabled, and everybody else has to figure it out again on their own. But we've already done that. It wasn't working. Right? But to be fair, even holistic people are having a very hard time under this administration. You know, I just saw a TikTok by a farmer who's like, I voted for Trump. And I was like, and he's like, this thing I used to get for 75 cents is now almost $2. And I was like, good luck, bitch. And like, that's the thing. It's like, my heart goes out to him. I gotta stop saying that. Damn it. My, sucks, bro. For real. But also, yeah, like, what did you think was gonna happen? You know what I mean? Like, what did you think was gonna happen? But also, like, I feel you. I will take your apologies. I will take them. Go ahead. Apologize. Become anti-Trump. And we get it. You know, but even this guy, even the Trump voters deserve housing and healthcare and all that other stuff. I would never turn away a Trump voter from getting healthcare. But they would turn some of us away for seeking out healthcare. because we're not sick enough. Remember that.
Thank you for your attention. I wish we could answer questions.
I think we can. Let me just say one other thing. I referred to a number of studies. There are many, many, many others in the scientific literature that absolutely explode this mythology that this is, that the autism epidemic is not real. If you read the literature, it is absolutely indefensible.
Link it in the bio, bitch. Link it in the bio. I gotta stop saying bitch. Link it in the bio.
To continue to promote this. But it doesn't take you to read the literature. It just takes a little common sense. If the epidemic is an artifact, a better diagnostic criteria or better recognition, then why are we not seeing it in older people? Why is this only happening?
Why aren't we seeing it in older people? We are, girl. We are. That's the bullshit. We are seeing it in older people. Bill Gates literally said, we are seeing it in older people. It exists in people right now. The oldest guy ever diagnosed just died. We do see it in older people. We see it throughout history. We literally have very good reasons to believe a lot of these men you think were so interesting were just autists, okay? Which I get it. Very interesting people. But we do have that. Why is he saying that? There are so many older people. Hello, Steve? Love on the Spectrum? What about Steve, bitch? What about Steve? It's like he never saw Love on the Spectrum before. These people need to watch Netflix shows.
In young people. I asked Walter before we came out here, I said, have you ever seen anybody our age? I'm 71 years old with full-blown autism, head banging.
Full-blown autism, head banging, and everything else. Here's the thing. It's dangerous to say out loud for a lot of high masking people is you won't accept the fact if we say we bang our heads, you'll say, oh, we've lost our minds. You're sympathetic to kids who look visibly disabled, who bang their heads because you think they don't have any choices. Neither do the people who can mask. Neither do the people who are having an autistic meltdown and they self-harm. Kaylee from Love on the Spectrum talked about this, how a meltdown from an autistic person can look like headbanging or self-harm. And I'm going to tell you this right now. All of the self-harm that I did coming up that I thought was borderline, I'm almost convinced was autism. Because it makes so much more sense that a lot of my self-harming habits, which were not in the form of traditional self-harming, my self-harming is much more autistic than BPD. And that's because, and I don't want to I feel uncomfortable. I feel threatened under this administration. Just a little bit. But that's the thing is yeah, okay. And I still go to work and I wake up every day and you know what I mean? We still move forward. Just because you're not seeing it, just because we're not talking about it, you think you've made it easy for people to come out and talk about it? You think you've made it a safe space for us to say? You think Love on the Spectrum wants to show the hard parts of autism or no, just the cute parts so you can infantilize everybody on the show? What are you talking about? You think Elon having his little fits isn't a part of his autism meltdowns when he's fucking out there? Listen, we don't know enough yet, but we will know more if we're open-minded. I'm thinking whatever we come up with now might change in 100 years, but as long as we're closer to the truth, that's what matters. And I feel like he's saying by September, we're going to know what causes autism. And I'm going to say, yeah, but 100 years, we might be wrong. We should get closer to the truth and be okay with it not knowing exactly why, but to be hey, this is probably more likely it. And if you look back at your family tree, and you look at the elders in your community, remember, you might be the first one diagnosed with autism, but you're not the first autistic person in your family. You might be the first person to come out as trans in your family. You're not the first trans person in your family. You might be the first gay person in your family to come out, but you're not the first gay person in your family. And he is making the argument that there were no autistic people before this. And that is just not fucking true. That is not fucking true.
Nonverbal, non-toilet trained, stimming, toe walking.
Why? Okay, first of all, why are we equating toe walking to potty training? Okay. Yeah, potty training sucks. People have to learn how to do it. I don't have a struggle with it. But you act like I don't stim? I can stim. I stim all the time. When I'm alone in my house, I'm a stimming queen, girl. And the only person who gets to see me do this is my partner. My partner's the only person I feel safe enough to completely unmask in front of. In my own family's home, I do not feel comfortable enough to unmask all the way. And the reason I am so self-aware is because now I have a witness to who I am when I'm completely alone, and that's my partner. The only person I've ever lived with who I feel completely safe to be completely myself. And yeah, I'm a stimming queen. I can use the bathroom, but that doesn't mean I'm not stimming. He's lumping all of these things together. Autism is a spectrum that's in a circle, and we all have different things that come and go. Like, there's different ways to exist. Some people have a theory that your level is kind of flexible in a sense, that maybe someday you're higher needs than lower needs, and it changes for everybody. There are good days and bad days.
Other stereotypical features. Where are these people walking around the mall? You can't find them. They're not in home.
What did he just say?
Toe walking, these other stereotypical features. Where are these people walking around the mall? You can't find them. They're not in homes. There are no homes for them. There are no institutions for them. Why are we seeing them on the street?
What?
Anybody can look around and see that this is a canard. And then you have to ask yourself, why is it so pervasive?
What?
Why has it been thrown up against us for so many years? And clearly there are industries. This is coming from an environmental toxin.
What? Is he talking about how sometimes disabled communities get together and take trips to the mall as if we don't all take trips to the mall? What is he talking about?
And somebody made a profit by putting that environmental toxin into our air, our water, our medicines, our food. And it's to their benefit to say, oh, to normalize it, to say, oh, this is all normal, it's always been here. But that's not good for our country.
Wow. This is full-blown eugenics. Whoa. He wants to eradicate autistic people, bro. Whoa. Whoa. That's heavy. Oh, whoa, that's heavy, bro. Ooh. Somebody get me a cigarette. Somebody get me a ciggy, bro. Damn. He just full-blown came out. He's like full chest, bro.
And it's not good for the press to not be more inquisitive, to not be more skeptical. And within 3 weeks, and probably we're hoping in 2 weeks, we're going to announce a series of new studies to identify precisely what the environmental toxins are that are causing it. This has not been done before. And we're going to do it in a thorough and comprehensive way, and we're going to get back to with an answer to the American people very, very quickly.
Secretary Kennedy.
Wait, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Secretary Kennedy, I was not diagnosed with autism in 1994 when I initially did it. It took me 5 years to get diagnosed later.
Oh, God, I wish you guys could hear this. He's saying, I was not diagnosed years ago, but I was diagnosed later in life.
You also talk about the fact that the numbers increase with Black and
You also talked about the numbers that are increasing with Black communities. Is that what he's saying?
Latino people.
Wait, let me rewind it.
You also talk about the fact that the numbers increase with Black and Latino people.
Yeah, Black and Latino people.
Your own study says these findings may indicate that improvements in ASD awareness, identification, and access to services in communities among Black and Latino, Hispanic, and API children have improved.
They're talking about resources given to those communities and how they've improved.
Do you think that, are you denying that in the past, Black, Latino, and
Are you denying the past that Black Latinos
API people had not been diagnosed?
had not been diagnosed
with behavioral disorders. They've been disciplined, they've been incarcerated, and now
and often have been incarcerated because of their behaviors?
they're finally getting the services that they need.
And now that they're finally getting the services they need, which is actually a really great point. I have a theory that not only a lot of homeless are actually just neurodivergent folks who can function under capitalism and mentally ill people who can get the right resources, because I think homelessness is a mental health crisis. But I also think a lot of people who end up in prison systems are people who can figure out how to mask or mold into society or weren't raised by parents who could teach them, because we really are just winging this shit, baby. We're winging it.
Oh yeah, and there are small slivers of the autism epidemic, maybe 10% to 25% according to the studies. Highest studies are around 25%. That can be attributed to better recognition and better diagnosis. That means 85% are still, or 75% to 80% are part of an epidemic, and that's too many. And that is what we need to redress.
Walter, do you have something you'd like to add?
There's better recognition of autism and better awareness because there are more children with autism, and the professionals have greater reason to learn from what their experience and to diagnose. I wish the contrary was true, but
Girl, I wish the contrary was not true. Now, okay. Interesting. Yeah, wow. Get ready, girls. No matter how crazy the world gets, don't go crazy with it. Okay? No matter how crazy this ship about to, do not go down with the ship. Okay? First of all, these people are all old. They're all going to die. And by the time the boomers die, okay, we're heading in. Stay hopeful, stay youthful, do your exercises, do your daily yoga. I did my yoga today, okay? Vibing, stay loose, stay ready, okay? Because all these boomers going to die. God bless them, okay? God bless them. And this is why we're all not going to visit them in their nursing homes. But they're all going to die, and we're going to take over. And it's going to be fine, okay? You just wait. The White House is going to be painted in rainbow one day. Everybody relax.
it's not like better awareness pushes something that's not there, rather something that's there.
You know what my parents said to me the other day? My parents and I'm doing something new with my parents. Okay. Trying to open with boundaries. So instead of me reaching out every day, which I normally do, I'm letting them reach out. Look at me. And when they reach out and we talk about good things, I give them a reward, like training a dog, you know? And when they bring up something that's offensive and they know it's offensive, I don't respond. And I ignore them again until they reach out again with something neutral. So they reach out about bread. And I was like, oh, I like bread. And they're like, how are you? We just went grocery shopping. We were thinking about you. And I was like, oh, I'm good. How are you? Here's some bread I just made. I was making some bread. I was like, here's some bread I just made. How are you? I love you. You know, da-da-da. We're good. We're having like 5-6 Marco Polos about positivity and cooking and da-da-da. And then my parents go, you know, we've really been thinking and we really think you should have a baby. And I know you said you didn't have a baby, but I think good people like you have got to have babies. You and your partner, you're good people. You could be good Catholics. You got to make babies because look at all these horrible people having children and like you should be having kids. And then I said, just a reminder, we're not having kids. I sent one message and I said, my mother-in-law, when I asked her, are you sad we're not having children, said, why should I be sad as long as you're happy? And I'd really like you guys to get on board. And then my mom said, I just shared this with your dad. We're very sad to hear this. We love you. We hope you have children. This is so sad to hear. This is such a sad message. And then that was it. I didn't respond and I left it there. They say it with a lot of love, like love in quotations. They want the best. They're right. We would be great parents. We would raise great kids. We would raise great kids that they would give me hell about for the rest of my life because the kids wouldn't be the way that they want them to be. They want us to be Catholic. They're always like, I hope you're big, you become Catholic again. Listen, I love them. I don't want anything bad to ever happen to my parents. But sometimes the best thing you can do is create like a little bit of distance. Okay? And I created a distance, but these are the same parents that I haven't come out to about being autistic because they can't get over the fact that I'm not going to have babies or the fact that I'm still pansexual whether I married somebody who's a man or not. They can't get over it. They can't get over the fact that I'm making my own choices. But, okay, what they're hoping for is the dream of what they thought life would look like in their head, which is where a lot of people get trapped. All of us get trapped in what we think life should look like. instead of accepting life for what it is and doing the best we can with it, and also seeing the beauty in what it is, right? We all suffer from the delusion of the dreams we created instead of the reality we could create. No matter how many gay kids, no matter how many people have come out in the family, our parents are still immigrants voting for Trump. No matter how many of my cousins I talk to, they're like, I can't believe our parents voted that way. Hey, what are you going to do? They're that whole generation of boomer, whole generation of whatever, who votes for Trump as immigrants, who votes against their kids' health care and housing. And you think I'm the only gay kid in the family? You think I'm the only queer cousin? No. But we all, love our parents. We all see the good in them. And remember, in our world, our parents get to exist. But in their world, we don't exist in the way that we are naturally. We exist in the way that they hope we'll get back to. My parents run into that thing that I'm sure your parents run into, where they're like, oh, you were so much wiser at 10 years old when you knew better. When you were religious, you just knew better. I could tell. When you were Republican, you were so wise. Why can't you get back to that little girl? It's always people living in a fantasy of why can't we go back? I don't ever want to go back. I'm not going back in no closet. I'm not going back to no whatever I was doing before. I am only moving forward. The trap of thinking I could just go back. There is no back. There's no make America great again. There is no again. And as long as you think the past was better than the future or present, you are trapped. You are trapped in a reality that just doesn't exist. It exists in your own head, which is pretty powerful, by the way. But it's not where I'm going to stay. What do I always say? I'm Luffy on a boat, and I'm going to keep going whether you jump on the boat or not, girls. But I'm not staying on the island just because you're afraid of getting in the boat. I do not live my life through fear. And this is what they're doing. So when I tell you guys, do not be fearful, this is what conservatives are doing. Conservatives live in a cycle of fear. They're afraid of everything. They're afraid to touch grass. They're afraid to build community. They're afraid to consider trans people and autistic people and everybody else. They're afraid. Don't be afraid. I mean, be afraid a little bit, because it's kind of scary, but don't make decisions off that fear. Make a decision because it's the right thing to do, Chat says, is that considered a lack of extrospection? Yeah, a lack of, my parents, you mean, a lack of introspection, extrospection, and deconstruction. Because they won't deconstruct their religion, right? And because they're not curious enough to do anything that offends their God, they run the risk of never researching. Guys, you have to remember, to a lot of Catholics, you can't even look at gay people kissing. It is a sin to see them kissing. In a lot of Catholic bubbles, seeing two girls kiss is porn. Seeing two guys kiss is porn. And they're not supposed to be looking at porn. So how does a Catholic who's not allowed to see gay people kiss even start to see them as people with families who are just kissing the way you would see straight people kissing? You have to understand the bubble they are in is so specific and it is so prevalent and it is so wide. And when they do look at porn or see something like that, they have to go confess it. And then they feel bad. I was talking to my brother because he helps with a support group for men with porn addiction, which is a real thing, except the way they help men with porn addiction, I think is so counterintuitive because I don't think there's anything wrong with porn. And this is why this next video we're going to watch together about men moving towards religion is men moving back towards their own self-destruction. You are destroying yourselves for masturbating, bros. So their solution is to not look at porn. And my solution is to look at the right amount of porn in a healthy way, or no porn, or masturbate in general. They're not allowed to masturbate in Catholicism. It's like a venial sin. Do you know what I'm saying? They are so limited by their belief that to even start to deconstruct it, to consider other people's perspective, they would have to go against their religion. They can't imagine a world where like kids can watch porn and not have it ruin their life. Not I did, but some kids, it ruins them. But not all kids. Just like with drugs. Not everybody who did drugs as kids, like it ruined their life. But some kids. But it doesn't mean the drugs are bad. It means we have to have a better relationship with our drugs. It doesn't mean porn is bad. We have to have a better relationship with porn. Maybe it's not good for you, but it doesn't mean it's not good for somebody else. But they just think it's bad. It's bad for everybody. It's bad. That's why these debate bros, red pill bros, the alpha bros, are like, porn is the worst thing for the nuclear family. Porn is the worst thing for men. Yeah. Except, like, is it though? Or is it maybe just like your relationship with it? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it though? Like, porn is definitely addictive. Or you can have an addictive relationship to porn. But is porn really the issue? I mean, are the drugs really the issue? I don't believe it. Hey, if guns aren't the reason school shootings happen, then porn isn't the reason you're an asshole. I don't think guns kill people, guys. I agree with the conservatives. Guns don't kill people. People do. Porn doesn't make you addicted. You have an addiction. Porn isn't the problem. You're the problem. Isn't that funny how they blame people but not guns, but they'll blame porn but not people? Yeah, I just blame people. I don't think guns are the problem. I don't think drugs are the problem. I don't think anything's the problem. I think people are the problem. We give people way too much credit. And that's the problem.
Is being recognized.
Can you please say your first and last name and outlet before asking a question? Thank you.
Secretary Kennedy, Amanda Seitz with the Associated Press. Some of the CDC's own research has concluded that there's a genetic link at play.
Some of the CDC's own research has concluded there's a genetic link at play
with autism. Are you saying today that you don't trust that research? Or
are you saying today that you don't trust that research?
Or that it was wrong? Could you expand a little bit more on that?
No, there is, we have really good genetic markers now, and they provide a vulnerability. But those genetic markers alone are not going to dictate your destiny. You need an environmental toxin.
You need an environmental toxin. I don't know, bros. That says, how can men have a healthy relationship with porn when society is this misogynistic? By deconstructing. That's what deconstruction is. You exist outside of society. Well, but you have to realize it. Like, you have to realize you exist outside of society. You exist outside of your race. You exist outside of your gender. You exist outside of the constructs around you. You exist. The question is, have you deconstructed enough? Why do you think the story and the myth of the monk in the mountains is to move away from society to learn who the real them is? Because society corrupts you. It's too many voices coming from too many directions, and it's hard to know which one you are. Go out to the mountains and meditate. It's a metaphor. Go out to the mountains and meditate. I actually did. I went out into a forest. I did 2 big road trips around the US, and I went out into the national forest, and I disappeared from society for a bit. And I made this decision to find myself. And I found during this meditation practice, what I kept asking myself is, if you could be Brittany with everything you know now, but you were on an island, what would you think about society? What would your actual thoughts about life be? Who would you be if you weren't constantly following these social scripts? This is prior to getting diagnosed with autism. And I asked myself, like, who would I be? What would my thoughts be? What would I believe about people if I didn't have to always have a conversation with other people? Because, guys, when I talk, I don't get to talk like myself. I don't get to be Brittany, not even on stream, because Brittany doesn't exist. I'm just a person having a conversation with other people's perceptions. You don't ever get to talk to Brittany because Brittany isn't allowed to exist. Even in conversations with people in my life, I don't ever get to fully exist because in order to fully exist, you would have to fully be able to see me, and you can't. You can't see me. We can't see each other. So we are limited with our communication styles where we're always morphing to each other to try to, okay, what word do you use for this? What word do I use for this? How do I explain this to you? You know what I mean? So when we have these conversations, we're never ever just like free to, we have to figure out who's listening and who's talking to us and how do they use, we have to mold. That's why even allistic people are masking. Autistic people mask and non-autistic people mask, right? So we have to learn that we are limited. So who am I when I'm alone? Who am I when I'm not limited? Who am I when I'm not beholden to people? You know how people say you only apologize because you got caught? Who are you when there's no one to apologize to? What are your beliefs about humanity when there's no one to hold you accountable? What do you think is the right thing to do if nobody told you there was a right thing to do? What do you actually think? What do you think? What do you think?
Oh, I mean, there are many genetic markers that dictate the methylation capacity of the human body. Those contribute to, those dictate, listen, with many people smoke cigarettes and only 1 in 5 died from lung cancer. There were 4 of them that didn't. And those were the ones that had some circumstances, probably genetic, that made them more susceptible to it. And the same is true. We know that that glutathione production, and glutathione is an enzyme that helps the human body excrete metals and toxins. People with low glutathione production are more vulnerable. People with the MTHFR gene, which dictates methylation, are more vulnerable. People with high testosterone are more vulnerable. So there are a lot of genetic vulnerabilities. You need an environmental toxin.
Alex?
I don't know about that.
Said Fox. Alex?
Hi, Alex Hoff, Fox News. In seeking out an environmental toxin, do you feel that if one or several are detected or put on your radar, do you think it would be the same one causing issues at both ends of the spectrum? Children who struggle with, let's say, sensory issues, all the way to those who are fully care dependent, unable to speak. Would it be the same catalyst in all of those varying conditions, you think?
Well, those are the kind of studies we're going to do. And you're right, there's a spectrum of injuries, and we don't know. There are studies that look at maternal activation, so that something happens in the womb. There are studies that look at other genetic cause. The issue that we know is genes don't cause epidemics. You need an environmental toxin, and we're going to look at all.
What we know is genes don't cause epidemics. You need an environmental toxin. Keeps saying this because he's trying to get it into our heads that this is the only option in relation to autism. Bro. Issa, welcome to memberships. And Young Black Economist, thank you for the super chat. Has got to run. Capitalism calls. Thanks for the stream. Good luck, girl. I appreciate that. Oh, when capitalism calls.
All the potential culprits. We're going to look at mold. We're going to look at
mold.
Food additives.
Wow.
We're going to look at pesticides. We're going to look at air and water.
Yeah, he literally is making the argument that nobody was autistic before, 80 years ago? Are you insane, bro? That is crazy. That is this is my favorite meme. There's a meme I keep seeing on Instagram where it's like, my grandpa, nobody was autistic in my day. And then my grandpa has like organized, color-coded, systematic, like strings. Like, have you seen that meme? Do you know what I'm talking about? And it's like organized to the T. It's like, yeah, nobody had autism. Okay, grandpa,
And medicines. So, we're going to look at ultrasound, because there's a timeline that, something happened. In fact, Congress said to EPA, ordered EPA to tell us what year the autism epidemic began. The EPA scientists came back and said it happened in 1989. So you have to find a toxin that became ubiquitous around that time period. And that affected every demographic, from Cubans in Key Biscayne to Inuit in Alaska. And
Chad said it perfect. Can we clean the air without linking it to autism, please? Can we please just do everything possible to help humanity, and then we'll worry about fucking autism and what causes it? We need to house autistic people right now. We need to educate people. We need to get people clothing and food and resources. People are dying in Palestine right now. What are you fucking worried about, bro? U.S. citizens are getting picked up. You heard about the kid who was picked up? Young kid. Picked up, U.S. born citizen. Picked up and kept in an ICE detention for 48 hours. They released him. Just a kid, bro. 19 years old. What are you talking about? We have bigger fucking fish to fry. Autistic people need resources right now. We don't need fucking cures.
And that affects boys at a 4-to-1 ratio as girls. There's a limited universe of those, but actually it's quite large. And, Irva Hertz-Pichota was the one who suggested that.
Do you think it's because people internalize, they don't want to be blamed for their situation, so they don't want to say I saw somebody on a comment that said, yes, autism was caused, it's not my fault. That's the internalized part, the ableism that kills our communities. It was never your fault for having autism or giving birth to an autistic. It's nobody's fault. It's just life. It's just life, bro. Nobody's at fault. Nobody's at fault. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing that I think he's getting at. He is appealing to people who hate themselves for being autistic. Like, you can be upset that it's disabling. You can be frustrated that it's hard, but like, you are not wrong. You are not bad. You are not less than because you're autistic. No matter how high needs or low needs you are, you're not better because you're low needs. You're not worse because you're high needs. You're just a person. And that's who I think he's targeting. He's pulling on the heartstrings of people that are genuinely struggling and they want to be cured. And he's going to sell them some fucking bullshit that makes them think this thing that was keeping me from moving on with my life will save me. That's kind of similar to how he's like, I don't know, changing the lives of short kings or something. Like, it's like, oh yeah, my life's been hard because I've been short. You're like, life's still going to be hard after. It's just going to be a different kind of hard. Like, we're all looking for the solutions everywhere, but where we should be looking for it, which is like solving the meaning crisis. It doesn't matter how much money you have, guys. You're going to be miserable if you don't figure out the relationship you're having with yourself. Money helps when you can't pay your rent. But what happens when you can pay your rent and you're still miserable? I mean, hey, it's better. It's better to be rich and miserable than poor and miserable, for sure. But if your goal is to be not miserable, you don't need money to not be miserable. You just need enough money. But you don't need all the money. You just need enough, which is different, right? Ugh.
You know, one of the things we have to look at is ultrasound. I don't think that that's probably a factor, but it's one of the...
True. Chet says it's not for the autistic people, it's for their parents. Well, same for their parents. Their parents should never have felt guilty blaming themselves, but it is your genetics, bitch. It is you. Like, congratulations. Look, if you never want to take the risk of having an autistic kid, you can't have kids. Every time you get pregnant and you have a baby, you have a chance of giving birth to a baby that is a mystery. You never know how it's going to come out of the oven, girl, as they say. So yeah, if you want to avoid all risks of dealing with miscarriages or stillbirths or anything, don't get pregnant. But the problem is some parents have babies to push legacy. They have babies to make mini them. They make babies so they can brag about other people that they made babies, right? Parents are selfish. A lot, not all of them, but a lot of them are well, everyone's inherently selfish, but not at the expense of others necessarily. Self-focused, self-interested. But a lot of people have babies for absolutely horrible reasons. Like Elon Musk. Look at Elon Musk being like, I want to spread my genetics everywhere. He is literally spreading autism. I bet you $10 Vivian has autism. I bet you $10 half his kids are autistic. This man is literally bragging about his genetics are superior. He is literally the king of the epidemic. RFK Jr. better arrest him. That's a joke. God, that's going to happen. That's a joke. Autistic people should be allowed to have kids. That's a joke. The government should never tell anyone who can have kids or not have kids. That was a joke. I was joking. Damn it. But like, you know what I mean? He's literally having so many babies out here. Okay? So they call him a super spreader. Stop it. Stop it. That's a joke. It's bad. It's going to happen though. They're going to start arguing who can have kids and who can't have kids. It's next. That's the next thing. The next thing is they're going to say you need to get genetically testing before having children. What did I tell you? Don't let the government in your business. The government should never be able to tell people who can have babies and who can't have babies.
Exposures that became ubiquitous during that period, and we're going to look at all of them agnostically.
Also, if you've been thinking about getting sterilized, now's the time to do it, girls, because they're also going to force you to have babies. Okay? I'm telling you right now, stop having sex with shitty men. Stop having sex with shitty women. Stop getting bad people pregnant. Guys, stop making babies with shitty people. Okay? Stop it. In this 2025, stop it.
We're going to find the potential exposures that increased during that time period, and we're going to we're going to see if there is a link to this injury.
Thank you. Nathan at Epic Times.
I'm sorry, can I please go?
No, Nathan. Nathan.
Yes, Nathan Worcester with Epic Times. During that same time period of increasing autism prevalence or diagnoses, there's also been a significant increase in maternal and paternal age. Couldn't that be a significant contributor
With what?
beyond maternal and paternal age?
Yeah, we're going to look at all of that. We're going to look at obesity in the parents. We're going to look at the age of the parents. We're going to look at diet.
You hear that, guys? The fatties are making autistic babies. Also on Reddit, somebody said, oh, I like Brittany Simon, but she talks bad about fat people. Excuse me? Maybe Brittany in 2007. Which Brittany? I was fatphobic coming up, girls. I was raised in a fatphobic society. Okay, guys, get on it. Somebody was like, she talks too much about fat bodies. Do we talk about fat bodies a lot? I mean, we talk about bodies in general. Shout out to the fatties who are the baddies, okay? Okay, but you know what I mean? Brittany thirsts over fat baddies. I've seen her do it. Don't call me out like that. I thirst over baddies, period. It's just a period.
Diabetes in the parents. And look at all of these potential exposures. And because of AI and because of the digitalization of health records and the mass of health records that are now available to us, we can do this much more quickly than has ever been done in the past.
Cheyenne.
You know who he hates to see coming? What's that girl's name on Love on the Spectrum? The coach who's had like 3 autistic kids. He hates to see it coming, baby. Like, is she skinny? Okay? Like, look at this man. He's coming up with all these reasons. Look, if there is genuinely good science that shows us that there's some environmental factor based, but also, let's be so for real. He already lost any credibility when he said autism didn't exist in elder people. What are you talking about? Can you please be serious right now, bro? You think I don't remember my grandpas? You think we don't remember our grandparents? They're driving me crazy, bro. They're driving me. It's bullshit. Jennifer Cook. Thank you, chat. Jennifer Cook. He hates to see Jennifer Cook coming with her credibility and her written books and her 3 autistic kids, her late diagnosis. Exhausting, dude. Bro. Oh no, chat says I made a mistake of opening Reddit yesterday too and saw some nasty comments about Brittany. It's like a bucket of cold water. I closed the app. You know what, girl, though? Haters pay the bills, so they really do. Why do you think Hassan doesn't block everybody in his chat? Because at the end of the day, haters pay your bills. That's why hate works on the internet. Because haters have all the time in the world to hate on you, so they pay your bills. This is the crux of the internet, is you want to have a healthy community, but there's not enough healthy people to pay your bills. So you got to get unhealthy people to pay your bills because they're angry with you. My goal is to make angry men pay my bills. You know, not the girlies and the gays, but angry men. It's a joke, but also. You know what I mean? It is kind of the crux of it all. What are you going to do?
This is our last question. Thank you.
Do you still pledge to have answers by September, or is that going to be the beginning of this process? And are you open to following the science regardless of whether it can...
Appreciate that. Daniel Gross, welcome to memberships. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you guys, honestly, for being supporters. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Chat says, are you in love on the spectrum or just the Watchers of Enoch? From Enoch? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, are you not? That's not for me, right? That's for someone else. What is Enoch? Is that a show? That comment stood out to me. Chat says fear and hate are powerful attractors. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Confirm some of your expectations or not?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna follow the science no matter what it says, and we will have some of the answers by September. You know, it's going to be an evolving process. We're going to involve, we're going to issue grants the way that it's always done to university researchers and others. We're going to remove the taboo.
It's so interesting. They're worried about suicide when it's a trans person, and they go, that's because of them being trans. But when military soldiers commit suicide, I don't see them dismantling the military. Do you know what I mean? Look. We don't have to dismantle the military to save soldiers from PTSD. We just have to stop shipping them off to fucking war. And also, PTSD is not just for people who go to war. Okay? And that's the other thing. Remember that not too long ago, we thought PTSD was a military illness. We didn't think it was, we didn't think other people could get it. To this day, some people say, like, you weren't in the military. How could you have PTSD? Or how could somebody have PTSD, right? Like, how could your therapist think you have PTSD? You weren't in the military. That's a very common thing you hear from people, right?
People will know they can research and they can follow the science no matter what it says without any kind of fear that they're going to be censored, that they're going to be gaslighted, that they're going to be silenced, they're going to be
Oh my God, he said gaslit, baby. He's like gaslit, narcissist, gaslight, boss girl, da 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 da.
defunded, delicensed, and we're going to give them permission to do this research. And then we're going to open it up to the research community, and we're going to task them with certain out.
Is Jordan Peterson on this panel of researchers? Listen, if they're trans, they're probably autistic. You know, there's a correlation between the transes and the autists. And there's something to be said about neurodivergency and a lack of relationship with gender. But instead of seeing this as a celebration, I think it's proof that Machiavellian mothers are coming for our daughters, and Ethan Klein is next. Ethan is next. I just know it. I can feel it.
Outcomes, and we're going to have them come and bid on how to do the research. This is all being run by Jay Bhattacharya and you know, I think Martin Koldorf may be also working on this on designing the grant proposals. So it's going to be done by credible scientists, by the most credible scientists from all over the world. And
the most credible scientists, the biggest scientists, the best. Honestly, it's the best. Only the best scientists. All the ones who know all the things. Potassium, collagen, orange. Only the best. Only the ones who know the chart. You know the chart. You know, uranium, Uranus. Only the smartest.
And we're going to do it very, very quickly. Yeah, one more question.
Once you identify,
Can you identify yourself?
sorry, I'm a veteran of Fierce Healthcare. Once you identify which environmental toxins are causing autism, what do you expect the impact to be on the industries that are causing those?
Ooh, good question, actually. So once you identify the environmental factors, what are the impacts on the environments or industries causing the environmental factor that's, i.e., causing autism? Okay.
I think we're going to figure out a way to make pressure on them to remove it. And I think also, you know, there will be market forces that also exert pressure on them to remove it. And you know, I want to say that I'm very grateful to President Trump because he tasked me on day one of this job with making this a priority of finding out what's causing the autism epidemic. And we are.
Listen, RFK, I need you to figure out what causes autism because my son Barron, honestly, I'm going to be real. I think he might be a little spectrumy. I can see it when Elon was sitting there and clapping. Barron was straight-faced, not engaging. He doesn't make eye contact with me. I really think he might be on the tism. So you need to figure this the fuck out. True. People think Barron has autism. He's autistic. I think he might be too. Maybe Trump, like Elon. Ooh, maybe they're doing this for their kids. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. Maybe they are, because you know how Elon's like, my child was murdered by the woke ideology. And now he's like, I'm coming for all of you. First of all, don't come for any of us. Nobody wants to see that. Second of all, okay. And then Trump, what if Trump's like, Barron's autistic and I can't have it be this way. We have to fix him. The irony is the only culprit in this room is them. What are you going to do? It's like ADHD and the correlation with fathers who smoked. Okay? Like, you want to talk about environmental factors? As you guys all puff and smoke? Like, again, okay? ADHD can be very disabling. Incredibly disabling. Like, people totally underestimate ADHD, but it's like a nuanced situation. It's not a monolithic experience. But I guess if they're saying, oh, well, if you smoke, you have a higher chance of having an ADHD kid, so you shouldn't smoke and have kids. Like, no? Are they going to equate it to like drinking when pregnant? You know what I mean? Like, oh, if you drink while pregnant and your kid has alcohol fetal syndrome, right? Is that what they're going to do? Do you think you have a moral obligation not to smoke when having kids if it ups their chances of getting ADHD? And if you're going to say no or yes, does this also include drinking when pregnant? Interesting. Chad says, however, Vivian did say in an interview that Musk was always like that before. Yeah, that's true. I heard that she said that he was still conservative before. Yeah, that he was always grifting as like a liberal guy when everyone was loving him. Chad says they're never going to hold the men accountable for that. Oh yeah, no, men are going to blame women for sure. Another thing to blame women for, 100%. Men are never going to think their sperm is the problem, which in some ways we are biological creatures that create offspring. So zoom out. Let's zoom out of our feelings. Let's zoom out of our kids. Let's zoom out. We are just like biological organisms procreating, and some deviation in those genes is going to cause some abnormalities, which we could talk about wanting to mitigate and reduce, which I think is within reason, but not at the expense of a whole population of people, and certainly not at the expense of people that are already here. It's one thing to do preventative work, which I'm a big fan of, and it's another thing to target people who exist and to eradicate them from the population because you don't think they're worthy. These are two different things, right? And I think the problem with conservatives is they're way too eager to kill people they don't like, whether their skin is too brown or their genders are too funky or their disability is uncouth or whatever else. And that's a problem, right? I'm not that worried about progressive people talking about preventative care. I am very concerned with conservatives talking about it because they target people after the fact, not before the fact. And even so, not wanting to make brown children is kind of a fucking problem. But we can't be equating having brown children to having children with disabilities because I also think that's fucking racist. And so we have to have these conversations about what are we really talking about when we're talking about the betterment of humanity. And where does love and compassion come into these conversations? Because I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
We are going to do it for him. Thank you all very much.
All right, it's over. I just want to make sure that when we're having these conversations, we understand we're dealing with 8 billion people with 8 billion different perspectives and 8 billion different opinions and like we have to deconstruct ourselves to even start to think about making the world a better place, because every idea we contribute to society is tainted by the environments we were raised in until we deconstruct them. So I saw a bunch of Black parents sitting in a room talking about how trans ideology is killing their communities and we shouldn't allow trans people to be here. And I just kept thinking, really? But yes, minority communities can still encourage other minority communities to suffer. Like white women on white women crime happens all the time, right? It happens all the time and it is what it is. So we have to start with ourselves. We have to start with ourselves. And then we can hopefully raise babies that end up doing good. You know how many young parents I know who are definitely failing at raising their kids? And they're mostly failing because they're fucking tired and not resourced. They're not reading the books. They're not paying attention to their kids. They're not thinking about how this kid's going to be an adult. They keep thinking they're 4. I don't have to start paying attention to them yet. It's too late, sis. 4? Your kid is 4 and you think it's too early to start training them to be a functional human being? You already failed. 4? You know what I mean? No, people don't know. They're just people having sex, making babies. They're not thinking about the impact of a baby. They think, oh, they're 6 months. They're not going to remember this. Everything matters. Before the baby is even out of your womb, it matters. If everything you eat impacts the baby, if you smoking impacts the baby, if you drinking impacts the baby in womb, then how does it not? Every second matters. Every part of that baby's life is going to matter. What do you mean? And that's the problem. A lot of us are and have been raised by people who had us and figured parenting wasn't that hard, right? Just had to shelter them and clothe them and put food on the table. Yeah, but what about talking with them and giving them a voice and asking them what they think about ideas and giving them, ways to learn how to be a functional adult? Like, we forget that you're raising the next generation. And then you wonder why the next generation sucks. Well, you raised them. All these boomers complaining about us. You raised us. What are you complaining about? Your own work? You made a piece of art and you're like, oh, it's ugly. Who made this? You, bitch. You. Don't blame us. You're the one who submitted us to the art committee or whatever. You're the one who submitted us into the world. Anyways, bitch, I need a break, girls. Give me 2 seconds to take a break. I'll come back. We'll watch the last story together. These girls blaming us for what they turned in. I didn't tell you to turn it in. You turned in the homework assignment, girl. Blaming us. Here's some Samantha Dragonati. I'll be right back. Or not. Hello. There it is. Sorry, abrupt. Hello, everyone. I'm back. All right. My last story of the day, much shorter clip, but I still want to go over it with you guys. I actually think it's very important. There has been, how do I say this? There has been a shift of men going more conservative and religious and women going more progressive, liberal, atheist. And I think this is sort of ironic because if you were born religious like I was and you went more into the edgy atheist like bubble at some point, it was full of men and you were the minority as a woman. And I still think those communities are pretty generally speaking, mostly men. But I think what's interesting is that men are clinging to religion. And my theory is that men are clinging to a lack of curiosity because that's what religion is, right? Religion is a faux curiosity. It tells you they want to know the meaning of the universe and what it means to be a person, but only through the lens of God. I'm not anti-religious, but I am anti-thinking religion is objective. And I think these are very different things because well, they are different things. I'm not trying to make a prescription and say that religious people shouldn't exist in the universe. But it's interesting that men are choosing to be more religious and conservative, and therefore to be more limited and less curious. And they're getting mad that women don't want to partner with them. But also, don't worry, there are plenty of women who are willing to uphold the patriarchy, who are willing to join religions that uphold the patriarchy. And there are plenty of women who are more than happy to stunt themselves. So all you guys have to do is create a dating app, okay, called like Christ Mingle or something. Okay, mingling of the Christ, mingling of the Burqa United, something like that. Find your religion, find them, make an app, find each other. But the truth is like they are not necessarily joining religions in a way, like these men are joining religions in a way that would appeal to religious women. So then the irony is they want to be modern men in traditional religions with traditional women who don't think they're traditional enough. We saw this on the Jewish matchmaking show on Netflix. In the Jewish dating show on Netflix, there was a girl and a guy. They were very cute together, but she thought he wasn't religious enough. And they wondered if this would be a problem. And it is for many reasons. And again, I'm not a big fan of progressives joining religions, especially religions that uplift men as God. But we also exist in a world where I guess you could be progressive and Christian. I don't know. So, it's just ironic, I think, at the end of the day. Centering men in our life constantly, all the time. As if being a man means something more inherently good than being a woman. Your gender cannot matter this much. But it obviously seems to all these people. So let's watch Morning Joe, a really small little clip here about this issue.
Now, a remarkable shift happening in American public life. Ever since the baby boomer generation, surveys have shown women are more religious than men, but not anymore. 2 new surveys show Gen Z men are more likely to claim religious affiliation and even attend church than their female.
Pay attention to the wording there. Are willing to claim religion and even maybe attend church. Because I know a lot of young Gen Z boys who say they believe in God and they're religious, but they don't go to church. So to me, you don't count. If you don't go to church, you're not religious, bro. You're just bored and want a spiritual outlet. Join an ayahuasca group or something. Like, what do you need to say you're religious for if you're not even practicing a religion? Like, you're not even showing up to, you can't give your God an hour a week. You're like, yeah, I believe in God and I think gay people are less and trans people suck and women are secondary, but I'm kind of too busy on Sundays to give God like an hour. I can't really pray 5 times a day, bro. I'm kind of like busy, but like I believe in this religion. It's like, girl, who are you fooling?
Female counterparts. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent and NBC News Now daily anchor Morgan Radford for a closer look at this trend and what it means, even politically, Morgan.
Mika, great question. It has a lot of political implications, especially if you sort of look down in the decades to come. But it's a trend that America's religious leaders have been paying attention to. But it's also something that a growing number of political groups are tracking, since this shift toward religion is happening at the very same time that we're also seeing more young men lean conservative on a number of social issues. It's a shift that has huge implications, as we mentioned, for the future of both parties.
20-year-old Owen Girard has changed. I was on the steps of the Florida State Capitol, advocating.
Whoa, this video feels so AI for some reason. I don't know why. Wait, just as I do not entirely agree with your curiosity theory, I think Gen Z men recognize religion as inherently patriarchal and controlling of women, so it resonates with the ideology they have. That's what I said. Wait, we do agree. That's what I said. I said it's faux curiosity. Like, oh, the wonders of the universe. Religious people think they're faux curious. Like, I meet so many religious people, and listen, I grew up religious, okay? They always talk about space and the vastness of God, and everything that's so amazing and mysterious about a space has everything to do with God. All these boys I know are obsessed with like technology and advancement through God. Like, but to them, that's curiosity. To them, that's what curiosity is. And to me, that's like partial curiosity, right? Chat said, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. There was an ad. It's all good, bro. It's all good. But you know what I mean? That's the thing that's funny about conservatives is they will literally be like, I love space. I can't wait to figure out space. God is good. And I'm like, God, what does she have to do with this? Okay.
Advocating for climate activism, the Green New Deal, all that stuff. A lot. And then now? and I'm a staunch conservative.
A conservative voter and a conservative Christian. What changed?
Well, really, it was the faith journey that really fundamentally transformed my political views.
For the first time in modern American history, more young men than women are claiming religious affiliation, a gender gap of 7%, while men under 30 who lean Republican have also outpaced Democrats for the first time in more than a decade.
You get aligned with other men that are like, hey, I actually have the same views as you, and it's like, it's okay to have that view.
That's why they feel like the rebels, conservatism feels like the outlier, because they feel like they can't say stuff without being shamed. And now that they're in these communities, they're like, wow, people think like me. I'm not afraid to be myself, which is a beautiful thing. What a beautiful thing to be able to speak your truth out loud and people say, I'm like you too. But when you feel comfortable in a group full of bigoted people who think they have the answer for 8 billion people, you might want to reconsider the group you're in, no matter how good it makes you feel. Even though meth feels really, really good, maybe we should reconsider how we're engaging with it. Not that I'm anti-drug and not that I'm anti-religion, but maybe we should reconsider how we're engaging with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it doesn't feel good. I'm saying it feels fucking great. It probably feels so good. This was the whole issue with Ben and Sarah on Love is Blind this last season. If you guys want, I reviewed the series. You can watch it. But like, this was the whole issue with Ben going to a church where he felt seen. He wasn't always there. He didn't always see what they stood for, but it was the idea that he had a place to go. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having a church to go to. Maybe there's something wrong, though, with the kinds of churches we join.
Here at the Faith Forward Pastor Summit in Gainesville, Georgia, hosted by an arm of the conservative activist group Turning Point USA.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. And this is why I say it's ironic when men talk about how they're not NPCs, they're not bots, they're not sheep. Y'all are such good followers, which you have to be. Most people are followers. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with following a good person or a good idea or a good direction. But it's this idea here that I'm like, man, y'all got it. Like, you fall for scams so easily. And look, you know, like I was raised Catholic. We didn't have this stuff. I've never been to a Catholic church with a stage, with a guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, there is no stage. You know what I mean? When you go to a Catholic church, it's kind of so witchy. It's kind of witchy. Honestly, Catholicism is very witchy to me. There's like cauldrons and smoke and ding and like, you know, bells, and everyone's in fucking cool ass outfits and shit, and everyone's like dressing up. You know what I mean? And everyone's like, and everyone's like chanting together. And I'm like, okay, bitch. It's kind of holy, holy, holy Lord. Like, this is kind of a vibe. This kind of shit, this mega church shit bothers me. I'm like, this don't feel serious. This feels like I'm at a convention for my job and they're trying to sell me an MLM.
All for young conservative men.
We're called to be biblical and we're called to be political.
Is finding a bigger
tax exemption. We're called to be biblical and political. Pay tax, bitch. Pay tax. See? Every Catholic church I've been to always talked about politics. Pay your goddamn tax.
Audience than ever before.
I had a burning desire in my heart, a heavenly desire that wasn't being filled by anything of this world.
Are you seeing more young men, Gen Z, come into the church?
Yeah, we are.
Here we are.
For Shane Winnings, who leads the National Men's Ministry Group.
You know, this aesthetic, kind of a red flag now. Fashion changes, fashion signal things. You know, I always say it's a good sign if I bring a male presenting person home to my family and they say he kind of looks like a girl. That's always a good sign. You know what I mean? I feel like that's always a good sign.
Promise Keepers.
What kind of man are you?
It's all part of a bigger strategy.
I think it's very intentional. And I think the messaging from the administration was very intentional.
The Trump
I used to love this aesthetic on people, but it's just so associated with bigotry. It's like when Malcolm Moore had to get a different haircut because he was rocking that Nazi haircut. You know, Andrew Schulz really needs a new haircut. Like, listen, guys, I get it. You think you look fly as fuck, but also you're kind of signaling like my heart goes out to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, get a new haircut.
Yeah, it was to win those kind of people.
Who?
And the young people, the men who want to be men.
If you fear culture, then you don't fear God.
Men who want to, or can be convinced to, return to what he calls traditional values.
What we're seeing in this erosion where
Now anyone can be a family. You know, two men can be a family.
Oh my God, beautiful. I love that. Yes, queen. Yeah. Oh my God, I love him. He's so right. Anyone can be a family. I love him. Two guys can be fathers. Two women can be mothers. Two non-binary people can be parents. I love him. He's so pro-LGBT.
And they can adopt kids, which I think is problematic.
Okay, sir, I was making a joke. I knew he was going to say it's problematic, girl. I knew he was going to be anti-gay marriage. It was a joke.
Women could be a family. They can adopt kids. Marriage doesn't mean anything anymore.
What threat is that to you if those two men love each other?
Because you can point statistically to our society being eroded from within because two men automatically create an unstable household because
men are shit? Because men are pieces of fucking shit? No, sorry, that's rude. I'm sorry. He doesn't mean that. I see. Who's really the misandrist here? Who really hates men here? Is he going to say women keep men sane? Women keep men from being animalistic? What is that?
that is not God's design for a family.
And you think that hurts America?
Absolutely.
Which extends to policy issues that he believes are fundamentally against God.
When we talk about the intertwining of faith and politics, a lot of the messaging here is about eradicating wokeness.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Literally, Chad says mass incarceration broke more families than gays. Bro, literally, bro. That's what I'm saying. Men are, their greatest threat is other men. Men's greatest threat is other men. And instead of focusing on that, y'all are focusing on everybody else. Take care of your fucking side of the aisle, bro. You guys are literally murdering each other, just making each other's life so miserable. You all talk about giving support systems to men just to make them more bigoted. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you limiting men's output and curiosity and possible achievements? Why are you giving them only 2 options? Why are you doing that? I have a story. Ooh, girl. I have a story. No, don't. I've never told. No, don't tell it. Don't tell it. Ooh, don't. Brittany, misogyny comes in all shapes and sizes. It comes in all shapes and sizes, kids. Oh, nope. Mm-mm. It comes in all shapes and sizes. Maybe I'll tell this story one day. But listen to me when I say this. Misogyny comes in all shapes and sizes, including something as silly as, oh, I can't take my son to see this movie. It's starring a girl. Or I can't let my son wear pink because that's a girl's color. Like, it starts little bit, okay? And this is a group of men. That's the problem. This is what I'm saying. You claim you're men and you're so tough and you don't move off your feelings. You can't even wear pink. You can't even wear pink.
Well, I think wokeness, is really anything that comes against God's design. It's this progressive mentality. Wokeness is like DEI. Wokeness is...
You think that's against God?
DEI. Yes, 100%.
Oh, yeah. God definitely hated DEI. He was all, Lucifer, you're kind of a DEI hire, so I need you to get your ass to hell, bro. He's like, I'm going to need you to out of heaven, bro. God definitely hate DEI.
How so?
Well, I mean, it is everything it claims to be against. DEI is discriminatory. It is racist. DEI says, what's your skin color and who do you sleep with? You're getting to the front of the line.
Can I push back on that?
Please.
My interpretation of DEI and affirmative action is essentially saying, not that you must promote me because I'm black, but you are not allowed to discriminate against me.
But that's already a part of our Constitution and already a part of our laws. DEI has been used to push people to the front of the line who don't belong there.
If someone calls some points and says that's a DEI hire,
I think that's wrong too.
Do you think they're pointing at you or do you think they're pointing at me?
I don't know. I'll tell you what, though, I think it's wrong to make a snap judgment. Like, that is not godly.
Because it assumes that the only people who can have good things are straight white men.
Exactly. And that's a problem. I'm excited. You have your Bible? So at Promise Keepers, we are...
Oh, wait. See, 1, maybe 2 Lopez. Okay. Okay, we got mostly white men, but we have some people of color. And can I just say this? Not really understanding the whole, you know what? No, Brittany, I'll leave that alone too. Girl,
pushing biblical.
It's getting late. When it gets late, I start to say things that are too much in my head. And I'm like, I'm not going to say the inside part out loud. But you know what I'm thinking.
Truth,
anybody know who
which
Phyllis
teaches people to look at the character. Listen what people are saying.
Are the young men who support LGBTQ rights or believe in DEI, are they welcome here?
They're welcome. They might not want to come back.
A sentiment that's echoed in recent polling. 67% of the country says homosexuality should be accepted, but less than half of young Christian men agree, creating a dramatic split with their Christian female peers.
Stop dating homophobes, girls. Stop getting with people that might hate your children when they come out the womb. Stop being with men that won't pick your life when you're on that delivery table. Okay? If you want to uphold these patriarchal standards, if you want to risk your life for that fetus, you do that. But if you're a woman who expects her man, and gender shouldn't really matter, be with men who aren't worried about being men. Date men who are less concerned about being men and more concerned about being good partners and good people.
One that experts say could have an impact for decades to come.
So what you actually see is that young men are moving to the right when it comes to sexuality and gender, while young women are moving further and further to the left than any generation prior to them. The gender divide is going to get larger and larger.
A generational shift among men who say the political right is right for them.
Well, interestingly, on the flip side, more young women are leaving the church in record numbers, and some possible reasons.
What happens when there's no more women who go to church and it's just full of men? A lot of these men are going on hunting trips, and they're not just poaching the bears.
61% of Gen Z women identify as feminists, far greater than previous generations, and nearly 2/3 say they do not believe that churches treat men and women equally.
Such a fascinating piece. So let's talk about the politics of all this. Obviously, we were just talking to the head of the DNC about what happened in November, why Democrats may have lost. Men central to that. I'm not just talking about white men, I'm talking about men. Young men in particular. So what are the political implications of that report you just showed us?
I'm actually glad that you said not just white men, because this coalition that is bubbling up is actually becoming more inclusive racially, which has been a little bit surprising, frankly, to watch in the data. But what economists say is that if you actually look, if women are leaving the church, where are these far-right men going to meet these women? If you're not meeting at the church, you're not meeting at the bar, what they're saying this is actually could have implications romantically. It could have implications on the...
Good. Nobody should be procreating with these men, bros. What are you doing? Why are you having these men's babies? These men are not entitled to having babies with you. Good. Let them tell you who they are. Listen to them when they say it and stop making babies with these men. Stop giving men any and listen, the women, there are women who will have babies with these men. There are women who will love these men. Let other women do it. Stop trying to save these men from their own bullshit. And that's the problem. Everyone's a fixer out here, and you're all trying to fix these men who are like, I just want to be heard. Okay, well, you can talk to a therapist. And when you deconstruct, you can talk to a person who's on your level. But like, Avi, we don't have the same values. Okay? Jess says, what do you mean they're not just poaching the bears? You're right. They would be poaching the bears and the twinks.
Birth rate, because you can't pair if women are ideologically so far left and you're moving so far right, which means you're actually sort of compromising or putting at risk the very traditional family that you're trying to see.
Well, I'm reading a lot about women not getting married, opting not to get married, not finding
We've
the
talked
right
about
partner.
that, yeah.
Yep. I'm curious, these young men, are they going to the church?
Actually, okay, I'm reviewing BoJack Horseman for my members, and I have a theory as of season 3 that BoJack Horseman, the lesson of the show is not for BoJax, it's for us. Stop saving BoJax. Stop being empathetic to BoJax. Stop spending 23 years with a BoJack. I'm serious. I think it really is a message to all of us. We have been uplifting the patriarchy and uplifting these BoJacks in our life because we are compassionate and we see the little boy in them. Well, he's not a little boy anymore. He's a grown man. So let him be grown alone until he deconstructs. Because you do not want to spend the rest of your life with that person who statistically will leave you when you get Alzheimer's. You got to be with somebody who will love you through everything, who will love you because you're a good person to them, not somebody who abuses you, not somebody who's toxic. And this is really for all genders, but since we're focusing on men right now, the conversation is around men. These men He's already said it. DEI, God would be against DEI. First of all, he said God, so I don't know why we're with that man. But I think a lot of women make exceptions, like Sarah on Love is Blind was open to dating Ben, even though he said he was religious. And even though he hesitated around gay people. Why? Why did you even give it an option? Because she probably saw some good in him, you know?
First, and then finding the conservative political messaging, or are they seeking it out and finding it in churches?
It's a great question. It's sort of like the chicken.
And for those who have asked, like, how do you know you have a good man, a man who's deconstructed? You're with a man who knows that being a man doesn't make him inherently good, bad, or anything. Red flags you hear from men. Nobody cares about men's feelings. Red flag. Society doesn't care about men. They throw us away. Red flag. Okay? You know why they're a red flag? Because it's usually followed up by all they care about is women and gay people. Red flag. If a man comes to you and says, yeah, here are all the ways that being a man has been really hard, but I know for a fact that I'm not the only one suffering. There's so many people who have suffered around me. And here's the way that I am privileged and here's the way other people aren't. That's a man who's at least self-aware a little bit. And also like red flag, who's like, I have to be a good man, so I have to provide. Red flag. If you're progressive, if you're liberal. Right? If you're conservative, go ahead, honey. Be with you, that's not my business. It's just not my business. You know what I mean? But if you're a liberal woman, if you're a progressive woman, you know who I just saw? Oh man. What's her name? Oh shoot. I want to make a video about it anyways. What's her name's daughter from Blackish? I bought her shampoos and conditioners. I really love them. What's her name? She's still single without kids. And she was saying, I'd rather be single than in the wrong relationship. Tracy. She has 3 names. She has 3 names. Tracy Ellis Ross. Thank you. Diana Ross's daughter. Thank you. She was saying, I'd rather be single than in the wrong relationship. I want to hear that more. I need to hear that more. Because what I hear from women is, yeah, but what if I'm alone and single? What I hear from men is, what if I'm alone and single? Deconstruct that, girl. Deconstruct it. Because growing old with the wrong person is scary. You are not afraid enough if you keep settling in these bad relationships. You have not truly been afraid being alone in a house with another ass human being who doesn't look at you, who doesn't treat you with dignity, who doesn't think you're dignified, who's conspiring behind you. It is scary, dude. Living with the wrong person, having the wrong person inside you or you're inside them, having the wrong person in your space, the wrong person you share finances with, the wrong person you're trusting. You all are not afraid enough. And you are not looking at the statistics enough. Don't be afraid of marriage. Be afraid of marrying the wrong person. There's nothing wrong with getting married. When you marry the right person, it's not scary. Congratulations, chat said I left my abusive relationship today. Let's go. I'm proud of you, bro. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Because seriously, no one's afraid of marriage. No one's afraid of falling in love. We're afraid of falling in love with the wrong person. So make sure the person you're marrying truly stays by their values, never takes advantage of you, contributes. You're on a team, you're best friends. Make sure that the person you're with shares your values. He's telling us loud and clear his values. He is telling us with his chest his values. Listen and believe him.
Chicken or the egg? Yeah. And the answer is both. And what surprised me is that the pastors we spoke to said that the more strident their message is against the mainstream, right? We already know that basically 2/3 of the country believes that, same-sex marriage is okay, abortion is okay, that transgender rights should be part of the tapestry of this country. But they're saying the more strident they are against those things, they can use that as a recruitment tool.
That's why Andrew Tate was so successful. Because the more bigoted he was with his full chest, the more his message was believable and hopeful to people who felt similarly. I can't even tell you how many Trump voting BDSM furries I know. It's insane. How many Trump voting conservatives who happen to be in BDSM or kink? Oh, I could name so many. They will sit there, fucking do the kinkiest, furriest shit you've ever seen, and then talk about how white men are oppressed, or this country's oppressed, or trans people are ruining things. Well, they also have friends that are gender fluid. The same people I know who have trans friends, gay friends, furry friends, kink friends are also going to the ballot and voting Trump. So don't get it twisted that, because they're kinky, because they have trans friends, because they fuck trans people, That's why when people say, like, I can't be racist, my partner's brown, as if that ever stopped anybody. I can't be racist. Yeah, you're just, you know what I'm saying? What does that matter? I can't be a misogynist. I married a woman. Okay, yeah, as if that's how it works.
They said, we don't believe in gummy bear Jesus or candy Christianity. And they said, I never forgot sort of the analogy of one pastor. He said, look, you're welcome to come break bread with us and have food at the table, but don't think we're changing the menu. The menu was set millennia ago.
Oh, my goodness, millennia ago. You know, it to me, as we were having the same conversation around the loneliness epidemic of men, young men especially, it sounds like that the church is a place where people are finding community, and that community potentially could be,
That's the three things science has done studies on: consistency, community, structure. Those are the three things we need. That's why we're always looking for community. That's why church works. But church doesn't work because it's true. It works because it's giving the three things to our brain that we need to feel good about ourselves. The thing is like, you don't need church to create that, but it's not wrong that you're seeking it all the same. You're not wrong for wanting a community. We're community people. But people just think they did a study that said religious people, because they have these three things, have better lives, live longer lives, report happiness longer than atheistic people. But they equated it to, it must be the religion. The religion isn't the answer. It's the three things that religion provides. That's the answer. That's why I seek it out in different ways, right? My community, my Discord, my family, my structure, my rules, my environment, my bubble. I seek out those three things. I implement those three things into my life. I just don't need a religion to do it. And that's really a part of why I left religion in the first place. When I started recreating the perks and best parts of religion outside of religion, I realized like, oh, I don't even believe in this. I'm not even sure this is true. I started doubting religion at 15. And my mom forced me to get confirmed. And she said, you can't do it just because you're doubting. You have to get confirmed. So I got confirmed, and then I left the church officially at 19. I was like, I'm out of here. Okay? I was doubting as a teenager, right? But I really believed in it at some point. I really wanted to believe it could be true, that there might be a heaven and a God and all these things. But yeah, once I started experimenting, once I could meditate myself into euphoria, like the Holy Spirit was coming down, I was like, girl, I'm just going to meditate.
I mean, the only time I can think of is radicalizing them around this particular ideology as it relates to the nuclear family and what millennia set. And I thought it was interesting because I don't think millennia had you in.
Wait, remember when, what's that boys band name that wore the purity rings and the chastity bracelets? Remember that? See how prevalent it was in culture that one of the biggest boy bands, it was after my generation, the biggest boy bands had that as a part of the message. See how far we've come? With Jonas Brothers. Thank you, chat. Yeah. Jonas Brothers. Do you remember that? That's how far and how different things have shifted. So don't lose hope. Because, I don't think Sabrina Carpenter has a chastity belt or chastity ring on. You know what I mean?
Mind.
Actually, maybe a chastity belt, but that's none of my business.
Or you.
Or me. Did they know you were black? That's what I want to know.
Well, is that the real question?
Yeah. No, but the community question.
Look, I think they are saying it's a place that they can find community, but it's what that community looks like now. And they're saying they want to revert back to this traditional community, but they say that progress was such a bad word. Right? They don't want to see progress. So the question is traditional even enough? Or does it need to be regressive community? And the opposite side of it is you look at a lot of these progressive Christians who say, look, if you're denying someone inclusion in your church because of DEI or some such thing, are you reflecting the fact that God created us all in his...
Which God, progressives? Which God? Again, it really doesn't... Progressive God? Who is that? Who is she? What's her name? Is her name Jesus Christ? How is she progressive? What are you doing?
Image. Because if he created us in his image, he created all...
Who's he? Your God's a he? How is that progressive? Make it make sense.
All of us and all of our multiplicities. So it's an interesting conversation.
Remarkable piece and remarkable conversation. NBC's Morgan Radford, thank you very much for bringing it to us.
Okay, so that's the little clip I wanted to show you. Yeah, I really think this is going to be the next shift. And then the only thing you can do is make sure that when you're dating a person who shares your values. And look, Jordan Peterson even warned us that a man who can't get a woman turns into basically a homicidal man. So men are warning us they will get violent with us if we don't mate with them. Heard loud and clear, boys. Your threats will not encourage me to sleep with you. Thank you. Like, and you're telling me you're not an animal evolved over millions of years? That's the irony. How can these men sit here and get so mad that we lump men into these like violent categories when they're not doing much to stop that reputation? And absolutely not all men. I can't believe I even have to say that, right? But this group, if you're in this category, yeah, this category is going to be a problem. You know, so marry a man or date a man if you're into men, whether you're gay or straight, right? Who are not that concerned with being men in that traditional sense, because gay men also uphold the patriarchy. So if you're a gay guy, make sure you're with a gay guy who's deconstructed. I've been watching a lot of gay podcasts, and they've been talking about that. How as gay men, they have upheld the patriarchy. They have, you know, not fought for women's rights as aggressive as they should. And they have forgotten that at the end of the day, like, women's rights are gay rights, you know? That as gay people, we also have to deconstruct who our partners are, you know? And same thing with lesbians that are obsessed with centering men in their life by always having to be pick-me's. Like, deconstruct that. Lesbians who won't date bisexuals but will be only friends with men and only have male friends and always try to dress like the best guy in the room. Girl, please. Okay, Alexander, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I'm so afraid for my son as he grows up. Fuck Tate. Fuck Tate, bro. I'm sorry. I think we're all worried, you know? I think a lot of people relate to that for sure. Oh, man. Chet says, what are some good gay podcasts, Brittany? You know, guys, I'm going to be so real with you. I probably listen to so many people, and I don't even know anybody's names. I don't even know. I just listen to people all day. You know how many YouTubers I watch all of their videos and I could not tell you their name? I think that's the new era of YouTube in a sense. Like, the new era of content creation is watching a bunch of people you never learn their name. You know? But there are a lot of good ones. You know, I watch everybody. I just click on it and I listen. And that's how I consume content. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really fall in love with a lot of people, and I don't like, it takes me a really long time. You know, I've been watching The Millionaire Show. I just finished it, like The Secret Millionaire Show, and my partner's like, "Oh, who's who?" I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know people's names. You know, my partner has a theory though. He was like, you know, you spend your whole life memorizing all these things. You have so much in your head. Maybe you just have no more room to memorize anything else. I was like, maybe I do. I mean, I know a lot about a lot, but man, I don't even know how much more to put in my brain. Maybe that's why people specialize in one category of thing, so they can learn everything about that thing and memorize things more. Because the more I spread myself thin learning about everything, the less I can remember. Like, the less I retain. You know what I mean? But I enjoy it. I enjoy bubble hopping. I enjoy being like, oh, what are you doing? But then I noticed when I was a peer educator for sex education and BDSM, oh my God, it was so easy for me to remember things because everything was connected. Books, authors, references, studies, like policy. I could remember everything because everything was associated with something else. But now that I'm interested in so many things, I notice that it's harder for me to like connect the dots and keep it all together. I feel like my brain is like this cluttered mess, but it all makes sense to me. You know, it all makes sense to me. You know, anyways. What's the game of The Secret Millionaire? There's a Netflix show called like The Secret Millionaire. It's just like a reality TV show. I watch a lot of reality TV to turn off my brain because I spend so much of my day listening to like podcasts and audiobooks and stuff that when I want to turn off my brain from really like engaging, I watch reality TV. And I watched this show on Netflix called The Secret Millionaire. And it's like a bunch of people who have to lie in deceit to try to win $1 million. Honestly, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. I watch like an episode or maybe half an episode a day, and then I just kind of, you know, enjoy watching people do that. I don't know, but yeah, it's on Netflix. It just finished coming out. You guys can watch that if you want. I don't know. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying I watched it and I was amused. You know, I don't think I could do it though. I think I would fail the challenge, bro. It looked hard. You know, to like keep it up. I feel like I have no poker face. I feel like everybody would know if I had the secret $1 million. Anyways. All right. Any last minute thoughts, ideas? It is the weekend. So this is it for today, guys. We did it. We have Everything Everywhere All at Once discussion and watch through for October 20th on the Discord. Discord 101, October 27th. Come join us. As we move into May, we'll be watching and dissecting Arcane because apparently it's really good. And apparently there's a lot of like really interesting like queer themes, people themes, philosophy themes maybe. So we're going to go over that. October. Did I say October? I meant April in May. Did I say October? Oh God. All right. We did it. We did it. We got here. Says, is that a new tattoo or does it look? It's the same. It's tattoo. My Disney tattoo. Same tattoo. I did say October. Oh, girl. I don't mean October. April. We're all thinking September. Well, September is the end of autism forever, girls. Can you? I just can't. I can't believe he's like, we're going to know how to cure autism. We're going to know what causes autism. I hope they find out what causes autism is men. I'm just kidding. I hope they find out what causes autism is what would it be? What would it be? What would it be if it was funny? I feel like it would be funny if what causes autism is like Fox News. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Eating broccoli, oh God. Just existing. Religion. Oh my God, that'd be the greatest. Religion causes autism. So good. That'd be so good. All right. I'm going to go ahead and turn on some Samantha Dragonati as we head out today. Oh, thank you, Violet. I appreciate that. You said your advice is always to talk to somebody outside your relationship if you feel abused. Help me find the courage to tell the whole truth. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Honestly, you did the work, girl. You did it. You did the work. I didn't do anything. I was just here. I'm glad. If you really genuinely, guys, if you feel like you're being abused, talk to somebody. If you feel confused, if you don't feel good in your life, if you feel scared, if you're walking on eggshells, talk to somebody you trust. Talk to a therapist, talk to a friend. You know, you're in a healthy dynamic, you know, keep things private, of course, but there's no reason to keep fear private when it comes to your intimate relationships. You shouldn't be afraid when you go home. You shouldn't feel like you're walking on eggshells, you know? I'm really proud of you. You really did the work and I'm proud of you. It's going to be hard though, right? It's going to be hard for a while. And then it's just going to be a memory you had one time. That one time in your life. You know, the greatest thing about getting old is I'm further and further away from the years I was toxic. Every day I get older is every day I'm further and further away from that Brittany who stayed in those bad relationships. Every day I get older, I'm further and further away. And hopefully as I get older, I earn some wisdom to be able to say 20 years ago, let me tell you about my 20s. 30 years ago, let me tell you about my 20s, bros. Let me tell you about my toxic years, you know? That's the hope. The hope of aging is that we're further and further away. And it just becomes a story we tell people instead of something that is our life, you know? All right. Here's some Samantha Dragonati on our way out. I'll see you guys on Tuesday, Monday for pod, Tuesday for stream. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Please like the stream before you leave. Have a good night. Have a good weekend.